Hello everyone, welcome to Mexico City, La Ciudad de Mexico. Right here we're going to explore a Roman Catholic cathedral that is built on top of Aztec ruins. Because I want to show you a few special tips and tricks on how to do live video using the gear I recommend, and also how to film different shots, compose, the way you show the place that you're exploring. Because some of you might be doing live streams where you're walking around the church, a certain event that might be hosted by your church, or you want to show a neighborhood or a place to your friends and family, or to any patrons that you might have. So I am going to show you how to do that today. My name is Ariel and I run Urbanist Exploring Cities on YouTube and on Facebook. So for Worship Summit Live, let's explore this area called the Zócalo, and then show you the ancient Aztec ruins while I teach you some pro tips. Now first, how do I go live in any city? First, I use my key device, the most mobile device that there is, a phone. I prefer to use the iPhone because they have the 3 different lenses and also it is very stable. Each different city I visit, I have to use their own cell service because that way I can utilize more data. And each live stream for about an hour in 720p quality is about 1 gigabyte. So it requires quite a lot of data. Right here in Mexico, I'm using Telcel, which is pretty good for large data plans. Next up, I want to have stabilized video. So I don't want to be shaking all the time while I'm walking around for long distances. So I use a stabilizer. So this is the iPhone Pro 11 Max, and there's a large protest happening nearby me. It is a major city, so you're going to enjoy the sounds all around. I'm using the DJI Osmo Mobile 4. It's great for keeping a steady image throughout. So that's important. If you're walking around, especially if it's more than 15 minutes or so, you want steady footage. You don't want to be shaking all the time because it's hard to hold your hand steady enough while walking around. The other thing is sound. There's a lot of people around here. Water's being sold next to me. There's a huge protest, a lot of commotion. You want to have good sound. So I recommend using a lavalier. I use the Rode Wireless Go 2. Great thing about the Rode Wireless Go 2 is that now you have 2 transmitters to 1 receiver. This is the receiver connected to the iPhone using their iPhone adapter. And this is the lavalier. Great thing is you can easily clip this on, or you can attach a separate lav so you can go underneath your shirt and have something a little bit more subtle. This is a really great device. The Rode Wireless Go 2 and the DJI Osmo Mobile 4. So let me put my stuff into my bag and we're gonna start walking around to enjoy this interesting area in Mexico City, especially when it comes to Christian churches. Because this particular Christian church is built upon ruins, but for a very purposeful reason. So let's walk around CDMX, Ciudad de Mexico, Mexico City. And we're right in the heart of Mexico City, in the city that used to be known as Tenochtitlan. Let's go. So this entire area is called El Zócalo. The formal name is La Plaza de la Constitución, which means Constitutional Plaza. This is the second largest plaza in the entire world. The first one being the one in Moscow. So yeah, it's gigantic. It's also one of the most visited sites on Earth, period. This is also one of the largest flags that is on display anywhere around the world. It is the Mexican flag, the flag of the nation, not the city. The emblem right in the middle of the flag will show us why a church was built on top of an ancient Aztec city. So the flag is barely waving because there's very low wind, but I'll describe it to all of you. In the middle of the flag of the coat of arms is an eagle perched on a cactus, eating a snake, in the middle of a lake. That was what, according to myth, the ancient god Huitzilopochtli said to the Mexica people who were nomads, wandering around Mexico trying to find a place where they can call home. That god told them to find that eagle perched on that cactus eating that snake. When the Mexica people came over here to this valley of Mexico, surrounded by mountains, nearby two major volcanoes, next to a major fault line, in a beautiful lake, there was a little island in the middle called Tenochtitlan. Tenochtitlan was the place with that cactus, that eagle, and that snake. And that's where they settled. So here, in the middle of Mexico City, used to be a lake. This used to be a lake, and this was, where we're staying right now, just a tiny little island. But the Aztec grew into a huge empire in the more than 100 years that they ruled over the area of central Mexico. So when you're walking around, here's a pro tip. First pro tip I have for all of you. When you're walking around, it's important to kind of show the space. So what I do on most of my tours is important to not stick to selfie mode. It's a trap that a lot of people fall into. They keep pointing the camera to themselves and keep chatting and blah, 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 and then, people are left wondering where you're walking through. So make sure to point the camera the other way. That is my first pro tip. Here is El Palacio Nacional, the National Palace. This was the royal palace before the Spaniards came of Moctezuma II, the last Aztec emperor. Nowadays, it's basically the White House of Mexico and also the central government. So basically, the White House meets the US capital of Mexico. The president still lives here. Now, before there was a church here, this was a Templo Mayor, the main temple of the Aztecs. This is where they worship the god Huitzilopochtli, which I'll tell you a little bit about him as we walk inside. Lots of people selling different things. All right, let's walk in. Buenas. So this church took 3 centuries to build, from 1573 to 1813, when it was finally constructed. There was a church here in 1524. Hernan Cortes took over Tenochtitlan and wanted to settle it as a Christian kingdom on behalf of the Roman Catholic Church. And thus he first built a cathedral, but it wasn't quite mighty, it was a bit small. More like the size of this one. Cathedral ended up being too humble for many Christian missionaries that were coming in here. The King of Spain also thought it was a bit too small. And thus in 1544, they made plans to make it even bigger. Let's walk around. So right now we're in the sacrarium, which is an additional part of the cathedral. And here we have an image of Our Lady of Guadalupe. It was an apparition in 1500s where an Aztec man saw a woman on top of a hill, and he was tasked by this woman who claimed to be the Virgin Mary to go up the hill and capture some flowers. The thing is, it was in the middle of December, and those flowers, there probably weren't going to be any. But when he went up on top of the hill, he found those flowers. and put them in this bag made out of cactus fibers. And when he took this bag of flowers, the lady said to him, go to the bishop. So he went over to the bishop, and as the bishop accepted the flowers, he was stunned because they were Spanish Castilians, according to the story. And they took the bouquet in their arms, and as it fell down, because they were so stunned, it revealed an image of Our Lady of Guadalupe, the Virgin Mary. That event ended up converting millions of Aztecs into the Christian faith. So as I mentioned, 1573, there was need for a major cathedral, and thus the architects looked towards Spain to build something similar to the huge Gothic cathedrals all around Spain, such as Salamanca, Seville, and many other places. This right here is La Catedral Metropolitana, which stands for the Metropolitan Cathedral. So my second pro tip when it comes to, I'm a bit dark here because they turned off all the lights. Be mindful of your surroundings when doing these mobile live streams, because cell service is not always conducive in these older, huge stone buildings. And thus, do test your service beforehand. This is one of the areas where it doesn't have good service. So be forewarned and do your testing beforehand. In 1967, there was a huge fire that ravaged the cathedral, and this altar of forgiveness had to be completely remade. On each side, there are these chapels. So this is one of the most important cathedrals in the entire world. It is the center point of one of the largest Catholic populations in the world as well, being Mexico, with millions of people belonging to the church. But this church wasn't always so popular. In the mid-1800s, the governor of Mexico City, Juan Jose Bas, tried to come inside the church with his horse. The bishop refused. He was offended. How dare he refuse him entry? Well, granted, he was on a horse. So Juan Jose Bas came back to El Zócalo, right in front of the cathedral, on Easter, Holy Thursday and brought cannons ready to fire at the church to destroy it down to the ground. He disliked the power that the Catholic Church had over the city. Luckily, he was unsuccessful in destroying the church. Goes to show that when a man is on a high horse, things can go awry. So this is one of the other major altars. Let me show you the front over here. So in this church, there's more than 74 windows, but there's not stained glass as you would see with other Roman Catholic or Episcopal churches. The stained glass is more kind of abstract in design. And I mentioned that originally it was going to be in the Gothic style, but as we're walking around, you probably notice, wait a minute, this kind of looks like a bunch of different styles. Well, you would be correct. It took 3 centuries to build. So it went from Gothic to Neoclassical, which is kind of a mix of Romanesque and Greek. Then they went towards Baroque. And finally, they went back to Classical. So it was a crazy mishmash of different styles we have all around here. Now, most of the church is made from the very stones that the Aztecs used for their own temples. So they dismantled those temples and built this church above. But we can actually see to this day some of the ruins. Let's go outside and check them out. Aside from that, they use the same type of volcanic stone from the nearby volcanoes of Popocatépetl. Pardon my mispronunciation of that. Absolutely marvelous ceiling. Actually, let me show you a little bit more because it's way too beautiful to pass up. The church doesn't have this open layout, as open as other cathedrals like, say, St. John the Divine in New York, because we have this other massive altar. Of course, we have marble floors. All right, let's go outside and see the ancient Aztec ruins. I'll give you a better way to visualize what this cathedral is built upon. So now we're exiting, and I'll show you the cathedral also from the outside over here. And you can truly tell all the mishmash of styles. So we have more of the rounded arches from classical styles, which is Romanesque. And then you would see some pointed arches. You can't see it from this perspective over here. And sculptures right here in the front. And there's also a crypt where it opens twice a year during Day of the Dead. Con permiso. So that was the cathedral. Very gorgeous place. Now, there's also another room that opens up during Day of the Dead. There's the Room of Relics. I wish I could show it to you, but it's off access during these times. And they have relics from all around Europe, from countless different saints, from the pieces of hair from Juan Diego, which was the saint who is now saint, who saw Our Lady of Guadalupe here in Mexico City, to like pieces of like skin. There's like a bone of a finger from another saint. There's a bunch of different things in there. So now we gotta go this way, right behind the cathedral, because the temple was truly gigantic. And we're gonna see some buskers playing. We see the all-seeing eye right there. Interesting symbol. And right here, we're going to see the ruins of what is called the Templo Mayor, the main temple. So when Hernán Cortés first came here with his men, conquistadors, some of them outlaws, others were professional mercenaries, and others were men who were just desperate for adventure and or riches. They were stunned when they came to this city. To them, they didn't know what to expect. The Spaniards already conquered parts of Cuba, Hispaniola, and Puerto Rico, who were run by the peaceful Taíno people. But the Taínos didn't have huge buildings or monuments. Well, what can they do? They thought this was going to be another kind of culture with tiny little huts. But no, when they came up to this lake in the middle of the valley, they were stunned to see a huge gleaming city with massive pyramids. One of the pyramids was dedicated to two gods. They had two temples atop of the main pyramid. It was to Huitzilopochtli, who I mentioned was the god who told the Mexica people, who are known as the Aztecs, to come over here, to Tenochtitlan. And then right next to him was the god Tlaloc, who was dedicated he was the god of rain. Huitzilopochtli is the god of war. And this goes to show what practices took place here during Aztec times. Let's go. So over here, we see what Tenochtitlan, the Aztec city, used to look like before it became modern-day Mexico City. And we see that main pyramid right there in the center with the two temples, Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc. Right there. So Hernan Cortés lusted after the city. He had no other choice but to do his best to try to conquer it. Because if he tried to go back to Cuba, where he was stationed and had a farm that was granted to him by the governor, Diego Velázquez, he might have been charged with treason. Thus, he burned his ships, built the city of Veracruz, and decided to go further inland into central Mexico. The thing is, when his men got closer to the Great Pyramid here, they went from stunned and in awe to terrified and disgusted. But why? Well, on the base of the pyramid, there was rows of skulls. The actual steps of the pyramids and the main temple of Huitzilopochtli, the god of war, was encrusted in a dark red burgundy substance. This dark red substance smelled very foul. It's because it was coagulated blood. The rows of skulls were the skulls of men who were sacrificed. And at the base, they saw body parts being sold. This was absolutely terrifying to many of the conquistadors who came to the city. This gave them also some type of justification to conquer it. Here we see how the pyramid was built. And the thing is, it doesn't quite look like a pyramid because we see a bunch of steps over here. The thing is, the pyramid was built in stages. It started as a smaller pyramid towards the center and then quickly became bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until Moctezuma II by the 15 teens, early 1520s, when it is the size that Hernan Cortés saw with his own very eyes. So over here we see a stone that in the 1970s was excavated, because this entire area was kind of rediscovered in the 1970s after being buried for so many years. This is the stone of Coyolxicua, which is a pretty hard word to pronounce, so pardon my mistake. And this god is depicted as being dismembered and decapitated. Why such a harsh depiction of a god? Well, this was the mother of Huitzilopochtli. According to myth, Huitzilopochtli was born from a feather that impregnated this goddess. But this goddess was already the mother of more than 400 children. These 400 children were pissed off that this mother was technically cheating, quote unquote, against their godfather, and thus they decided to attack her. As they were attacking her, she gave birth to Huitzilopochtli, but Huitzilopochtli, instead of coming out as a little baby, it came out as a fully formed man, and thus terrified all the children that were attacking her. Huitzilopochtli came out of the womb, as I mentioned, fully formed, bulging muscles, full armor, and a weapon, and he slaughtered a majority of these children. These children went on to become the stars in the night sky. Huitzilopochtli ran away, became a hummingbird in this earthly realm, and guided the Mexica people to here, to modern-day Mexico City. So that kind of shows why there was a culture of warring and a ritual sacrifice. Coyolxicua body was dismembered and thrown down the steps of the godly temple. And thus the Aztec continued doing the same type of ritual, same type of sacrifice over and over again. Now, I originally thought when I first came here that this was kind of Europeans exaggerating, or a very Eurocentric view of a culture that was very otherworldly at that time, very foreign. But according to my research, it is evident that the sacrifices were in the thousands, if not more, in the tens of thousands. And it was done right here on these very steps. So when Hernan Cortés finally took over the city in 1524, he decided to just completely burn down the city, use the stone to build new Spanish buildings, and build a new church on top of it. So part of the cathedral is built on top of that main temple, and here we see the exposed temple right next door. But this entire city, in essence, is all built on top of Aztec cities. There was a bunch of little islands that was called the Venice of the West, because it was a system of canals within this lake, and that's how they were able to get around. They used boats and rafts. It is quite insane to think that this city used to be a completely different city and that we are basically on top of another one. It just blows my mind. And then the rest of Mexico City is built on a huge lake. And many more churches were also built on top of other different types of temples or Aztec buildings. Let me see if I can. Let's go back over here and show you more view of the church. Now, another pro tip I have for many of you when composing your shots on a live video, make it as easy visually to understand. So if you're referring to something, make sure you're showing it. And then it pays off to really have good center framing. So if you're referring to something, have it towards the center. Now, when you go into selfie mode, you can treat selfie mode almost like a edit. It's really the only way to edit a live video. But since you don't have the tools of editing at your disposal, you can use motion to convey emotion. So one pro tip I have, if you're telling like a secret to people, and like, hey, you want to learn about something, you move the camera closer to you. Feels like you're telling a secret. Or if you kind of want to show the beauty of the church like I did, you do these sweeping pans. I call them the wow shots, where you sweep up in an arc and go back down. It almost follows the pathway of your eyes, like, whoa. I call it a wow shot because when I do Facebook Lives, a lot of people press that wow face. Now let's go for a final stop and show you right behind the church, so we can see the facade and we can see a few men dressed in Aztec garbs. So right above, right there in the center, we see four main statues representing faith, well, three representing faith, hope, care, and we have another one, if you know what that one is. And here we have the men dressed in Aztec garbs. Let's check them out. Now, the back of this church is designed with Moorish elements right over here. Very, very ornate. And here we have the people dressed up as Aztecs doing cleansing rituals, though I don't think they are really here to revive the Aztec culture, or more so to collect some tips from tourists. And you smell the sage, it's very strong. And here we have the war horn of the Aztecs. Whoa, gigantic block of ice. And you can see how this is one of the most visited plazas in the entire world. So my final pro tip is to use an app called Prism Live Studio. That's one of my preferred apps right now on the phone. Let me know if there's any others. Cool thing about Prism Live Studio is that you can multi-stream on mobile device, and you can also insert images and videos. It comes very handy. Also text. Comes very handy to make a live stream feel like a fully recorded, edited video. It's very powerful. And make sure when you are live streaming mobile to take it slow, because it is not a recorded video, and a lot of stuff happens when you're walking around for 30, 40 minutes at a time, especially in a busy city like Mexico City. So take it slow, don't try to rush it, don't try to overly script your videos, because if you do overly script, then the script might go array because you can't, or AWire, because you can't account for all the stuff happening around you. If you're gonna script a video, might as well do it recorded. Anyways, thank you everyone so much for tuning in. This was La Catedral Metropolitana. If you want to see more of my videos, you can see me at Urbanist Exploring Cities. I explore cities all around the world, mostly on live video, showing you full experiences through these neighborhoods, landmarks, cool buildings, awesome neighborhoods, awesome food to eat. Everyone, keep being awesome and always keep on exploring. Have a great time at Worship Summit Live. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to Worship Summit Live 6. My name's Paul Richards and I'll be your host today. I am so excited for today's lineup of expert speakers who are going to talk about how not just to live stream worship services, but to really reimagine the new normal, the next step in worship communications. And today is going to be a very special day. We are listening to the chat room. So I have a television behind me, and I want to show you guys this really cool feature. You're going to learn about it in my presentation, but we're going to have comments coming up on the screens. So here is Leon Slater from the UK. He's looking forward to today. I'm going to be showing you guys not only how to have volunteers operating screens, communicating with social media, but a whole lot more. In fact, we are going to be having a giveaway today. And the giveaway is going to be an auto-tracking camera, the HuddleCamHD Simple Track 2 that I'm using now. So if you haven't already entered to win, there's a really great giveaway. You're going to win Wirecast for live streaming. We've got an auto-tracking camera here. I'll put this down. And we also are going to have an X-Keys controller. So we're going to talk a lot about all the stuff that we're giving away today. Plus, it's all about you guys. It's about your questions. It's about your comments. So I cannot wait to introduce this awesome lineup here at Worship Summit Live today. So let me tell you a little bit about who we have presenting, expert speakers that we've launched. And this is our 6th summit. So we've listened to you guys. We know that you guys want technical training. So say hi in the chat. Welcome. Let's hang out. And this is going to be a really fun day today. Now, the giveaway, you can scan this QR code or you can enter to win at worshipsummit.live. Someone's going to win the brand new Simple Track 2, which is our auto tracking camera. It's really ideal for worship spaces, and we're going to show you some examples of houses of worship that are using the auto tracking camera to follow their pastors as they present. Really makes things easy. But we all know that we rely on volunteers to operate the streaming software, to help with social media, to make online communications happen. And so this summit specifically, we opened up the volunteer awards, and so many of you have nominated volunteers that we really couldn't have gotten through this past year without. And so we're going to be recognizing 10 worship volunteers throughout today's presentation. They will be winning a free PTZOptics webcam, and we're really excited to be doing that. We'll be doing that every worship summit. So nominate volunteers who you couldn't live without at your church. Now, I also want to mention we've got an awesome Facebook group that has been helping to support our peers and our fellow congregations throughout the world. And so that's facebook.com/groups/church streamers, an amazing group. If you haven't joined yet, go ahead and join, and you'll see what others are dealing with, the good, the bad, the ugly, and we're all trying to help each other get through and make great presentations. Now, Leo Mendel is actually going to be joining us from the UK. He's our next presenter. He's going to be joining us from a synagogue, and he's actually going to be joining with his rabbi, and they're going to talk about how this past year has been challenging, yet the things that they've done to increase their communications online and connect with their congregations remotely, and what the future holds for them. We'll also be talking to Nate Anderson. Nate is with Resi.io. Nate is going to be talking about the types of things that you should be looking for in your online communications and how to increase the video production capabilities. Monte Weaver, I can't wait to have Monte join us here. He's going to be talking about how to repurpose some of those live streams you're doing on Saturday or Sunday and make them maybe a little bit more applicable for social media and how to gain, a larger audience through that process. We'll also be talking to AJ Holmes, who's going to be bringing us some simple yet powerful streaming solutions. So AJ is going to be joining us live via Zoom to talk about that. Michael Upshaw has been working with multiple different churches. In fact, the church from Norcraft, Georgia, who has just put in not only an auto tracking camera, but also a little studio where they can create high quality videos and do more kind of dedicated live streams. So we'll talk about that too. We've got Owen Video, who's going to be answering a very important question, which is, what are the statistics we should be looking at? What are the demographics? What is the information we can use, the metrics that we can use to decide, are we being effective? Is the live stream, is the social media actually working? And so that's going to be exciting to see Owen Video from San Diego, California. We're also going to have Jeffrey Fitzgerald, and this is a funny one. I love his title, The Most Common Issues. How do we make these common issues uncommon? And I love it because there's a lot of common issues. We're all tripping up over the same things, and Jeffrey's going to highlight the solutions for those so we can make a lot of the biggest issues just go away, hopefully. Next, we have Jared Warren. He's going to be joining us from EasyWorship. EasyWorship has been with us a couple times now, and they are going to be sharing how to show lyrics on to your presentations using NDI and a whole bunch more. Bill Tenney Britton is going to be talking about how to create a community-driven talk show, how to bring more people into your community and share that on social media. We'll be hearing from Stephen Ballast. He's going to be our OBS expert. We did a poll. More than half of you guys are using OBS. It's the most popular free live streaming software. And Stephen's going to show us some tips and tricks on how to do that. Greg Terry, I can't wait for Greg. He came on the last Worship Summit. Everyone was ranting and raving. He's a very energetic, electric kind of personality. He's going to be talking about adjusting the thermostat, right? How to cool down the temperature when things get hot. We know that, there's an important time every Sunday, right? And it can get a little frantic, a little frustrating. And engaging with our audience is so important. So how can we turn down the thermostat and be effective, be cool as a cucumber during these times that are important? Finally, our keynote speaker, Seth Haberman, the digital pastor, is going to talk about really connecting with your audience, whether they're in person or online. And that's going to be a theme. I'm also going to talk a little bit about it from a technical perspective. But Seth is a pastor from Spokane, Washington, and Moses Lake. Incredible speaker, great presenter. Can't wait to have Seth there. I'm excited. I will also be presenting on some more technical topics that you guys suggested in our last forum and our polls. So let us know in the comments what's going on. They'll pop up right here. I will see them. My co-host Tess is actually joining via Zoom. Tess, how are you doing? Are you excited for this show? She's probably muted right now. No, you have her muted, Mike. So we'll just unmute her. Tess, how are you doing? Good to know that you're here. Thank you for being here. Hi, Tess. In the audio tab, Mike is going to unmute you, and I'm going to say hi to you, Tess. Okay, I'm not going to say hi to you, Tess. We have to do that, though, because the next presenter is coming on. If you hit the audio tab and unmute her.
I'm still here.
There you go.
Hey.
Okay,
hey.
Hi, Tess.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I wanted to say that I'm super happy to be here. I think this might be one of our best worship summits yet. So I'm really pumped to get this kicked off. You let me know when you're ready for our first speaker, and I will go ahead and get Leo on for you.
All right, it is time to bring Leo on. Thank you so much for being here. Leo, coming in from the UK. How are you doing?
Very well, very well. I'm glad it wasn't me that you had to unmute.
Hey, if you don't have to say unmute during a Zoom call, then it's just not 2021.
It's not something that is part of the code of conduct that you have to actually say unmute. We can't hear you. So hopefully you can hear me.
You're coming in loud and clear, Leo. Thank you for being here. I can't wait to hear what you guys have been up to.
Great. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Tess. So my name is Leo Mindell. I'm based in the UK, and I'm a member of the Ark Synagogue in Northwood, and that's where you're seeing me at the moment. As you can see, I'm actually in the control booth, which is for not the view that most people see, but I'm not here on my own. I'm actually here today with Rabbi Leah Mulstein, who is actually up on what we call the bimah, you may call the stage. So Leah is up there, and you should be able to hear Leah as well.
I hope so. Thanks for having me.
It's really good when you set up this technology and it actually works. So I'm going to give you a bit of an overview of what we did and how we got to where we are today. So you'll see that this is how our setup is for now when we're actually doing live streaming. But how did it all happen? And the best bit about this is that although I did all the setup, I now very rarely press any of the buttons. So we'll go through that in a second. So how did it start? This is what it used to look like when we first did events or before lockdown. So if Leah, if you can just press the go on that. And you can see there's a single camera that is, it was a fixed camera, fixed angle, and that was it. That was literally how services used to look. And it's been like that for about 3 or 4 years. So lockdown came along and we had to do, this is what actually, I'll give you a walkthrough, and it also shows you our sanctuary. So this is a walkthrough of our sanctuary and what we did the very first week of lockdown and it tells you. So you can see the synagogue is very empty. We've been working today to get it ready so that we can have service tonight. What have we done? Instead of having all the streaming sitting outside, we've actually set it up so service from the camera that we put up here. For the rabbis, they'll be able to watch and they'll be able to see. So that was how it looked right at the beginning of lockdown, or that's how it looked from the outside of, or looking at it. What did it actually look like as a service? So this is how it then looked as a service. And we look back at this and we laugh at the social distancing that didn't exist. But you can see that we already had the liturgy on the left-hand side, the rabbis in the middle, and we've got the chat on the right-hand side. So we've got the communication and contact with our congregation, so they can see what how they're seeing what's happening. So that was really where we got to. And we ran a number of services like that. We went for about 3 months doing that. We
did move apart. The rabbis very quickly got moved apart so that social distancing came in sort of the week after the sanctuary was abandoned. So
absolutely.
We moved a bit apart and weren't arm to arm anymore.
There was a lot of complaints, weren't there, Leah, of people saying, you're not socially distanced far enough. So the sanctuary isn't just used for the services. We also support the community. One of the things we support the community is it's used as a donation center for blood donation. So we, and a lot of times, had to pull it apart to allow the blood donation people in and come out. So we ran a quick video of what it looked like during that time. So, Leah, it was a lot of work, wasn't it, when we used to have to move all those cameras? And you, it may be good to explain what's actually on the pulpit that you're sitting at the moment.
Well, so I'm in a sense, I can control everything directly from my pulpit. I've got 2 monitors.
So if I can put my hands in the air,
take hands off, and I can take. What can I show? Maybe take some titles off here, so I can take our overlays off directly from here. Ideally, I don't do this during the service, in the middle of the service. Like this, I use a Stream Deck, so it's kind of more discreet. I just need to press a few buttons. But in principle, I've got full computer control here and can check things. If things go wrong, I can fix stuff that way. But so our tech volunteer in the tech booth hopefully can sort out most things by now.
So what does that look like when we actually went to, after we did that, we then had a complete rebuild and we moved over to PTZOptics cameras. And so I'm going to show you what that now looks like as when we moved over to there around about September, I think August, September last year. No, that was actually what we looked like after the beginning of that, wasn't it? So I've got the wrong one.
Yeah, you've got the wrong one.
So it's that one. There we go.
So people could see the cameras switch there from us to the choir.
And the key thing now is that you'll see that the liturgy is much cleaner, that the camera angles are better, and so we've improved the engagement, and the number of comments and the engagement around the world has increased dramatically since we've done that. So we've moved it forward. But where we're now going, and something that Paul touched on earlier, is about the creativity and the things that you can actually do here. So we've got a couple of such ideas, or examples of what we've done. So the first one, which is secretly, I'm not allowed to say this, but everybody knows my favorite service of the week is what we call Tot Shabbat, which is the Saturday morning for the kids. And the nice thing is that the kids, that the thing behind Leah that you can see there is the ark, and it holds the Sefer Torahs. But during the kids service, it also holds other things, and they have to guess what's in there. So I'm just going to bring this up. So they have to guess, and the kids are sitting at home on Zoom with binoculars and with everything to try and guess. And then what happens is Leah on live is zooming in. So this isn't us doing it now, this is part of the recording. So they will zoom in on something so that the kids can see what it is and guess what that is related to the theme of that week, which is typically related to the Torah service of that week. So it makes their decisions and their engagement much higher, because it's interactive rather than it being one way. And it is fascinating. You can hear that they're literally sitting there at home on Zoom with all of them have got binoculars out and microscopes. And what else have you seen them have out there?
We've got a telescope. One of the kids has got a telescope. So no, but they're really joining in, and they love the idea that they can zoom in, and even though we help them with the Zoom. I think we wanted to show one other thing, which was that we have a festival called Simchat Torah, where we celebrate that we finish the reading of the Torah scroll and we start again from the beginning. And it's normally very festive with everyone dancing with the scrolls. And we were sort of feeling a bit stuck about what to do this year because we couldn't have people in the room. So we thought we'd film the entire scroll. So it goes backwards because we finish reading at the end and then we go back to the beginning. So this is in 40 seconds going from Deuteronomy to Genesis, and you'll see the whole scroll. You'll see it's like a little bit jumpy, but that's because it was really the two of us rabbis just with the PTZ camera filming along, so you can get a sense a little bit of the scroll. Oh, what? Now our Torah doesn't want to come up. This is always the moment of the stream deck, but we'll have it in a second.
So you can see that being able to use and go with the cameras that we have and the ability that we can move in, we can zoom around, we can actually do so much more than we were able to do in the past. It doesn't mean to say that we're not looking forward to having people back in. We've got another about 10 days before we'll have our first in-person service back in this room. But we're able to bring the room together. As you can see now, we've got a 3-camera situation because of the way we've set up the PTZ cameras. We can actually move between different people, although I'm actually not on one at the moment because it was easier to come in close. But we've completely changed the way that services are led from here. And it isn't just here. I've been involved with 7 synagogues, and we've also set up something called Synagogue Tech, a Facebook group, which is related to the other groups out there. And another one is the Hybrid Ministries Tech Forum. These events are happening weekly, covering different areas of people, so people can actually learn and experience and move forward. And we were very fortunate to have Paul on Synagogue Tech a couple of weeks ago talking about the different types of cameras in there. So we've given you an overview and a thing, and I hope Paul, who should be back there somewhere, I'm hoping he is still listening to us, and Tess, and that we've given you an idea of what we're covering. This is the bit that we don't know if they're there.
Hi,
I think
Leo.
they're coming back.
They
I can
are
see a
coming
thumbs
back.
up.
They are coming back. The thumbs are coming back.
I think Leo, you spoke so quickly.
Am
I
I-
think
am
we
I
have
muted,
like
Mike?
3 more minutes officially.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Leo. You guys put together a great presentation. You showed us so many different aspects of what you're doing.
Thank you. It's been a real interesting journey. We've used this time to look at the possibilities of what we can do. One of the things that you can't see with the angles that we've done here is that we've built in the corners, we put up big screens that we're going to have for the liturgy. I know that's something that a lot of mega churches and other churches have had for a very long time, but it isn't something that's traditionally happened in synagogues. But we are sitting there going, how can we actually bring this together? And we've had some really fun interactive services. We've had services about nature. We've had services that we have a service related to the Czech Republic that we were doing. There you go. Look at that. You can see live. That's what our cameras look like. Sorry, our screens look like. But the one we're not repeating, the texts have told the rabbis they refused to repeat, was our animal service, where everybody was allowed to send in pictures and videos of their pets. And we were within 3 minutes of going live before the last one comes in. They were just sending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. Everybody's got a dog during lockdown. Everybody's got a puppy. So that's it. Or kids.
I think, Leo, what we learned right during this last few months is that just because technically it's possible doesn't mean you have to do it, and it might kill you if you are trying to do it. That sometimes a little bit less is more, and I think we tried at the beginning quite a lot of the merge functions and wipe and so on, and we're more on the gentle fade now.
I think so. And I think we've also learned, for us, the experience here has been that we went from a single camera operation. The original stuff on that single camera operation was all the original Adobe encoder. Then we went to OBS, and we're now on vMix, because we've moved forward on there, and it has made a difference. But it's not something that you needed to do at the beginning. It was something that I would say, Leah, it was bringing these things in one bit at a time worked for us, didn't it?
Absolutely. I think I would not have been able to cope. I mean, I had never done streaming ever before, like day one of lockdown. And then I got a little video sent on WhatsApp from Leo and John saying, this is how you press the button when you go into the sanctuary. And from there, it was very many hours of YouTube videos of learning the skills and trying to put it together. And now we're trying to train more volunteers to be able to take on a lot of those roles as well.
It is, and it will grow, and it will grow. One of the things we also were involved in is we're now connecting with different synagogues in different parts of the world. And expanding that reach so that they can talk to and get involved in different parts. And you can bring in specialist subjects and people that can talk to to do sermons that actually can bring in different sermons into the room. And that is just an amazing opportunity for people to hear different voices at different times. Oh, we can't
Inspirational.
hear.
What you've shared has been so inspirational. Thank you so much for joining. Our next guest is Nate Anderson, and Tess is actually going to take a moment to recognize a volunteer who has won the very first volunteer awards of the Worship Summit Live. Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Rabbi. So Jalen Nadeau.
Yeah, so we are so excited today to be doing a multi-winner giveaway for a free webcam. And our first winner, apologies for the crying baby, is Jalen Nadeau from Spoken Word Tabernacle in South Africa. Congratulations.
Yay, congratulations. So do you want to tell us a little bit about Jalen, Tess?
Sure, we got some really nice little descriptions from their congregations. Jalen came through during the COVID pandemic, learned vMix in record time. She stays close to the church, so she was the best ally for continuing the service. It continued online as if she knew her job for years. So thank you, Jalen.
Thank you, Jalen. All right, our next presentation is coming from Nate Anderson. Nate, thank you so much for joining us. Nate's coming in live via Zoom. How's it going, Nate?
Hey, good. How about you guys?
We're doing great. Your last presentation was really well received at the Worship Summit, and we're seeing if you can top it, Nate. I don't know.
Well, we'll try. I've got a lot of information to get through in a short amount of time, but I'm excited and ready to do it. And I'm glad that I'm not doing it at home because I have a 1-year-old test and I would be in the same situation. So I'm out traveling this week. But anyway, today I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Nate Anderson. I'm with Resi Media. If you haven't heard of us, Resi provides ultra reliable live streaming for churches made easy. And we started in our own church just because we had tried a lot of other solutions and had a lot of issues. And we said, hey, we need to make this a lot more reliable and we need to make it easier. And naturally in my role, I get to talk to a lot of churches about from a lot of different areas, about a lot of the challenges that they face with streaming. And so today I compiled the top 10 areas where we often get questions. And rather than me talking to you for 15 minutes about the areas that I think are the areas that we need to have questions answered, I figured I'd take it to the pros and some of the people that we work with from various churches. So let's get started and we'll go through the top 10. So first, talking about number 1, which is copyright. This is probably one of the weirder ones we have to deal with because there aren't really a lot of great answers a lot of times. Unfortunately, even if you're completely entitled to use the content that you own, YouTube and Facebook don't know that, and there really honestly isn't a great way to enforce whether or not you'll get muted or taken down. So first of all, make sure that you own your content, obviously. That one's kind of a no-brainer. Look up CCLI, look up CBLI to make sure that you're using copyrighted content appropriately. Next, I'd say using a platform with an embed code that you own, like the ones through Resi or another live streaming CDN, are always going to ensure that your content stays available and accessible. And for more help with copyright, check out Dave Adamson on YouTube. His URL is youtube.com/AussieDave. And yes, his Australian accent makes his videos especially fun to watch. So I'm going to start out with a clip that he recently released about live streaming to YouTube and how copyright
One of the
works
most
with that.
common questions I get asked around YouTube is whether or not a church should keep the live stream of their service on their YouTube channel for on-demand viewing, or just provide the message on demand. And my answer is based on YouTube's copyright policies. YouTube's policy is pretty clear that copyrighted music can be live streamed as part of a church service, but it cannot be made available on demand. And what a lot of churches don't realize is that as soon as their live stream is over, that video is posted for on-demand viewing to the church's YouTube channel. And this means the church has breached copyright and it could be flagged. Now, you may think that your CCLI license will cover you, but even CCLI themselves are vague in their communication on this. In fact, they recommend that you follow YouTube's guidelines regardless of what license you have with CCLI. So I recommend that churches live stream their service to YouTube, and once that service is over, you have the option to edit the video down. At this point, you should edit out the worship and the hosting and basically everything except the message. This means your Sunday message will be available to watch on demand, but you won't risk getting a copyright infringement notice from YouTube. And the added bonus of this is all the comments you received in the chat during your live stream, well, they'll be carried over to your message video on demand. And this means that YouTube's algorithm will see the message as being highly engaged content. And so they'll start to promote it on the platform for other viewers to find.
Awesome. So again, that was youtube.com/AussieDave, Dave Adamson. He's a great resource. Next up, let's talk about number 2, audio. For this, I'm going to send it over to my good friend Charlie Crea from Grace Church in Minnesota. Charlie is an awesome audio tech, and I've got to say his beard is one to be reckoned with too. So here's Charlie.
Hey everyone, my name is Charlie Crea with Grace Church in Eden Prairie, Minnesota. Just want to talk to you about a couple quick things that you can do to help improve your audio for your live stream. A couple things that you want to do is if you are in a smaller church where maybe you have an organ or a piano or a drum kit that you don't mic for in the room, you're going to want to make sure that everything that you have that creates sound has a mic on it or some sort of a mic situation there, because on a live stream, that's just going to get lost. So in a lot of cases, you'll have a separate mix out of your board for the live stream. You can mic something that even if it's not even going to the house, you're going to want to pipe that through that live stream mix just to make sure that everything gets heard. Second of all, a really big one is actually to hear the room. So room mics, get a couple microphones, condensers if you can, even just a pair of 57s, and just set them out on the edge of the stage or somewhere like that, that then you can capture the congregation and the response. Because if your pastor uses a lapel or a headset and they make a comment and it kind of has an applause or a laugh associated with it, the people watching on the live stream, they're not going to hear that really, and it's just going to sound really weird and awkward, and you don't get that feeling like you're in the room. And then just ride that a little bit on the stream. So you know, during worship, if you can, maybe back those audience mics down a little bit. You don't need all that noise coming in. But then during speaking moments and things like that, maybe bump that up a little bit. It just really helps the people watching online feel like they're in the room. They get a little bit of the nuances of the room in it as well. So those are just two simple things for churches of all sizes, big and small, that they can do just to help take their live stream up a little bit. Hope that's helpful.
Awesome. And right alongside with audio, lighting, of course, is one thing that can take an okay stream to a great stream. And there's a lot of simple things that even small churches can do. So here's Tommy Clark from Eagle Brook, again, also in Minnesota.
Hey everybody, my name is Tom Clark and I'm the lead lighting designer at Eagle Brook Church up in Minnesota. If I had to recommend a couple things for the best lighting in live streaming, the first thing would be to start at the basics, and that's front light. Take some time to dial in your stage wash or zone lighting so that your pastor and worship team are visible and look great on camera. You know, you could have all the moving lights in the world, but if your key light stinks, you're not gonna be able to see them. And the main goal of lighting is for us to support what's happening on our stage so that the message gets shared and people are reached. If you don't have many other lights other than front light, you know, I would start looking at your stage to see what you can do to make it more visually appealing. There are a ton of great resources online to do that on a budget. Maybe start adding some dark curtains or dark paint, adding some design elements or lighting fixtures to get some color on camera, something that adds a visual bump. The second thing would be that the video team or the camera is your friend. It's easy with lighting to throw up all the lights to full and it looks great in room, but then when you take a look at it on camera, it's blown out. It's definitely a give and take to get that happy medium of lights looking good in room and great on camera. If you ever want to talk more, feel free to shoot me an email or DM. Thanks, everybody.
Cool. That's Tom. Great guy. He's always willing to help. Great resource. So let's shift from technical to a bit more practical for a moment with audience engagement. Audience engagement is a challenge that obviously most streamers face. And for this, my best tip is to simply encourage your pastor to look directly at the camera. Obviously, for me, even, I want to be looking at you because that's where my viewers are. I can't tell you how many times I talked to my pastor as a previous technical director to encourage him. Yes, a simple glance every once in a while really encourages engagement rather than looking to your audience. Remind him or her where all the people are and to engage. And a tally light is often a great resource for this too, a red tally light on top of your camera. Yes, it's for your camera ops, but it's also for your speakers too to be able to know where to look. Next, number 5, understanding your audience. Again, this is kind of more of a practical one. Once we design an engaging program, how do we measure it? Measuring your audience can be a big challenge, but thankfully with platforms like Resi or other ones, this can be really easy to view, including where viewers are coming from, how often or how long they're watching for. Keep in mind that if somebody's scrolling on Facebook or YouTube, this can skew the numbers a little bit. A lot of times churches, we might want to set a minimum viewing number where we might say, hey, we're going to consider them a full viewer if they're watching for more than 3 minutes. And also remember to use a multiplier because most of the time, people aren't watching alone in their homes. So a lot of times we use 1.5 for this. That's a pretty popular metric for that. And then number 6, moving away from the static shots. So how do we add energy? How do we make our stream more immersive? Obviously, a single camera is a great way to start with your stream, but this can be surprisingly more simple to make be engaging and interactive. So let's take it over to Ryan Ellis, who has experience with many churches, including Passion City in Atlanta.
There are a lot of reasons to move away from a static shot, but the primary reason is to engage better with your audience. No one really likes a static shot when so much energy is happening on stage. The funny thing is, though, is most people don't even realize that they don't like that static shot. So how do you engage better? A few tips that I have. One, get the camera off the tripod. Taking the camera off the tripod and moving it closer to the stage will immediately help build engagement with your audience, since you're actually placing the camera in a place they would probably be standing if they attended the event in person. Getting it handheld, a little bit of movement, also helps add a little bit of excitement to your shot. If your camera does need to be on a tripod, turn off your tension. Make it hard to have a solid shot. When you add a little bit of movement to your primary camera, it also helps add energy to your shot. Don't go crazy though. If you add movement to your shot, keep them in the center thirds of your frame for the most part. It adds just enough energy to what's happening without going overboard. One thing that I will say that is important though, make sure this movement is really matching the energy on stage. These kinds of shots would be appropriate for concerts, worship, fast action happening, but then it might not be appropriate to do that when it comes to a talking head, someone or an object on stage that doesn't move that much. So in those moments, yeah, turn on the tension, gain it up a little bit, so that way you do have nice smooth shots as that person barely moves. The last piece I would say, add movement to your wide or establishing shots. This can be done by putting the camera on a dolly, a jib, or a wire. When you add movement to the wide shot, it really helps give your audience a sense of scale to what's happening. And if you do it right, it can also help make a small room feel a lot bigger than it actually is.
Awesome. I also have a bonus one. Steve Abraham from Mission Church in Illinois.
Hey guys, my name is Steven and I am the executive producer over here at Mission Church in the Chicagoland area. And this year we've been thinking a ton about our live stream, and one of the things we've been thinking about is how do we increase the energy. And so one of the subtle things that we did was on our cameras that are on tripods, all we did is just loosen up the heads a little bit. So our cam ops were kind of forced to hold on and follow along for the shot. And that subtle motion just added a ton of energy to the overall product. So that's one little thing that we tried that has worked really well for us here at Mission.
Cool. We all know that volunteers are the heartbeat of our production. We couldn't do anything without them. So number 7, working with volunteers. Here's Katrina Clark from Red Rocks, which is also where I volunteer. So she's my director most of the time.
Hi, my name's Katrina. I video direct for Red Rocks Church, and I have for the past 6 or 7 years. While a lot has changed in just how we do things and our gear and equipment over the years, one thing that really kind of makes us who we are and makes us succeed week to week is our volunteer base and our camera ops specifically. And one of my favorite ways to encourage them week in and week out, and myself, is to remind us all that first and foremost, we are the visual worship leaders of our church. So every camera angle, every cut is thought through and intentional to the best of our ability, because it's first and foremost worship. And we have an amazing responsibility and gift and blessing to be able to pour into our church and really just, go first as leaders. And so I find that really empowering our camera ops and giving them kind of that insight as much as I can week to week really allows them to kind of think outside the box in a lot of areas, as far as, it's not just finding another camera angle, it's a matter of worship. And so giving them ownership and the ability to find their own shots and make their own calls in some regard, I find is way better than me over directing, so to speak.
Sweet. All right, so the last 3 here. Number 8, internet connections. Even a fast internet connection can be inconsistent. And even if you have great speeds, the consistency of your connections can still greatly affect your packet loss and overall unreliability. So what can you do if you're experiencing dropped frames because of internet? You can change to a lower bitrate or resolution. And just remember, most are only still viewing in 720p anyways, most of the time these days, because a lot of people are watching on cell phones. You can use backup internet connections. Cellular solutions are great for this, like a Peplink router that can operate as a backup or a bonding solution. This was also one of the reasons that Resi was created. We recognize that the internet is unreliable. This is actually from cellular connection that we used for this test at Red Rocks. And we send in a 90-second delay to ensure 100% perfect video, even through complete internet disruptions. So check out Resi if internet connection unreliability is something that you're dealing with. Number 9, choosing your platforms wisely. Every platform, whether it's Facebook or YouTube or your website, obviously has its place. We talked about this a bit before, but Facebook and YouTube, you don't stream there because of watch times. You stream there because that's where people are already. These platforms aren't usually incentivized to keep people watching your stream. Most of the time, they're incentivized to keep people scrolling. So for best engagement, use your website and take a look at other engagement platforms as well, like Church Online Platform by Life Church, which is a free resource and is a great option to be able to keep people engaged. And number 10, choosing the right gear. This one can be a bit painful to deal with sometimes, but we've all been there. Don't just choose what's cool. There's a lot of YouTube videos out there showing pros using $300 cameras and being awesome, but rookies using $50,000 cameras, and it's awful. So choose what's best in your situation, learn how to use it well, use it to the full extent that you can, and invest in the time to be able to maximize that. There are a lot of great resources to help with this too, like the Church Sound Media Tech groups on Facebook, the Streaming Churches group, awesome folks like PTZOptics, church integrators. Reach out to us, learn from other churches, ask lots of questions. And I want to thank you all for your time. I know that's a lot of information in a short amount of time. If you'd like to learn more about Resi, just sign up for a free group demo. And you can learn more about that at resi.io/demo. And I want to thank you all for your time today.
Nate, thank you so much for that presentation. I love how you weaved in the experts there. You brought, one presentation with 10 people. That's amazing.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's like I said, I don't consider myself a pro in any of these areas. So the goal is to bring people in who are.
So amazing. And I forgot to mention, tomorrow is the Zoom breakout session for all of you who might want to speak with some of our speakers. Tomorrow is the Zoom breakout session, so you'll get a chance to ask more Q&A. We're trying to pack a lot into a little bit of time, so thank you so much for joining today, Nate.
Yeah, thank you guys. It's my pleasure.
Take care. Tess is going to introduce our next Volunteer of the Year award, and this is going to be really fun. Who's our next Volunteer Award, Tess?
Our next winner is Mrs. Pam Wilson with First United Methodist Church of Junction City. Congrats, Pam. She actually manages a food pantry out of their house of worship in a community where 60 to 70% of children don't have 3 meals a day. So it's an extremely important role while managing a full-time job. So thank you, Pam, and congratulations.
Amazing. Our next presenter is Monte Weaver. Is it Monte? Are you here?
I am here. What's going on, everybody? Glad to be here at Worship Summit Live. Good to go, Tess? Awesome. So I am super excited to share with you guys strategies around live streaming and repurposing your live stream broadcast. If you got started live streaming, if your ministry got started live streaming in 2020, type yes in the chat. I would love to see how many of you are like really brand new to this live streaming aspect, because it is here now. And I'm going to go through some slides very quickly with you guys and show you some strategies, explain some things that you can do with your videos, because a lot of times we're live streaming now, but we're not using our videos again, because that message is still going to be very relevant. And so I want you guys to use those messages, these sermons, these different talks that we have, and repurpose this content. And I'm going to walk you through some ways that you can do that. So let's get started here. Just a few slides for you guys today. Live streaming, video trends, repurpose, and delivery. So a couple things I want to talk about is the aspect of live streaming. Then we're going to talk about some of the types of live streaming social media content that you can post. And then I love giving you practical execution strategies. All right, we got to make this easy for us. And then different software and outsourcing ways that you can actually make this happen. All right, it's pretty obvious by now that live streaming and video is here to stay, and it's going to be part of that social media experience for our different churches and our ministries. And thing about live streaming that I really like, it's a way to allow our viewers to engage with us. It's a way that we can connect with people that may not physically be able to come into the buildings. Maybe they're across the world, and that's, you know, one of the aspects of video and the internet as a whole that I really love, is being able to connect with people from literally around the globe. And video, live streaming, it makes it easier to stay connected as well. We have so many social media platforms, and that's how a lot of us communicate through our ministries. We can communicate with our congregation with different updates, you know, the different men's meeting or women's meeting or outreach ministries that we're having. We can communicate these through social media. And so I want to encourage you all to really tap into not only the video side of what we're now all embarking on a regular basis, but also how we can reuse those videos as well. So some social media platforms I want you to consider, you're probably using them: Facebook and Instagram, YouTube. You even have YouTube Shorts now, which is a great way to start communicating your messages. And then we have smaller platform or short form content like a TikTok and Snapchats. Now, all of these platforms may or may not be good for your specific ministry, because you actually do have to manage these. There's no point of, you know, getting started on certain platforms and you're not going to be consistent with it, because that's how your message really does get seen by the different audiences on these platforms. You really want to be consistent with it. And consistency is more than just that one video a week, that normal live stream that we may do on a Sunday morning. We can actually take it a lot further than that without creating more work for ourselves. So if we're real for a quick second, if you struggle with posting on social media, if you're confused on what to post outside of the normal posting hours on a Sunday or maybe a midweek service, let me know in the comments. Let me know in the chat if you guys are confused at all on what to post, because sometimes we overthink it. We're trying so hard to create something. And then obviously, you know, there's a lack of time, and sometimes there's a lack of resources to create social media content. But one of the things I really like to do is just to take our videos, take our existing videos and transform those into different texts, actually transcribing our videos so that we can update our ministry's website, that we can actually have a blog. And all we're doing is taking the audio from these videos and putting it on different platforms. And that's what I really love about being able to reuse videos. We can also take out the audio and transcribe those into podcasts. We can take images of the certain sections of the video, and then we can actually take the actual video itself and turn it into shorter video clips that allows our audience to engage with us all week long until we come back and meet together again that following week. Here are a couple examples for you guys to check out. You know, on the left, Pastor T.D. Jakes, they do this a lot at their ministry, where they'll just take a still image of the video and put a quote that he may have said earlier in the message. So without trying to think about what to say, we just take part of our video and transcribe it into a video. And these can be used for Instagram or Facebook posts. And Pastor Stephen Furtick on the right, this is actually a video clip on Instagram. It isn't something he sat down to create. It was actually part of the service. And so just taking a very short 60-second clip of that video and then putting it on a different social media platform allows us to continue to spread the message and allows us to continually share a image, a graphic, a post, something to engage with our audience over the course of the week. So one of the things I like to tell people is don't create, just document, because it's a lot easier to just take your documentation and turn that into a social media post. Now, of course, video is the first step of this entire process. And so you want to record everything. I know we're live streaming, but if your camera can have the ability to record or your software allows you to record, you definitely want to consider doing that as well to get a clean copy of your video that may not have the overlays, may not have different scriptures. A clean copy allows you to do even more with those videos. Being able to dissect your long form into short form is essentially what we're doing. We're just taking clips of what we're already doing on our normal long long form videos, those 2-hour services, and we're just taking short videos and images and audio out of those long form pieces of content. And then we want to schedule and deliver on this. One of the easiest ways to do this is to look at software, low free cost software that allows you to actually take your videos and make them short form videos, make them highly engaging videos, and allows you to post those on the social media platforms. So I wanted to put in a couple of the sites that I really like and I use. You guys can feel free to take a screenshot of these: v.io, Magistio, Rev, Placeit, Canva, Designbo. These are softwares that are really affordable softwares that allow you to have different templates that you can use. That way you're not spending so much time trying to create video into different other forms of content. The ability to be able to auto post is also a great thing as well, such as using tools like Buffer, Hootsuite, and Loonly. These softwares allow you to pick a particular day, pick your particular time, and that way your posts go out on autopilot. So we're not sitting here all day, every day, trying to create social media posts from our videos. Of course, we want to make sure that we're using the talents of our volunteers and our ministries, those that are very familiar with maybe using a video editing software or even the basic video editing software. You can really do this and take those videos, those long form videos, and just grab little bite-sized snippets out of those videos that our audience will enjoy and love, and they will even share. How many times have you seen an inspirational quote or inspirational video and you've shared it to someone else? That's what we want to do when we repurpose our live stream videos. I want you guys to think about college interns. They're always looking for something to do. They're looking for work. They're looking to be of assistance. They're looking for things that they can put on their resume as well. I work with a lot of interns, and this is one of the things they really like to do is be of service to the community. And virtual assistants as well. This is more popular in the business world, but this is something that ministries can use as well. If there is a budget, using virtual assistants to help you in this process is something to look into. If you guys are interested, want to know more about any of these different ways of repurposing content, you can always send me an email, and you can also follow me here on YouTube as well. If you're watching here on YouTube, it's a great platform where I like to show a lot of these tools and strategies of how you can leverage the power of video and the power of social media. So it's been a pleasure to hang out with you guys here on in the summit, and I think you guys are going to enjoy this summit. I have been here almost every year as an attendee, and it's a pleasure to be here as a presenter. So Tess, I'm going to turn this back over to you. Thank you guys for having me here.
Thank you so much, Monte. It was a pleasure. So Tess, Monte's handing it over to you. We've got another Volunteer of the Year award. Thank you everyone who nominated the amazing volunteers helping to make your worship services happen. Who is our next Volunteer of the Year, Tess?
Our next volunteer winner, big congratulations to Mr. Jeff Clark with Living Waters Bible Church. Jeff devotes over 20 hours a month to the church's technical team. He is also involved in a fire department and chaplain where they're located. He's a young adult leader, and he devotes many outside hours of the church to different charities like Make-A-Wish. So a really deserving winning to you, Jeff. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Jeff. It makes me feel so good to recognize some of the great volunteers who are helping us at our different congregations and ministries. It's really what makes it happen, is people who are willing to roll up their sleeves and volunteer. So we've got plenty more coming, but up next is AJ Holmes. AJ, how are you doing?
I'm doing excellent. How are y'all?
We're having another great worship summit. I've really been looking forward to your presentation, AJ, about simple streaming solutions.
All right.
Take it away.
All right. Well, thank you again. I am Monte is a friend of mine, and we talk a lot, and it's just an honor just to even be here. I love the fact that y'all are doing this, and as well as so many other people from all over the world are coming together for one purpose: to help educate and share, not keep our knowledge to ourselves to be the best show in town, but to share with everybody. And I just want to thank y'all so much for this opportunity. Pretty much what I talk about is I was feeling some type of way. I'm seeing everybody's great presentations, and I'm like, man, I don't have a slide. I don't have anything like that. I just have hardware. As you can see, I got just stuff everywhere. And the one thing I want to help tell anybody who's watching right now, whether you are sitting here and looking at all these great setups like that Leo had out there and everybody, and it's like, I don't have all this. One of the best things that I would tell y'all is to start with what you got. That's the simplest way. One of the things that you can always start with, just like anybody has, is you have a bunch of stuff. You can start with your phone. You can start with your tablet. Don't get confused with the fact that, just like some other people said, I need a $50,000 camera. I need this. I need lights. I need that. No, the most important thing is the message, and to get that out and start with what you got. Because I believe that if you show yourself to start with what you got, opportunities will come, and you'll be surprised at how many funding and other people, volunteers, will come out the woodwork to get you all that better stuff. Because I really think that being prepared to start with whatever you have opens the door to other opportunities. Now, I have a system right here on the floor in front of me that I'm actually building for a church. This is all that goes into a live streaming system. But sometimes this is overcomplicated to people. And hey, maybe I don't have the budget for that. So what do you start with? Like I said, we can start with your phone. Here's my phone right here, a Galaxy G10. You can use that, go into Facebook, do whatever, go to a Walgreens, a CVS, or whatever convenience store you got, and get a simple $10 tripod and just put that up and put it there. You can start with that. Doesn't cost anything because almost everyone has a smartphone. You can also migrate up to an iPad if you want something to give you a little bit bigger show. And again, I don't want you to feel intimidated, like, but this doesn't look as good. Get out of the competitive mindset. It's not about us competing with each other. It's about us complementing. That's what this is all about. We are helping you to wherever you start, if you're starting from a phone, believe it or not, when you start with that, that might actually encourage another ministry to get started with that, because they're still thinking we need $100,000 to get started. No, you don't need that. Now, it's great to start with that. But what about if I want to do an upgrade from that? You could get one of these. I am a big fan of the A10 Mini. It has shrunk down and made multi-camera solutions possible for almost anyone. Again, a good streaming system, you're talking about $500-$600 to $1,000. You can get the A10 Mini Pro that can live stream, have sound from your mixer, have special effects like you're seeing me do right now, have multiple cameras, all this other stuff, and live stream itself starting at $495 US, that can allow you to do a lot of things to stream to multiple platforms. You can point it to Resi, like Nate had on here, and it's a lot of things that you can add that can simplify this. And as you can see, it's just a whole bunch of buttons that you got to press. You don't have to program it or do nothing like that. It makes it very, very simple to where you just take this little device, hook your camera up to it. You can start with just one camera, or like, for example, this camera right here is the camera that we got from Walmart that we started live streaming with. This was a $200 Sony Handycam. That is what we started live streaming with for 3 years. And we've since upgraded to a PTZOptics PTZ camera and other cameras like that. But we set the foundation in what we're doing. So we started simple and we built up. So again, you have your iPad, you got your phone, you got your ATEM. And if you have a faster computer, you can always get multiple capture cards, internal, external through USB. We got capture cards that range from $7 up to $400. It's up to you. All of these are simple that you can use. But again, the best thing that I like for the people who are not super technical is to go with one of these ATEMs if you want to add other features like scripture and lyrics. I think some folks from EasyWorship are going to be talking how to put your lyrics and scripture on top of live video. This device will allow you to do that. But then you also have the YOLO box right here that actually encompasses all of that combined as well too. This little box here, if I can grab it, this one will allow you to have 2 input devices. You can hook up a thumb drive that you can have videos playing off of. You can hook it out, HDMI out to TVs in the sanctuary if you wanted to. You have Ethernet, so you can hook it up to a landline, an Ethernet connection to get a better stable connection for streaming. It also has Wi-Fi. You can also hook it up to mobile, a SIM card. So you can take this and stream anywhere with this, and you hook a camera up to it and a laptop, and you have a full production. So I remember setting up our stuff at our church. Our stuff is a full media booth. That has now been shrunk down to something in the power that fits in the size of your hand. So again, it doesn't have to be complicated. If you really want to go for the $50,000 to $150,000 systems, go for it. If you got it, hey, go for it. But I don't want that to be a barrier to stop anybody from wanting to start ministering, because this is the new normal. And also, the scripture says, go out into the whole world, not tell everybody to come in. This will allow you to go out and share messages like never before, but you don't need to be intimidated by the cost or the technology that's needed. The stuff has gotten so simple that anybody, all you had to do is hit the power button on this thing and then pretty much just plug in a camera, the same way it does with the ATEM. But again, start with what you got. Start with what you got, because the basics that you learn with the simple will lead into the full production. You start with your phone, I promise you, the same things that you're doing to live stream on your phone or tablet are the same things that we do and others do on this conference that are using multiple cameras, using production switchers and all this other stuff, dedicated streaming PCs. It's all the same, but start with what you got. And then that will lead you into other paths. And if you needed my recommendation for it, I would honestly say start with one of these YOLO Live boxes or an ATEM Mini Pro. That way you don't have to worry about a computer to stream it. Both of these little devices can do the streaming for you. See, they're not that big. They don't take up all the space compared to that whole computer I had to lift up off the floor. But again, they open up so many windows for you. And then also when we get to the tech is so small, say you can have your pastor, he or she or whatever, they can take this equipment, take it home and do other events, kind of like what Monty and everyone were talking about, different type of content instead of just putting a camera in the back of your sanctuary to stream Sunday or Saturday service whenever you do it. So start with what you got, and then you can migrate up, and it does not cost millions to do this stuff. Most of these devices that I just showed you are $400 and less, but you don't need them. Start with what you got, and then you can always enhance when the time is right. So that's really all I got. Unless anybody had any questions, you can always find me on YouTube as AJ the CEO. I'm pretty much everywhere on AJ the CEO. And we also have, just like some other folks, we have a Facebook community as well, to where we're sharing, and Paul actually said it, that's one of our taglines. We share the good, the bad, and ugly every other week, where we just have a roundtable call and we talk with people all over the world from media ministries on how all of us can push each other forward and help with their highs and lows and everything like that. And if you have any questions, you can always hit me up at questions@ajhomes.com, and I'll do my best to try and get back with you. Thank you again, Paul. Thank you again, Tess. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, AJ. That was awesome. You got yourself some fans in the chat.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think we are actually going to, since we have a minute here, cue a question for you, if that's all right.
Sure.
I got one coming in from St. George Cathedral in Pittsburgh. Will this system allow you to manage multiple microphones? We have a full audio board for 16 mics. Now, you talked about a few systems, so we might need a little bit of clarification.
Well, it all depends. I believe in segmenting everything. Even though with these systems, I would send all my audio just like right now. My audio is coming through a mixer over here. I let that handle it. And I don't want to put too much on certain devices because the side benefit is if something fails, you lose everything. So from a sound system, like you're saying, we have a 48 channel sound system that handles our sound. And we just do our aux out, our audio out into the system. And that's what we use. And I think I hit something. My stuff just blinked for a second, but that's what we do. And it works great for us. And yeah, you handle everything in the house like you normally would. And we just have a specific feed for our live stream that feeds into this device. So you don't need to have two different inputs. Just one input can handle either one of these systems.
Great. I think we did get clarification. He was referring to the YOLO live box, which is kind of becoming pretty popular, huh?
Yes, very much so. Yeah, this one just has a audio in just like the ATEM. The ATEM will give you 2 line ins right there. This one has 1. It will work the same way. You can balance the sound. You can't do some super, EQing or anything like that. You will want to do that externally, but yes, you can bring in sound from any type of mixer into it as long as you have the right cable.
All right, AJ, thank you so much. What a wonderful presentation. Jay Bird says, great info, AJ.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ.
Thank you.
This has been so much fun. AJ, you got to check out his channel. AJ, where can people find more about what you're up to?
You can check me out on youtube.com/AJ the CEO. And yeah, I'm pretty much everywhere. You can find anywhere AJ the CEO with no space, AJAYTHE CEO, and you can find me everywhere from there. And we are installing a bunch. We got actually about 4 installs with some PTZOptics cameras, and we're transforming a whole lot of ministries because they're seeing the importance of online media ministry.
That's amazing. It's always great to hear. Thank you so much for coming on today, AJ. Looks like
thank you.
Donald Duran is saying thank you so much for the great, engaging information and encouragement. Tess, we have another volunteer of the year. And by the way, I should mention Michael Upshaw is up next. He's going to be taking us down to Norcross, Georgia with the church and Pastor Jasper Williams in just a moment. But Tess, do we have another volunteer award? No, we're going to go right to Michael. We've got 10 total today.
Another volunteer.
Oh, we do. I'm sorry. We do have another
for you.
All right. Who is our next Volunteer of the Year award that we're going to recognize today?
Our next winner is Mr. John Moore of New Horizons United Methodist Church. John started, like many others, doing live sound for his house of worship and segmented into live video. He actually got a grant and was able to get some equipment from PTZOptics, a 30X camera, as well as the joystick. And now he's doing all the IT work at his church. So congrats to you, John, and thanks for helping out your church.
Thank you so much, John, for everything that you do at your church. And just another great volunteer helping us out. If you guys like that we're doing the volunteer awards, hit the like button on YouTube. And Tess, let me know, what people think of the Volunteer of the Year awards. Each winner is going to win.
This is new for us, so.
It's brand new, and each winner is going to win a webcam so they can stay more connected with their church, whether they're at home or on the road. So with that, I'm going to let Michael go ahead and take it away. He's going to take us. Michael and I have both gone on site at different congregations to do some behind the scenes work, which I think gives you an additional kind of view into what's going on. And Michael has a really great perspective here. So let's take a look, Michael.
Hello to all of those that are joining the Worship Summit Live online conference. It is an exciting event, and I am excited to be a part of it. My name is Michael Upshaw, and I'm the president of Livestream TV. Today, I have an opportunity to introduce 2 pieces of content to you from 2 different churches. One is the installation and setup of some PTZOptics gear at the church located in Norcross, Georgia. And the second is a complete green screen studio at Tabernacle International Church equipped with 3 PTZOptics cameras and the vMix in their studio. So stay tuned for this video that's getting ready to play. We're excited about what these churches are doing to advance the kingdom of God.
All right, so it's Saturday. What, 3 days after the install started? And it doesn't look like they've done anything. Nothing. Let me tell you, some work has to be done behind the scenes. Some work you've got to lay foundation for to be able to turn or to change the outcome of the presentation. MG Systems, and this is Al, lead tech, that's thinning out, right?
That's thinning out.
Hey, Clarence, can you tell me what's going on? Why are you even here? And yeah, let's start there.
Okay, so we're here to look at enhancing the experience in general in regard to Sunday morning service. There'll be anybody's Wednesday service or anybody who would come in and use this space. And so in doing that, we're going to look at repurposing some of the existing cameras that are already inside here, but also adding some additional cameras also. And the cameras that I'm saying that we're going to be adding, which would be the PTZ cameras. So there's some existing cameras that are in place here that are 4K cameras. So we're going to repurpose. So this particular camera will be moved to another location that'll give an experience. Just like you have the one that's sitting over here to the left. We'll be taking this camera, repurposing it, moving it here to the right-hand side, taking a new camera that will be installed here, but it'll be slightly installed to the left side to give you center of the pulpit stage area. The camera that we'll be installing, a new camera, is a tracker camera, okay? That as the subject is on the stage, as they're moving, it'll track the move.
So that's the PTZ tracker too?
That is correct.
All right, and then we're taking the PTZ and that's the one that's gonna be on the slider.
Well, the slider is going to be up front. I haven't gotten there yet. So there's going to be a slider camera that'll be here. Tracker camera is going to be back in the back.
Claire's you the man, because I thought you'd already said that. All right, man, you're always on your P's and Q's, and it shows why. I think you said earlier that you've been in business for 23 years.
That's correct.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing I really appreciate about you, Clarence. You asked me every question before you showed up today. It's your second time here, and the first time y'all spent an hour or so. Today we've already been here about 50 minutes. But when we talked on, I think it was Friday, you asked me all kinds of questions to make sure that your install would be effective. I just want you to know, I appreciate that we feel more than just like we've hired somebody. We feel somebody that we've hired somebody that knows what they're doing and knows the power of preparation. Now, I'm gonna document this part right here. So Clarence, we still gonna be able to do this week?
This Wednesday, this Thursday.
All right. Al, you can't get sick now.
Huh?
You can't get sick.
You
You cannot get sick. Well, I'll make sure that you have access to it. Oh, yes. Today is Thursday, day of install. Clarence has kept his word. He doing a little business. He run a little bit. Clarence E. Penny Jr. The movement. Love the fact that we'll be able to set parameters. So if we don't want the camera to go to shoot beyond here, if you're looking on this side, we can actually set that. And then if we want to set it to go no further than here, we can set that. So let me tell you why that would be beneficial for us. Because of our band. And so right now, for social distancing reasons, we usually have our lead our lead guitar and bassist. You see all their equipment now. That is a, what do you call that thing? A key bass. There you go. They're on this side. Well, before COVID, all of what was there was over here. And so just, the drummer behind a cage, don't have to worry about him. But we get a chance now to keep, because with the HuddleCam, we can, the Simple Track 2, we can stop the camera from tracking beyond there. And the cool thing is that we can also set other boundaries, and so I'm really looking forward to adding that, because it will be there in the center. It will allow us to pretty much put that camera on autopilot so that we can now focus on the shot that's here. And remember, these are older cameras, so we installed these Sonys probably, let me see, October of 2017. Yeah, so instead of adding a camera to match these Sonys, going to the PTZs. And that's the cool part, that the PTZs will be able to integrate with color correction with what we already have. All right, so now since we'll have the Simple Track there, we're moving this camera to that corner. So you'll see that we have POV, and it was designed to be able to get a wider shot, but those cameras are trash. Not yeah, let me just say that. Clearly it's not a PTZOptics camera. We've had so many problems with those cameras until they never were viable. So now we're getting a chance to add some quality with those 4K cameras by relocating that one, and then the PTZOptic will be here. Now, in addition, we are buying and have bought, we're buying another PTZOptic that will go on a slider, a 47-inch slider right here to give us some angle. So we're gonna reappropriate these chairs. Do we have to do, I'm not sure what row Clarence and Al are gonna suggest that it go on, but we want that audience congregational shot, but we want it for the cinematography. The whole reason why we're doing this is because we want to be sensitive to our viewers. With COVID, I just believe that church has changed, and how we do church has changed, and that the audience is on the other side of the camera. And so we want to make sure that we're giving them as much of a pleasurable, enjoyable, high excellent presentation as possible. We just redid our stage. It was really nice before, but man, when this thing lights up, it's incredible. New fog machine. It kind of looks like heaven. Like the glory cloud is descending. So they're running wires on today. They've got to be able to get that. It's a Cat 6, right, Clarence? They got to run the Cat 6 from there all the way down there. There's some wiring that was already there, but it's not what he needs to power the camera, the Sony that we're moving there. So excitement. I think that it's an old phrase to say, here we grow again. I think that every ministry has said that, but there's none more appropriate cliche to say, here we go again. Our heart is really, really to do two things: to lean in on a high finish production or presentation on Sunday morning. And by the way, we are live on most Sunday mornings. I've recently done a teaching series that was pre-recorded in a totally different space. So we want to level up there, but also we want to make sure that people are connecting with each other, and we're doing community outside of the gathering that we have on Wednesday nights. So this is just phase one. We got a studio that we're building also in partnership, in conjunction with PTZOptics. So that's phase two. Hoping to start that in 30-45 days. And Clarence and Al with MG Systems, they're going to do that again. They're here because of Michael Upshaw at Livestream TV, which is just as valuable in everything that's happening. I think that's it for now. I can't wait to see the finished product, what it all looks like when things come together and this whole thing is powered up. And not only will we be looking like we're on the next level with a super nice stage, but we will be looking like from the other side that we have leveled up.
We are now in the control room, and what we're looking at is the IP joystick, the PTZOptics camera, and the configuration that's coming into the Blackmagic software. So as you look at the multi-viewer, you'll see the Blackmagic multi-viewer. And now we're talking about the camera control, how to create smooth transitions with your PTZOptics IP joystick. This is going to be very essential because setting presets will help them, since they'll be using two controllers. One controller is the Panasonic controller, which they already had installed. This is the PTZ cameras is an addition to their current setup. So as they continue to build their workflow around the PTZOptics camera and integrating PTZOptics products, then they'll phase out some of the other stuff that they're currently using. But at this stage, we're talking about how to zoom in and how to create the angles and the shots that you want to capture in the sanctuary.
Pastor.
All right, well, here we are, and we're in our new room here. This is amazing because this is going to give us the opportunity to do some things we've never done before. And we've just been talking back in the control room about extending the floor, the green screen on the floor, and extending it on the wall so that we can literally put anything in the background. And what I just found out is we can cover this table with the green screen cloth and create another table for the picture, any kind of table for the picture. So you can change furniture, change everything without having to change anything, just by using the green screen. It's going to be pretty amazing.
Yeah, we can get creative and have all kinds of any kind of different background or any kind of different chairs or any table. We can put any scenario. We can go to Paris or
there you go.
We can sit there in Italy. We can be in a boat in Venice, floating around on a cruise and be talking to you.
I wonder how we could row the boat. I don't know how that would work.
Probably just like that.
Creating great content not only takes commitment, but it also takes the right tools. Tabernacle International Church has invested in the right tools for their studio. They've invested in 3 PTZOptics cameras, 2 that are installed, one left, one right, and then one in the center that's on a slider. They also invested in a Blackmagic ATEM studio specifically for their studio. This is separate from their worship production. And then they're using vMix 4K to produce and record their content, creating lower thirds, maximizing the green screen, chroma key, and being able to add whatever backgrounds they would like. So here we've set up the audio and the video for their studio, as well as the lighting installation to ensure that their green screen is well lit and that they'll be able to produce great content for a long time. Well, there you have it. We've had an opportunity to walk you through a brief setup of 3 cameras going back to the Blackmagic switcher that will run on vMix's software. And Tabernacle International Church has made this decision during this pandemic to create more content on a consistent basis, to reach people in a way that they never have before. Perhaps you also have the same idea. Well, if you do, feel free to reach out to us and maybe we can help you develop that idea and bring it into more of a physical reality. So my name is Michael Upshaw. I'm with Livestream TV. Feel free to reach out to us by visiting our website at www.livestream.tv or simply give us a call at 888-317-5433. That's 888-317-5433. And we look forward to hearing from you and seeing how Livestream can help you with your content and take it to the world.
Wow, what a presentation. Thank you so much, Michael and Pastor Jasper Williams III. What an amazing team over there. Lindsay, we've actually got time for some comments. My presentation, which is coming up at 2 o'clock, is going to show you how Lindsay can actually control these screens in our room, show comments up on the screen, and that's going to be an important part of, learning how to engage with an audience. So here's one here. So Lindsay just showed this up on the screen. Michael, my producer, also has this NDI input available so he can show it up on the screen as well. What is the best method to edit down the live stream services to just the message without losing the viewer numbers? I will take a quick stab at that one before we get on to our next presenter. So a lot of people don't realize when you're live streaming, you can record at the same time. And you can record on more than one computer. So for example, and we'll talk a little bit about this in my presentation today, but you can live stream the whole service because, you got to get things rolling, right? Get viewers attending, get the comments going. And then you can just record little clips to your local hard drive of your computer and use it that way. So in that way, you can get those small 60-second clips. Now, if you want to live stream and record the whole thing, or your one PC is already live streaming and recording, maybe your computer can't handle live streaming and recording at the same time, you can set up a second computer to, again, record the videos, or maybe record them in an Instagram format or a Facebook format or a YouTube format. So NDI is a technology that works for free with OBS, but other softwares, including NDI Studio Monitor right here. I don't know if you guys can see this little red button here when I move my mouse over here, but that just starts a recording. and you can see it's recording right here. So any Windows or Mac computer that you have in the church, in your congregation, can be set up with NDI Studio Monitor to freely record clips quickly and easily in various resolutions. So again, little technical to that answer, but my presentation is going to be technical. I have an exciting, very exciting presentation. So I wanted to just take a moment to explain this. I grew up or spent a lot of time in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, which is where the very first Moravian church in the United States was set up back in the 1700s. And I got a chance to visit the Central Moravian Church, which I had spent many years at in college, and got to go back and meet the members there, and actually look at the live streaming system that they have in place. So I'm very excited to show you this behind the scenes, never before seen footage of Central Moravian Church. And we'll have a little bit of time for Q&A, and we'll keep trucking along. Hi, everybody. I'm here in beautiful Bethlehem, Pennsylvania at the Central Moravian Church to show you the amazing live streaming system they're using to broadcast their services. Let's take a look. Look at this beautiful space here in the Central Moravian Church. This is a big space, and that is why we've chosen 4 30x optical zoom PTZOptics cameras, as you can see here. It's a very beautiful space, and so all the cameras are white. They're very small and discreetly mounted, so they're not obtrusive in any way. These 30x cameras are able to zoom in up to 75 feet away. We're going to show you how the media director is able to use Wirecast to control those PTZ cameras and set up the different shots to be able to zoom in and show detailed images in really HD quality for their live streams and recordings. So I'm going to turn it over to Will Schwab, the media director at the Central Moravian Church, who helped select the IP networking. There's a 24-port PoE switch. There's a custom desk here that he has 4 monitors attached. And we're going to talk a little bit about the vision here, why they chose the Wirecast Gear 420, the X-Keys controller, and how they're using this live streaming system to connect with their congregations around, and members actually all around the world.
My name is Will Schwab. I'm the media director for Central Moravian Church in Bethlehem, PA. We're using the PTZOptics cameras to cover the entire sanctuary. We have 2 of them located in the front of the church, facing back towards the choir loft. That way we can capture the organist, our soloists, instruments we may have, such as a trombone that will be playing during the prelude and postludes. We also have 2 cameras in the back of the church, facing the front. The first is located in the center under the choir loft that primarily focuses on our 2 pulpits. And then we have one to the left of it that's in line with our baptismal font. So when we have infant baptisms, we can use that. We also use that if we have to, or if we want to be able to focus on other things in the front of the sanctuary, such as during the non-pandemic times, we have a bell choir on occasion, or if we want to be able to capture the pastors as they walk into the church. It can be a challenge at times, in part because we need to understand what the pastors have planned for the service. If we know what they have planned, it's actually very easy because we can set up various shots in Wirecast and they can be mapped to various keys, select the shot, and the camera will move to where it needs to be. We don't quite know where we're going. It can be a little difficult at times to punch up the right camera and then figure out where they're going on the fly, but that can happen with anything, so we have to always be prepared for it. Yes, we use the hardware joystick for anything that we need to do on the fly. In case we also maybe need finer level controls than we could get with the keyboard. For example, during a baptism, an infant baptism, we typically will show the infant to the congregation after the baptism. So we would want to be able to control the camera movements, to follow the infant as walked across the sanctuary. And that's not something we could easily do with the keyboard, because the pastors may walk at different speeds, they may pause, and it's a lot easier to do with manual control. We're using the cameras 1 through 4 here, so this maps to various cameras. I have on the monitor labels as to what which button goes to actually which camera, because otherwise, good chance I probably pressed the wrong button at some point. In this case, I have camera 2 pulled up, which is the camera in the southeast corner of the church, which is located directly in front of us on top of that ridge. We can see the camera here in the preview. This is actually all the way zoomed in from the entire other side of the church. During the pandemic, we're primarily focused on the organ. That way you can see the organ, you can see her playing. We have the soloist that might be standing more in the choir loft here. I can adjust it slightly to make him look better in the shot, so it's not like, oh, he's this tiny little person on a screen. No, we can actually make him fill the space. Each color code corresponds to an individual layer in Wirecast. So as long as I have the shot set up, it's just a matter of pushing the button, and it moves it to preview. And then I can press here to move it to live. The new version, we have a lot more shot templates available. So I can come in here, I can add 2 placeholders. You don't have to run coax or anything. It's all Ethernet. We're all using power over Ethernet, so we don't even have to worry about getting DC power to the camera. So it's all on the Ethernet cable. The Wirecast gear system, the UPS for that. We have another UPS and the space for the for the permanent computer that's going to be running Media Shout. This is a UPS just for the Wirecast gear.
Got it. And then, is there a network switch?
The network switch is...
Oh, it's not side mounted.
The mounted to the side. The Easter Dawn service is put on by the 6 other Moravian churches in Bethlehem. And this year was held exclusively up at God's Acre, which is the cemetery. Now, we don't have cameras up there. We don't have Wi-Fi up there. So we use the functionality of the system called Wirecast Rendezvous with a cell phone to basically record and stream the service back to our workstation here. Wirecast addressed it just as any other camera, in which we were able to then overlay various banners to it, show the liturgy on the screen, and then stream all of that out to YouTube. I believe we had like 200 people in person, and when I had checked later this morning, we had, I believe, 400 people watch the service on YouTube. Statistics we're getting from YouTube are showing that we have people in the US and in Korea, but we also simultaneously stream to Facebook Live. Facebook Live, we have the commenting turned on, so people may say hello, good to see you, greetings from wherever. During the past year, we had people send greetings from Hawaii, from Nepal, so we're definitely reaching people outside of Bethlehem. My favorite part has actually being able to utilize this system, because it makes it a whole lot easier to help stream the service. Prior to putting this system in, we had cobbled together a method of streaming. We used a camera we had borrowed from Moravian Academy. We used a video transcoder I had that I bought about a couple of years ago, and a couple of webcams, and a laptop. The laptop wasn't necessarily equipped to handle 3 video input sources, and it was something that we had to set up and take down every time. So because of that, being able to come into here and being able to use a system that's permanently in place, set everything up that I can reuse week after week, it's just been a joy to work with because it makes it a lot easier to do. Figuring out how to best use the software. We're still learning everything we can do with the software, and it's been a interesting adjustment. We've been finding things, software that will make it easier to composite images, to overlay the video with the text. We've had challenges with the sound system, getting the feed into here with humming and ground loops that we've had to overcome. All of those things, as we've either have resolved with the humming issue, or there are things that as we're using the software more, we're finding better ways of doing it and better ways of presenting how we want to present the actual service.
Well, I hope you enjoyed this tour of the Central Moravian Church. It really is an exciting one for me, having gone to college here at Moravian in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. If you like this video, hit the like button. Let us know if you have any questions in the comments below. We are going to be sending these guys a copy of the unofficial guide to Wirecast. It was a great example of Wirecast in a house of worship space. So take a look at that in the links below. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video, guys. Bye. Wow, what a great experience that was, driving back up to Bethlehem where I went to college and got to see what their video production system is like. So much fun. Our next presenter, unless we have a volunteer award to do, is Owen Hemsath. And Owen is going to talk about an important topic that many of you have requested. And that is, how do we know if our live stream is working? Are we, are there analytics? Are there statistics that we can look at? And luckily, the answer is yes. YouTube, Facebook, and other platforms provide us with some analytics that we can bring to our senior leadership and justify the time that we're spending with this outreach. Really, it's an outreach program, live streaming and video communications. How can we really kind of quantify our effects? So Owen does a great job explaining this. Owen, thank you so much for coming on the show today. Take it away.
Good afternoon and welcome to the presentation. My name is Owen Video, and today we're going to be talking about the live stream analytics that you need to be measuring so that you can systematically grow your show and ultimately make the type of impact that you want to make with your live stream show. And I couldn't be, more grateful to be speaking on this topic. I love live streaming. I've been live streaming for a long time. In fact, I am a live stream coach, and the work that I've done has been recognized across multiple industries for pristine work in how to build a live stream show systematically and constructively, especially for a business, a brand, or a church. So if you're not familiar with my work, I hope that you'll follow me. I'm Owen Video on all the different networks, especially I'm on TikTok, where I do some family comedy with my kids, and I have a great time over there. But today we're going to talk about live streaming, and we're going to take a real business approach to what we're doing, because I know that you've got an organization to run for the most part. You probably have marketing teams, and you probably have people that you're trying to manage. So the goal is to create a live stream show that grows your influence and your impact, while at the same time it should be run sort of like a system. It should be something that's easy to track and doesn't dominate too much of your time. So there's two big takeaways that reading your analytics are going to give you. And the first is that you're going to learn how to grow your audience systematically. Okay, and this is really important because you need to know the step-by-step for your organization that will get you where you want to be tomorrow. And the second big takeaway is to understand what content it is that your audience really wants to see. And I want to just take a moment and pinpoint that, because look, I was recently working with a church on a daily live stream show on YouTube, and he's sort of doing these topical messages on the New Testament, okay? But what the audience really wanted to see was more about the Gospels, okay? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. That's the content that resonated. And so by looking at that, we were able to talk to the pastor and say, do more of your content in this direction and the show will grow. You'll reach more people and then they'll like the content and the show will grow. And that's how you create a growth cycle. Okay, I want you to take a look at the graphic that's on your screen right now. What you're looking at is called the Video Pro system. And this is a system that we've been teaching to organizations for years. And it consists of 4 parts that each sort of depend on and feed each other. And those parts are programming, production, promotion, and progress. Today, we're gonna really focus on progress and programming. And this is really where all of you wanna be, where better content encourages the audience to watch for longer periods of time, okay? And because audiences are watching for longer periods of time, they're staying on Facebook, they're staying on YouTube. So YouTube and Facebook send out your live stream to even more news feeds, all right? So today, what I'm gonna show you is how to track 8 core metrics for every single show that you do. And I'm even gonna give you a show tracker that you can download for free from us. It's a Google Sheet, and it's a very simple document, but it's got some other cool tools in there that I think you'll really have fun exploring. But it's gonna show you exactly how to track your show in 8 simple steps every single week so that you have this record and you can look at it and go back to. So you can actually download that at owenvideo.com/tracker, and then we'll send that out to you as soon as the presentation's over. Okay, so let's jump in to the 8 core metrics that I want to talk about today. And we're going to start with the number 1 most important metric, and that is peak live viewers. The peak live viewers refers to the maximum amount of live viewers that you had on your live stream show. And this can be sort of a very revealing analytic, because your peak live viewers measures a couple different things. It measures how effective your copy is, right? But it also measures how effective your show content is. And here's what I mean by that, because how soon you hit your peak viewers really tells you a lot. And what I see happening with a lot of shows like yours is that you hit peak live viewers early. So it's all dependent on what kind of show you have, okay? Some of you getting 30 live viewers is awesome. Some of you, it's 100 live viewers is awesome. And then for even more of you, maybe 300 live viewers is awesome. But whatever your number is, I want to know, when do you hit that number, okay? Because if you hit that peak live viewership 30 minutes into your 60-minute show, what it's told us is that your content copy was not that exciting, but that your show itself was good. So people in the newsfeed saw it, stuck around, and it went out into more newsfeeds. Now, the other part of that is that if you hit your peak viewership early, like in the first 10 minutes, you hit 30 viewers in 10 minutes. Wow, pumped, right? And then, 10 minutes later, it goes down to 17 viewers, and then it shrinks from there. What happens is you peaked early, okay? And what that means is that your content was good. People they wanted to see the show, but then when they tuned in, it was like, not what they expected, or just like subpar. Okay, and that's something that you have to own, because it tells you, whether it's on Facebook or YouTube or Twitch or LinkedIn, guys, there's a whole bunch of different sites. I'm going to really be thinking about YouTube and Facebook here. That's where you're going to get, most of you are going to get a big bang for your buck. You need to be looking at your peak live viewers and when you hit those numbers. My goal for you is this. I want you to set a goal to grow your peak live viewers by 30% per goal, okay? So so here's what I mean by that. If you're hitting 10 live viewers right now, what I want you to do is I want you to 3x that, okay? To 30 live viewers is your ultimate goal. How do you get there, right? How do you get there in the next 90 days? Well, by slow increments. Your next goal is 15 live viewers. So do more promotion to get more, and then 20, and then 25. So that by the end of 90 days, you've grown 3x, 300% from where you were before. So measure your peak live viewers and know what it is you're measuring so that you can impact your content for the next week. Okay, measurement number 2 is engagements. This refers to comments, likes, shares, double taps, any type of engagement sort of action. But again, there's 2 different ways that I want you to look at this, because you've got sort of your what I call a double tap, and it's just a like, it's an emoji, it's really simple, and people can do this really easily without even turning the audio on. Okay, and this is important. And then you have comments in there, okay? Comments can either be a short comment like, yeah, or cool, or hey, or they could be a longer comment. And comments that are 100 characters or more will trigger the YouTube and the Facebook algorithms. So you want to be looking at all of your engagements, your comments, your likes, your thumbs ups, your emojis as like 1 point each. And your comments, like comments total. But then you want to go back and you want to look at your comments that are over 100 characters. Now again, I don't want you counting characters, but the idea is that, was it a sentence or 2? Was this something that, 100 characters is, by the way, a YouTube title. It's the same length as a YouTube title. So I want you to be thinking about, like, what did the person put thought into this comment? Because here's what happens. Your comments and your likes and all of your 1 point engagements, these are great indicators for the algorithm. But what will actually tip it over, right? So likes and comments, things is really, really good. That's going to get you into that person's news feed over and over and over again. But how are you going to get into their friends' news feeds, okay? Or people that fit their affinity profiles, right? You're going to do that by getting bigger comments, bigger engagements. And so what I want you to do in your show is to ask for engagement on a regular, consistent basis, okay? So imagine that you go through your and we do this, by the way, after every show. We go and we look at who left the longest comments. And we do that because we want to, number one, reward our viewers with just like responding back to them. But we also want to be in a place where we can use their questions for future episodes and maybe even for miniature content on social media. So it's a good idea to go through these. But what you want to do is now ask for engagement in a systematic way across your different shows. Couple different ways to do that. Here's what we do. First of all, I have a shtick. I have a thing, right? I have the Air 5. That's an Air 5, right? So it actually began in a Bible study with me and a friend of mine who we both love our Bible study group, but we also really love making jokes across the room. And so we would make jokes and Air 5 each other from across the room. And to this day, we remain really, really close friends. But I do the Air 5 and I say, hey, I'm Owen Video, we're live, give me 5 in the comment section now to say hello. That's how we say hello on this show. So, and what people will do is they'll leave the 5 emoji, or they'll leave the 5, the number 5 or the word 5, and very short 1-word engagements that ensures that I'll be seen in their news feeds the next week. Okay, it also can trigger a chat bot. We're going to come back to that. So the other part of that is we have a question of the day every single episode, QOTD. And the question of the day is an open-ended question designed to share some revealing information. So I do this in the first 20 seconds because nobody's even seen the show yet. Only the replay viewers are really going to see this. But we want the replay viewer to get involved, right? So it's like the whole idea is, my question for you today is, when was the first time that you XYZ, right, related to the topic? And so we get the audience hopefully talking, and I'll ask the same question again later on in the show to get the live viewers watching. But here's what you can also do this when your guest says something cool, right? So your guest says something cool, and you go, wait. Hey, did you guys hear what she just said? Tell me, what do you love about what she just said? Put it in the comment section now. But go, continue. And you're getting your audience to sort of engage with you while they're moving along. So engagements are big. Don't sleep on engagements. Okay, the number 3 metric that I want you to start looking at is your post-show views. And what your post-show views are is the amount of views, not viewers. Okay, viewers is the number that appears in the right-hand screen, or the little eyeball. But your views, actually, when the broadcast is over, you're gonna have to wait like a minute, because it takes a second for it to process. But then refresh your Facebook page, refresh your YouTube channel, and see how many views are on the actual video. YouTube is not going to be much, but on Facebook, you want to count your post-show views, because what this tells you is how many cycles of people your peak viewership went through. All right, so a lot of times when you have peak viewership of 50 to 100, it's not like totally accurate, right? It's a guesstimation of average watch times. And so you want to be in a place where you're looking at like 50 people cycled through my show 4 or 5 times. That's a huge amount of reach, okay? And so if you're using lower thirds and call outs to get people to double tap, to get people to F5, or to type new if you're new, then what happens is you get out into more news feeds and you get more live viewership, which turns into more post-show views. So you see how these all sort of impact each other. Now, your post-show views correlates to another metric that are your 1 week views. And this is a look at growth. So I want you to know like how many views your show has as soon as you cut, okay? Because that's a real number of total eyeballs, right? Total minds that landed on your content. And then what you're gonna do is you're gonna look at metric number 5, which is your 1 week views. Now, this is a little controversial because, in the live stream world, we're kind of like podcasters, we're kind of like radio show hosts. And by the way, we work with a phenomenal organization that helps you to not only do a live show on multiple different platforms, but also turn that into a podcast. They're called Restream. You can check them out at epiclivevideo.com. But after 1 week, that's I'm going to call that your peak, okay? Now, your show may continue to grow over the next month, but on Facebook, your lifetime is like a week to 2 weeks, pretty much tops, okay? On YouTube, you have a much longer lifespan, but it takes a lot longer to build. So every single week, when you're done with your show, you're going to go back to last week's show and see how many views that one has now. How many views did that get in a week? And what you're going to be able to see is you're going to be able to see how many post-show views you got, and then how many shows you got a week later. Now, what does this reveal to you? Well, number one, it gives you a sense of how effective is your promotional system, right? We talked about programming, production, promotion, and progress, right? How good is your promotional system? And maybe even how much did you not need it? Because I hear a lot of folks talking about like, I should email my list, and then they do these things, they stress out over doing them, and then that doesn't get them any result. It's 17 more views. You really want to be triggering the algorithm and using your email to pre-promote the show. But I think that's a different training. So your 1 week views measure how well the show has grown during a week and the longevity of the content. Okay, so you're going to find yourself in this programming scenario where you've got like content that we know is going to pop today and content that we know is going to take like a week to pop, and that's okay. That's a well-rounded machine. So you want to count your post-show views and then count your 1 week views. Okay, number 6. Is it number 6? 3, 4, 5. Number 5 is click-through rate. Okay. Now, this is a very YouTube-specific measurement. And what the click-through rate on YouTube is, you're not going to get this metric until after a couple hours after you go live, all right? And this number is always going to change, ish. What I mean is, the longer that your show is on YouTube, the longer your CTR is being tallied. And I've seen CTRs dramatically improve over time. I've also seen them shrink over time, which is largely more common. But the click-through rate measures the amount of time that your video appeared in someone's newsfeed versus how many people actually clicked it. Now, if it appears on my iPad and my laptop and my phone, that's 3 impressions. If I clicked on it once, that's 30% click-through, right? Even though it's the same person. The click-through rate is very YouTube specific, although there is such a thing on Facebook. We just don't track it too much because Facebook's different. But the CTR refers largely to your thumbnail. Now, it could also refer to your title, but the thumbnails matter. And for a live show, you really should be seeking to have a strong thumbnail presence without having to, go the length of making a brand new customized YouTube thumbnail every single time. So having your thumbnail system really dialed in to where every show is a similar branded image, but there's nuances, there's little differences that causes the audience to say, oh, this is new. I see a lot of you posting the same thumbnail every single week. And while there's a place for that if you're a one-man show, there's no place for that in an organization, right? Like, you need to think ahead, right? Know what your programming is going to be, get a thumbnail made, and then add some nuances to it to make it so the audience, if the audience looks at your thumbnail and says, I've seen this before, they're going to skip right through it, okay? So I need you to be measuring all of those things. Now, let's talk about the last couple of measurements. These actually go off of live streaming and talk more about your business. So let's go through these and then we can wrap things up. So analytic number 6 is chatbots. I would recommend that you use a chatbot for Facebook to build your list inside of Facebook. Now, there's a lot of controversy around chatbots because of how they work, and for those of you that have experienced that, I feel you. I think it's stupid what they've done with it, but it's whatever. Facebook does whatever Facebook does. What I want you to be measuring, though, is I want you to be increasing your peak live viewers by generating a chatbot list of dedicated fans. Now, I would recommend using a company called ManyChat.com, but you can use whoever you want to use. Here's what your chatbot is measuring. It's measuring affinity audience. Okay, so affinity audience are, if you're a church, it's going to be, I think a lot of you are thinking your church members. It's not. It's a lost and dying world is really what it is. You know what I mean? Like, if you're doing a mechanic show or a show about automobiles, your affinity audience is anybody with a car, or really any do-it-yourselfer kind of car person. So your chatbot measures how well you can get a subscriber on a platform where you can't really measure subscribers. Okay, so what I would like to see you doing with chatbots is implementing some type of buzzword. It's called a comment tool, where you say, type 5 into the comment section below to join the tribe, right? And when they type 5, it triggers a chatbot, and then, every show you can see I got 7 new subscribers. I got 25 new subscribers from this show, right? So think about that. If you're doing a show on the color red and you get 100 chatbot subscribers from that, you do a show on the color blue and you got 25 from that, do more on the color red. All right? So measure chatbots. The next one, number 7, is your email subscribers. Big. If you are not pulling email subscribers off of every single show, you're missing a huge opportunity here. So here's the thing. With an email subscriber and a chatbot, they're different things, and you can do both in one show. I would do the chatbot thing in like the beginning of the show and make it a part of the show. Whereas for your email list, I would move that more towards the content, like get into the content a little bit. You open your show, you kind of say, what's up, what's here, join the chatbot, right? And now you're going to go into point number 1, Now, after you do point number 1, you say, hey, would you like to get more information on that? Type the word email in the comment section below and get my free email guide on word of the day study. Join our email list, whatever the case might be. It could be, look, don't worry about what you're going to email them so much as you're concerned about getting the actual email from them. And you can ask them to say, type email or type gift. What I would do is post links in the comments and actually have them go to the page and and opt in themselves. Now, either way, you can do that. But imagine the power of a show where you're gaining new chatbots every show, and you're gaining new email subscribers every show as well, okay? These things will all directly impact your peak live viewers because you'll email these people and you'll alert them before every new show, okay? Now, the last metric, and it really kind of caps us out here, whereas peak live viewers, you know, is your main sort of identifier here. But number 8, your watch time, your average view duration really works hand in hand with your peak live viewership. And here's what that is. Your watch time is the amount of time that the average viewer watches your show per platform. So on Facebook, you're gonna find that your watch time is significantly lower than YouTube. But you're gonna find that on Facebook that your peak live viewers are significantly higher than on YouTube, at least at first. And that depends on if you've built a YouTube platform. Maybe not all of you have. But your watch time measures how good the show is. Your watch time measures your ability to engage an audience. And so when you can have good watch time, what happens is your audience is watching longer, which triggers YouTube and Facebook to send your live stream out to more people, even during the replay, which will impact your 1-week views, which could impact your chatbot and your email subscribers, which will in turn impact your peak live viewers. So track those 8 things with every show. And what you do is this: at the end of your show, and I know you're tired because I am too, like at the end of the show, I'm sweaty, all my energy, you know, and that's what I love about live streaming actually. But what I do is I take a few more minutes. I don't leave my desk. I stay at my desk. I track these numbers, I put them in, and that way they're in my head before I move on and go about the rest of my day. So if you want to get that tracker, go to owenvideo.com/tracker. And it was really a pleasure to be here with you today. If you have any questions for me, you can ask them in the area right over here, or go to Instagram at owenvideo and just comment or leave me a DM. I would love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching.
Wow. What an amazing presentation. Thank you, Owen. I'm actually up next, guys. So I'm super excited to hopefully deliver what many of you have been looking for, some real technical training. But again, I want to take a moment to thank Owen there. 8 amazing metrics, and those metrics are so important because many of you have reached out to me and said, Paul, we're live streaming. We're not sure if we're reaching the folks we think we're reaching. We're trying to get folks in the door. We're trying to come back in person. And that's what I'm going to talk a little bit about today, the hybrid experience in worship, some of the technical tips you can use and some of the technical training, the materials we have. But the first thing I want to share, something I'm really excited about, is this display right here. And what is so great about this display? Well, this display is controlled by Lindsay Pope, our social media intern. Boom! She can show comments up on the screen. Now, we've found that Michael, our producer, is busy doing the production, and having a second volunteer really helps out. So today I'm also going to show you guys how to have a volunteer manage not 1, but actually 2 TVs in your space, maybe more. It can be a lot, actually. Great event, says Mike Grab, always leading the way. Thank you so much, Mike. All right, let's go over to my presentation area. It's time. So one thing I wanted to mention is, again, this is the auto tracking camera, the Simple Track 2 camera. One of the reasons why so many churches like to use this is because it simplifies the job of a worship leader. It simplifies the job of a volunteer because it automatically follows. So I'm going to put this down right here, but you can win a Simple Track 2 today. It's got a 4K high-resolution reference camera that can be used to power the powerful 20x optical zoom lens and track a pastor or a worship leader from up to 75 feet away. So pretty cool stuff. Cannot wait to jump into this presentation with you guys. I've been working really hard on this, so I'm not going to pump it up anymore. Let's jump into this awesome presentation. So I'm calling this Worship Communications 2.0. Okay, we're going to try to reimagine online communications in the modern age. Well, what is it? Well, first of all, what are we trying to communicate? The message of God, seasonal ceremonies, prayer requests, and opportunities like fellowship, volunteering, the ability to have baptisms and weddings. Spiritual sharing is something I'm hearing a lot about that is happening, obviously, and many other timely messages. Now, when we're talking about making something exciting, when we're talking about trying to connect with an online audience specifically, it's been studied. And we know the two things that people really like to tune into are interactive pieces of content and timely events, something that's happening now, something that's exciting. And your Sunday service, your Saturday service, it is timely. It is happening right now. It is important to many, many people, many more people than you are reaching, to be honest. But is it interactive? I hope so. If it's not, I'm going to give you some ideas on how to make it interactive. But just know you have timely content. You can have interactive content, and it's been studied. That's what works. I want to start by just giving you guys a very simple tip on live streaming. And this is a Facebook tip. Facebook and YouTube are equally powerful in different ways, but you can't get away with not using Facebook, in my opinion, in the modern age, at least as of right now. And this tip is super simple. In fact, Tess, I think I see you here. You love this tip so much. Do you want to chime in on this special tip that we have?
So this is one that we got from our good friend Tom Sinclair, who, as some of you may know, runs Streaming Idiots and is really involved in the church streaming space. He recommends, and we're happy to share that with you, to ask your audience to check in while they are watching the service or at the location in your house of worship, because doing so will give you a higher chance to access your target audience in your area that your church is. So we know with live streaming, you can expand across the world to access and bring people into your congregation. But that check-in is really a nice little tip to get your local community involved and to get awareness for your congregation. So definitely ask your congregation, whether live or in person, to check in at your church on Facebook specifically.
I'm guessing that many of you guys have read my book, Helping Your Church Live Stream. But in the book, one of the main things I talk about as an underlying theme is that we want to change the live stream experience from viewing through a window to creating a bridge to your community. And I really believe that this tip is going to help people connect with your content and make it more timely and interactive. How is that possible? Well, if someone's sitting at home or someone's sitting in church, right? There are people returning to house of worship spaces. If they're on Facebook and they hit the check-in button, that shares with their community, with their friends, with those who have a high affinity to them, that they are at church. And when you see that on your smartphone, that, hey, Mary down the street's going to church again. The world is coming back to normal. They click that. And now what do they see? They see a live stream. They see their friend. Maybe it's the back of their friend's head, but they have the impression and they have the experience of saying, it's not just a live stream down the road. It's a live stream that my friend or family member is also a part of. So just that alone is going to really help. But I wanted to mention that we did poll the audience at Worship Summit 6, and we're going to send you guys another poll to give more information at Worship Summit 7. But what we found from 200 plus responses is that many of you are now using live streaming cameras instead of cell phones. Tess, in 2019, it looked the exact opposite. It was more people using cell phones than real live streaming cameras, and the reason why was because the live stream was secondary to the worship service that was in person. Now, it's changed a bit, don't you think?
Absolutely. Of course, unfortunately, with the pandemic, we've transitioned to, almost all houses of worship's feeling it necessary to have a live element. And just like, I think it was AJ that covered this, he mentioned starting with your cell phone. Over time, we're seeing houses of worship that may have started with what equipment they had. They're looking to upgrade their system to a more permanent or more professional look, because as he also mentioned, that does give you more credibility and in turn, maybe have more audience members. I think that was actually Leo that mentioned that when they upgraded their equipment, they did get a better reception from their audience.
Yeah, and I mean, so this is happening. This is real data from you guys. And so I just wanted to share a little bit to kind of set the stage of, where we're at. And then this presentation is going to get more and more technical, I promise. So hang on, buckle up. It's all going to be recorded. Then we asked, what software are you using? Well, 41% are using OBS. And I love OBS. I wrote a book called The Unofficial Guide to OBS, which you can download for free. And you can actually get this book in the swag bag that we're giving away. But you can do a lot with OBS, tons, and we're going to talk about all of that today. Another big change, I remember a couple years ago, most people weren't even live streaming, let alone we asked, are you live streaming or are you just recording the content and posting it? And again, huge push for everyone's live streaming. We're moving away from cell phones. We're using professional video production software. You can see here, vMix is 22%. Then we've got Wirecast, the TriCaster, Livestream Studio, and actually a big chunk are using Zoom. So we have some great guides. We have a guide for vMix. If you're a vMix user, you can download the unofficial guide to vMix. Let's talk about the difference between in-person and online communications, because we're going to start high level, and then we're going to really jump into the technical stuff. We talked about timely and interactive content. That's what works. But what is that? Well, for one, it's light, it's fun, it's inspirational. Okay, that's what we're striving for. We want to engage with viewers. We want to say their names. Okay, we actually want to call out viewers. And Lindsay, I'm going to ask you to show another comment. It could be anybody from anywhere. Mike, I want you to turn my 30x camera on for a minute here. And I want to show you guys how powerful this experience is. Okay? Let's imagine this is a projector behind the pastor. Very informative, Owen says the FBC of Durham. What does FBC stand for? Maybe you could let me know in the chat. Here comes another comment from Bill Tenney Britton. Great ideas for boosting engagement, even for churches. Now, Bill is going to be presenting in a little bit, so it's nice to see him in the chat. But just put yourself in Bill's position now. We're engaging him. Maybe he's making a prayer request, right? These are the types of things that are engaging. We're saying people's names. We're creating a deeper connection. Now, on the live stream, it's timely, it's interactive. Hopefully, it's fun to watch. Invite people to have a deeper collaboration session in Zoom. Zoom is a great place to have spiritual sharing in small groups. We've made a bunch of content about this already on our Stream Geeks YouTube channel, so I'll push you guys to there to really dig into how churches are using Zoom with Zoom breakout sessions, having a dedicated volunteer moderator for the meeting who can set up those breakout rooms and take a large group of people. It's really a beautiful thing. At church, a lot of times we're used to seeing the back of everyone's heads during the service. Well, now, in some cases, we're seeing everyone's faces, and we can bring together the youth groups and the choir in a deeper collaboration experience on Zoom, even if they are traveling. Now, when we're in person, we're having more intimate experiences, right? We might even be having private conversations. We might even be in the midst of worship. We could be in person. We could be on the phone. In these scenarios, that's normal to us, right? That comes normal. It's those online communications that are new and different, and that's okay. But guess what? That's where the magic is going to happen, where your church is connected to your community. And that's the bridge right there. That is the live stream. That's the Zoom meeting. That's where your community, that's in the church. It is. But that space is now larger than the four walls of your church. That space now extends around the globe. And it's a beautiful space. This is the space right here where your message, your congregation is now connected with not just a window, but a bridge into your community where they can take the next step to walk into the church and feel more comfortable doing so. So what are the best case scenarios that we're going to see out of all of this after, again, we're going to go into some technical tips here, but it would be great if your pastor got a prayer request and he was able to say that prayer request, acknowledge that prayer request, fulfill that prayer request, right? And it came through Facebook. If you imagine doing that, and I'm hoping that some pastors out there have had that experience, and then what is that going to lead to? Well, that person is going to be acknowledged. That person is now engaged. That person is going to come back to your next live stream, and I hope join the congregation and be closer to you. Now, when the pastor addresses a request from an online viewer, that is live streaming working. That is what we want. When a new viewer becomes a subscriber, you're doing something right, okay? When someone makes a contribution or a donation online, we're doing something right. When we're having Zoom sessions and there's breakouts and there's collaboration and there's spiritual sharing, we're doing this the right way. When a family decides to come to church in person, when they're finally feeling that they're comfortable, which is happening all around the country, all across the globe, thank goodness, that is what we're going for. And that's why this is so important right now. When a commitment is made by a volunteer to get more involved, when a volunteer realizes that you know and you have the technology that they can come in and volunteer and be part of what you're doing, and that is also going to be an important part of this presentation. How can we encourage these types of actions? Well, high level, I just want to share the power of this for a moment here, just so we can understand how these public social media sites can lead to a more private, more engaging, more intimate session, whether it's in Zoom or whether it's in person. I'm telling you, modern, younger generations, modern communications online, the new normal, the hybrid, it's going to involve social media. It's going to involve that connectivity between your church and the community. And then the next step is likely going to be Zoom. It might not be directly walking into the church. It's going to be a phone call, right? It's going to be something to get them more excited. So I made this little graph here to show an example. So let's say they're chatting on the live stream. That's good. That's what we want. Are you asking them to join a Zoom meeting? Are you giving them a really simple, easy way to take the next step from transferring from a live stream viewer to a Zoom meeting participant where they see the faces of the congregation that makes up the community that you're a part of? And are they comfortable enough from there? Is there someone there? Is the pastor attentive there? Is there a worship leader there in the Zoom meeting, a moderator, welcoming people in, bringing them into breakout groups where they can feel even more comfortable? Because again, as you become more successful, as your live stream grows, as the size of your Zoom meetings grow, people are craving these types of experiences. We are isolated in many, many ways, and we're going to come back like the booming, roaring 20s. I really feel that. You're going to need to break up the party. There's going to be so many people in this Zoom meeting that you need to break out into smaller groups. Do you know how to do that? Well, we're not going to talk about that today because we have too many other things to talk about. But in those spaces, spiritual sharing is happening. And people are being inspired, and they are walking through the doors at church because they are very comfortable and ready to move to the next step. So with that being said, we have a lot of videos on this already, so I'm not going to beat down the horse, but I hope that we have an engaging pastor who's really excited about all of this. He's going to present with passion, and he's going to realize, as I've demonstrated today, it's not just the pastor here. We need to have a producer. We need to have a team that are helping, and they don't even all have to be in the same place. So what's the new normal? Is it digital first? Is it going to go all back to in-person, or is it going to be a hybrid approach? Well, The digital first approach is actually working really well for the mega churches, surprisingly. But is it right for a small to medium-sized church? Well, probably not. The digital first approach, a lot of you can, I won't name any names, but probably some of these really big mega online churches that are digital first, and it works. They reach millions of people. They have an online Bible, and it's there in a smartphone app ready when someone needs it. Is that realistic for every small church and every small community? No way. But there's things that we can learn. The in-person audience first approach sometimes can make the online viewers feel like a fly on the wall. And that's like the biggest critique I'll have for most off-the-shelf worship streams that I look at. I'm like, wow, I feel like a fly on the wall. I don't feel like I'm engaged. So what is, there we go, the hybrid approach? Well, we're going to combine the best of both worlds. We want to have a space to encourage people to have in-person audiences, and that is great, and those people can participate. But the online audiences also know that the pastor is listening and engaging with them. That's the key we're going to talk about today. I'm going to show you some examples of this. And let's just be realistic about this, okay? Maybe it makes sense to have only one of your services dedicated to an online audience and then have the rest of the services for in-person, or vice versa. Maybe you schedule the last service of the day to be all digital, right? Maybe it makes sense to split these up. Maybe you should be testing that. Maybe one size doesn't fit all. So think about that. Maybe schedule the first service of the day to be all digital or known to be hybrid so that the in-person attendees know that you will be addressing an online audience. Now, here is a picture I wanted to quickly share to show how engagement works online. Because you can see that essentially, and this is for LinkedIn, but it's the same for YouTube and Facebook, and the first degree connection is somebody who likes your Facebook page on your church's Facebook page, okay? That's first degree connection. But the second degree connection is a friend of yours, a friend of a friend, okay? And that will happen as soon as a first degree connection engages with your content. So you're streaming on Sunday, and we talked about having somebody check in on Facebook. Well, why not having somebody like the live stream or comment on the live stream? As soon as that happens, the second degree connection is notified. And when the second degree connection engages, a third degree. And we're all 5 degrees separated from Kevin Bacon. If you get to the 4th and 5th degree, you're going to be going viral. Let's just try to get to the first and the second degree connections. And that's what Owen was talking about with getting that engagement. And you're going to be able to do that. And I know many of you are already getting engagement. We did the survey. Most of you are using professional live streaming software. Most of you are not just using a smartphone. You're using professional cameras. So you're working toward this goal already. As you build a team, it's going to be crucial to do that. We have resources for you. So I have a new book called The Basics of Live Streaming. Helping your church live stream is one that I've heard from so many of you is great to get volunteers involved. It's totally free. You can print it out. And we've got lots of great resources. So when you're training folks, think about that. Now, my question to you is, who is the social media person? Because they're going to be crucial. Now, I'm going to take you guys to an example that we started with, but this is how Lindsay is showing all the comments that you guys are showing right now. So all the comments coming in from YouTube, from Facebook, you could even be collecting comments from Twitter, can be displayed on a screen. And I want to show this example again, but to do it even better, I have a quick little video that's going to show you behind the scenes how you can enable another volunteer to work with you. And part of what we're going to talk about today is giving volunteers real, awesome opportunities to be part of what you're doing. Let's show the behind the scenes clip with Lindsay. You guys already saw this at the beginning. You saw it actually working, but let's show you behind the scenes so you guys can see how this is working. Hey guys, I really wanted to show you behind the scenes here at the Worship Summit how we use the technology I'm talking about in my presentation. Lindsay is here. She's kind of like an executive producer.
A little bit.
Similar to a volunteer at a worship service. We have our main producer, Mike, who is actually producing the live stream and listening to the audio mix. But what we found is having a second volunteer, second media director, we can do a lot more. And some of those important things like social media, connecting with the comments, showing them up on the screens, and also managing, you know, all of that, the video that's on our televisions. So what we're gonna show you here is two things. One is, Lindsay, I'd like you to show a social media comment.
Alrighty.
And Lindsay is using vMix Social so we can get social media comments from YouTube, from Facebook, and when she hits the send button, it goes full screen in her vMix system. So we're using vMix Social, and this is how she's doing it. Now, as I mentioned, everything Lindsay's doing is being displayed on the TVs over here. So I want to show this, and then Lindsay, while we're over there, why don't you, show some of the other things that you're capable of doing as well. So come on over here, and I'm just going to do this in one take. It's just part of our production. But if we step over here, this is our presentation space here, and you can see there's two TVs. And so these TVs are using NDI Studio Monitor to connect to our video. So we're not running HDMI cables, we're not running SDI cables. We literally just plug a computer in and show the video. Now, Lindsay, why don't you show a comment again, and we'll show you how that works. I personally prefer to see a social media comment full screen. So it's not necessarily going out to the live stream in full screen, it's going to these two monitors so that I can personally see the comment and respond to the comment and engage with my audience, get to know them, say their name. If you come over here really quickly, we spin around to our main live streaming computer, and I know most of you might have just one live streaming computer. So this example is showing a second live streaming computer, and a really great way to have a volunteer get more involved and become more comfortable with this technology. You can see Lindsay is switching the video inputs. Over here, this is our main live streaming computer. This is where Mike is sitting probably right now. And he's switching between different cameras, right? We have an auto tracking camera, certain things. But he also has the shot from Lindsay's computer. So we can show them on the screens. We can or decide if we want to show it as part of our production. One cool way that we actually do this, just to give you guys an example, is we set up a channel, and I know you guys asked for technical training, so here we go. When we pull in Lindsay's stream here, we actually have an overlay channel, channel 3, set up to always be picture in picture. Now, I know not everybody has vMix, but you can see here in the overlay settings, you can kind of decide where you want that to happen. So that way, kind of coming full circle here, I've got someone helping, someone monitoring social media, someone helping to show me what to focus on. You can see she's also managing the up next screens. So this is a person that could be managing lyrics for songs. They could be managing presentation slides. And now I'm also showing how they can also be managing the video that is being displayed on real TVs in your worship sanctuary. And then they can also provide a secondary benefit to the main producer as a backup, right? Not only a backup, but an addition to help them focus on what they need to do. And you can see here, if I so choose, I can show the comment full screen, or maybe in many cases, and I think this looks really professional, there's no need to show the comment on the live stream. It's already on the TV behind the pastor, and it's a very natural way that the viewers are actually showing up in the live stream. So really cool. That's it. Let's get back to the presentation and we'll go from there. I'm such a big fan of NDI, especially as a way to add more opportunities for video into your live stream and volunteers to participate with any computer that they have, pretty much, Mac or PC. So I promised to get technical. Here it comes, guys. We're going to talk about NDI. We're going to talk about video setups. Here's the first setup that I see a lot of worship services and different places set up this way, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's a great starter spot. We've got a USB webcam, okay? This is the PTZOptics USB webcam that's actually being given away to all of our worship volunteers today, our volunteer awards. The next one is called the HuddleCamHD Pro, and this is a 4K webcam. It actually has the ability to digitally pan, tilt, and zoom, so it can zoom in a little bit. But these are webcams, right? And most worship spaces are large spaces. So the next step up is a PTZOptics USB webcam with a powerful, say, 12x or 20x optical zoom lens. And that camera I'm pacing over here. Mike's trying to capture my pacing. Oh, he's showing off the zoom. So Mike's going to show off the zoom here. So this is a 30x camera, and that camera can zoom in quite a lot. And so Mike's just kind of showing, you can start with the webcam, start with the cell phone, start with anything. This, what we're going to talk about in a moment, is a lot of the connectivity options that you have and where you could run into a problem. So what is the problem with this USB setup? Well, I don't know how many USB ports you have on your computer, but if you need a keyboard and mouse, you're probably going to run out of USB ports. If you need an audio input or a USB audio interface, you might run out of USB inputs. You might even run out of USB bandwidth. So on a laptop, you're a little bit constrained on USB ports and USB bandwidth. What is USB bandwidth? Well, most laptops, and then computers are slightly different, have a USB bus inside of them. And you can't send 3 1080p videos into one USB bus, for example. So a lot of times, using a laptop, you get constrained not only by the amount of USB ports, but the amount of USB bandwidth on the USB bus. Sometimes there's 2 USB buses, one on each side of the laptop, but I digress. Either way, it's a good way to get set up. And I know a lot of houses of worship start with like a single PTZ camera, and they might like to use the Pan Tilt Zoom app, which works over Wi-Fi. You're seeing the iPad app here in a Christian church in Chicago. And then, of course, you can live stream to YouTube and Facebook. You can even live stream directly from a single PTZOptics camera with a microphone plugged in. But as you know, many productions grow, and you may decide that you want to have a joystick controller to control the camera. It's a great opportunity, again, to have a volunteer sit down and have a job that has a purpose, which is controlling the camera and adding that movement and connectivity for your live stream. So I like this presentation a lot because I get to talk a lot about a lot of technical stuff in one slide here. So here's SDI. And that SDI at the top is being converted to USB. Why would you convert SDI to USB? Why not just use the USB that we have lower on down the chart? Well, SDI can be run 100 feet, 200 feet reliably and work every single day for 20, 30 years, okay? And you can convert that to USB. Now, USB generally is a cable that should not be run more than 10 feet. So for a lot of houses of worship, when we want to extend video a long distance, we'll use SDI, the tried and true method of providing video, and then we'll convert it to USB at the computer, either with an SDI to USB capture card or with a PCIe card that's installed into the computer. Next, we're showing HDMI with a Blackmagic ATEM Mini. Everyone knows HDMI. It's a great connector, and you can't run it super long distances, but it's very popular and affordable. Here's the 3.5 audio input, a line level microphone being fed into the camera. Why would you want to bring a microphone into a camera? Well, the audio can be embedded into a live stream that goes directly to YouTube and Facebook. So no computer necessary. You can stream right to YouTube and Facebook with a microphone or audio input, a line level audio input run to the camera. We're also showing 2 different ways to control the camera, both serial and an IP connection. You can also control NDI cameras using the PTZOptics SuperJoy. We'll take a look at that in a moment. And then the next connector is NDI. And NDI is a super popular connection. And I'm running out of time, aren't I? I only have a couple minutes left. All right, I have some more important stuff to show. My goodness, I'm going to have to skip this one. I'm going to have to skip this one. we're going to have to do a separate video. I'm running out of time here. Okay. I'm going to borrow a little tiny bit of time from Jeff. I hope he doesn't mind. I'm going to go a little faster, and I'm going to make sure my presentation is emailed out to all the attendees. I apologize. I spent a little bit too much time on the early stuff. NDI is something you should know about. I have a book about NDI coming out in about 2-3 weeks, and a complete online course that's going to be revamped. But it opens up so many doors for, we already showed some really great case studies here. Man, we're running out of time. One thing that we do here, you're seeing us do this a lot, is, and a lot of churches enjoy this, is to have a PNG overlay with maybe an NDI camera video and then an NDI screen capture. The screen capture would be maybe the PowerPoint slides from the pastor. How does that work? It all happens over a local area network. One thing that's been very popular is showing the grid view of the Zoom participants in a presentation like this. So that's been pretty popular. We've been showing how that works, and we have the graphics that we use at streamgeeks.us/church. If you'd like to download those for free, this is the way that we kind of have active speaker mode and the pastor and the grid view of all of the participants. So it's a pretty cool way of doing that. Easy to do with NDI screen capture. So wish I had more time to look into this. We got some great videos coming out on all of this stuff. Man, last thing I'll leave you guys with then is, how do you choose a live streaming software? OBS is great. We all love OBS. I have an awesome book on OBS that will help get anybody up to speed. But in a lot of scenarios, vMix might be the better solution. Wirecast might be a better solution. It comes down to learning curve, because there's a trade-off between how many features the live streaming software has and how long it's going to take for your volunteers to learn all of that. So think about that. It go into more depth in the presentation, and I've run out of time. I've got to let Jeffrey jump on now. I am going to share this presentation, and Mike, maybe you and I can try to capture this presentation and post it on YouTube in the next couple weeks. Thank you, everybody. I hope that was helpful. Hi, Jeff.
Yeah, I told you 72 slides was too much, Paul.
You were right, Tess.
All right, welcoming Jeffrey Fitzgerald. You're good to go, Jeff.
Hi, Jeff.
Hey, it's great to be here again. I think this is maybe my third or fourth, and today is so special because I think I was doing the 8:30 kickoffs like the pregame show. So it's been great to get a little bit more of my day in here and to have a little bit more to think about. A lot of wonderful content today. And as always, Paul, I personally appreciate the fact that you're helping better the faith community, because so much of the time we think, updates come out all the time. I saw one for a camera yesterday that I'm like, oh, I've got to get this camera. But in reality, if I would just pause and calm down just a little bit, I could learn a lot more with the one I've got and do a lot more. And so what I want to do is take just a few minutes, and certainly I don't mind Paul having any of the time here. Really want to take a couple minutes to help you understand what are the common mistakes that are made. And I think every one of us has a whole different list of them. And, what do those look like? And maybe what can we start thinking about or start doing that would really fix some of those things? And some of it is the practical, the technical. Some of it, I think, even involves the long-term strategy of how you get your church to understand the value and the vision of live streaming. Because I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, obviously with the pandemic, streaming became everything for churches. That is never going to go away. We all know that. But I think beyond that, I think we're in a place where there's going to come a time where you're going to see the younger generations gravitate to the live, the virtual, more than the in-person anyway. And that's a scary thought in some ways, but churches have to be thinking about these things. And I'll talk a little bit more at the end of this as to what that might look like. But I want to share a graphic here I just put in here just a second ago. This is actually one from my business. My day job is a broadcast live stream producer with my own company. I do a lot of work in a lot of different places. And this is something I created for a LinkedIn message about a year ago. And I thought it made a lot of sense here just to kind of start with, because to me, the balance of video authority, and in our world, we would say, the greatest reach maybe would be the title. You know, the biggest ability to reach the world with the message of Jesus Christ really comes down to being strategic and intentional about what we're trying to communicate to someone. How are we doing that in a way that is not just sitting in the seat waiting for the service to start, pushing a couple buttons, and then all of a sudden it goes back to what it was? It involves quality production. You know, that is, you know, the picture has to be in focus, and the audio has to sound good, and the lighting has to be good, those things. And then the icing on the cake is where you can, if you can put creativity in the mix. I truly believe that the greatest revival is going to come with churches that realize the power that we have today. And I'll give you an example. You know, years ago in the late 60s, early 70s, Walter Cronkite was the name. I think it was CBS News, and it was basically, you know, there was 3 channels. You know, if you happened to want to watch TV when the president was on, there was no chance that you're going to be able to do that. But Walter Cronkite had to be attached to CBS all that time. These days, there are many journalists and many other people who are basically building that brand, as you well know, through podcasting, through their own online micro shows that look more like TV, which is what I really like to do. That's kind of my lane and my vibe. And I think the churches who really realize that they can do a much, much more impactful job spreading our message beyond just the pulpit, because that's really for the people that already get it. If you're trying to be evangelical in some creative way, I think that that's where you're going to take advantage of all this great tech. And so what I want to do is just start with some things that within the boundary of church, you know, kind of what I see a lot. And I know that, you know, these things even happen with me sometimes. But the one of the big things I see when we talk about making common mistakes uncommon is they're camera shots and angles that really create a lot of distance. And I struggled really to try to figure out how to frame that in verbiage that made a lot of sense, because it's kind of like, what does that mean? It doesn't necessarily mean that it's only a camera that's at the back of a facility, because sometimes that's the right place for a camera. But if you happen to have a multi-camera setup, it really does a number of good things to be able to help someone get close enough to feel like they are in that moment with you. And I got a picture here, and just tell me what you think about this. Which shot of the 2 that you see here makes you feel like you're included in this particular moment in a church service? The camera in the back, its position may physically be at the rear, but with the one, especially if you've got PTZ, I mean, these are the Teslas and the Cadillacs of the world. You've got these incredible zooms, and you can go in and you can be personal. And you see that, compared to the one on the bottom right, you know, that the top one is distant and it's cold. It's, I think, even disconnected. I mean, it's literally like I may have been walking down the hall and happened to see that there was a church service going on. While the other one, the thing I even appreciate about that image there, they actually have the camera in the crowd a little bit. And so you've got this kind of feeling that you're warm and engaged, and you're definitely in that moment with someone. And I think that one of the biggest mistakes that I see are kind of the happenstance thinking about where we put our cameras, where we put our shots together. And as I talk through here, my hope is that you're going to be able to get a really good and really clear understanding that all of these things really are bigger issues upstream, which is where the vision comes from of the streaming ministry. How are you looking at this holistically to think about things? You know, how are you positioning your cameras? So, you know, I would say for a situation like that, that the goal is to humanize your camera shots and, you know, to help make the viewers feel like they are really part of that service. And from there to even go as far as to, if you have multiple cameras, frame at least one of these cameras close enough where you can really see what the eyes of the person look like. And I don't necessarily mean, you know, so close that it's uncomfortable, but I'll give you an example even here. I'm kind of locked in with my IFB and things, but if I was back here and I was talking to you and then I was kind of over here out of the way and the light's kind of harsh and everything, we can have a conversation and it works. It's a video conference level kind of thing. But, you know, what is the difference if I'm actually up close? And even if in a moment where I'm trying to tell you that, are you looking for purpose, identity, security, and acceptance, that there's only one who lived perfectly. that can help you understand what those things look like. Do you begin to see the difference between just what distance can create? Because we don't even realize it, but even eye level, the reason why I talk about eye level is that creates a feeling of either superiority if the camera is looking down, or if it's lower and looking up, it creates this, it's backwards. Camera low makes you feel superior because the other person looks like they're gigantic, like the Incredible Hulk, or the other way around, you make them feel like they're diminished and things like that. And so that's why I think these things are really important, because you're really creating a lot of non-negotiable messages, even in the middle of the good word and the things that are being shared. And I would just encourage you to begin to think maybe new ways of telling your story, even just from what you've done week to week. One of the things I really believe these days is that the churches that continue to do the same things because we've always done them that way, they are the churches that are going to go by the wayside, the way we see in a lot of ways maybe fast food places like McDonald's, who used to be, crazy big. And I know they're probably still at the top on some level, but you look at Chick-fil-A working a day less, and they're killing it because they have created an innovative way of doing something that no one really thought about until someone says, hey, we can do different. So the second item here that I'm thinking about here that I think all of us deal with, and I'm guilty of this in a big way, because I tend to not pay attention at times like a lot of folk, and you get burned that way. But it's audio that is wildly variable, or it's crunchy. In other words, when the worship starts, all of a sudden, bam, it's in the side of your head, and you can't even understand what they're doing because the levels are so different, or it's faint. And this is a major problem because, believe it or not, video is not the number one thing you need to be concerned about. It's the audio, because with video, we can always cover it. Even if it went out live, we can fix it and paste over it and put it out there and do something different with it. But at the end of the day, the audio has got to really be superb. And I want to show you a couple little plugins here. But first, what I want to do is bring this up here and just say, listen to your output audio stream in Facebook or YouTube, wherever you're streaming to. Now, you cannot do this continually. You know that, because it would drive you nuts with the 20-second delay. But make sure that you've got a really good grasp on what your viewers or your listeners are actually experiencing. What does it sound like to them? And then from there, if you have the ability to have a small mixer, if you're getting an XLR feed from the house mix, if you invest in a $100 Mackie mixer, you can have the ability to adjust those audio levels so that when they do go loud, as long as they're not overmodulating from the house mix, you have the ability to bring it down or make it more acceptable and make it work for you. And this is the one I'm most excited about here, because this hopefully will do some of the work for you. And that is to use VST plugins for in your stream software like vMix. That's what I use to control audio. And if you're not familiar with the VST plugins, these are really popular in the music world, the production world. All the old rack mounts, I've got a whole rack over here of things that now basically are pieces of software that do a little bit better job, I think, with some of these older ones. And these are really incredible because, especially in an app like vMix, it has so much automation and control. You can do some really crazy things with it. And the first one I wanted to let you know, and these prices are as of today at wavesaudio.com. They have a tax day extension sale, so you have to figure out when that's going to end, but it's only $29 right now. But a compressor and a limiter will help put boundaries on the audio so that when somebody decides that they're going to belt out at the top of their lungs, it's going to keep them within the reasonable boundary of audio. Because at the zero level at the top of your meter, there's no more room left for any audio data, and you're literally just going to get like crunch noise, and there's no voice there. So the DBX 160 compressor limiter is a really cool little one. I use that at times, and this is one that I think you would really find valuable. And it is what's called the Vocal Rider Automated. I call it the Vocal Rider Automated Levels Control, but it's called Vocal Rider by name only. Same thing, $29 at Waves Audio. And this will absolutely, if you set it correctly, it will not only run as you're speaking, as your guests are speaking. You put that on you set that plug into your master out on your streaming app, And you'll see the fader when people get soft, you can set it how fast it's going to come up a little bit. Now with it coming up, it'll bring a little bit of noise into the, a little bit. But if there's nobody on your machine and you need help, this would be a great answer for you, because when somebody starts to get loud, it would actually pull back automatically, and it will really, really help tone out a lot of that audio. I use that in a lot of panel discussions when there's not a lot of other people with me to help out with that. And so I think that's a really useful tool there. And my favorite, just because I love the visuals, I've wanted one of these in real life for years. Radio stations have these beautiful big meters in rack mounts, 4 rack units, and these meters are incredible. They bounce and they're very, very accurate. If you can't see the audio levels in your software, that can be fixed. If you run the Doro stereo meters, you will have the ability to have a gigantic display of audio wherever you need it, and it gives you the ability to really see what's going on. Half the thing I think is that we get so hyper focused on, I got to hit this button over here. I mean, you can even see me doing it here by myself. All I got to do over here, I got to roll this fader, that we don't pay attention to audio, we don't see it, and what we don't see or hear, we have no idea what's going out. And so those are 3 options there that I think could hopefully help you guys in a big way. The other thing that I think I see constantly is just this whole thing with small graphics and text that really fail to convey meaning. And the reason that I framed it that way is that what's the whole point of all of us doing all this? It's not to do it because we've got the every 4th Sunday that it's our job to do it. No, we are stewards of the greatest message of all time. We are the ones that have the ability through all of this cool little software that, just a few years ago was only reserved for the special, that we now have the ability to reach the world from our church, our basement, wherever that is. And if you start thinking in terms of the vision behind that and what that power means, you're going to come up with great ideas for your institution. Well, one of those is to build graphics that will convey the meaning you think that they do. So, for instance, if I was going to show you this graphic and I say, hey, I want to show you something, and it's there, and then all of a sudden I pull it back and I've only left it up for 2 seconds, nobody's ever going to get that message, even if you spent a lot of time building that. And so one of the things to keep in mind with just the theory of how you're going to design really good graphics, really good visuals, is just to remember things like overly long Bible verses, thin, tiny fonts, and swift cuts will never tell your story. And, remember that the majority of the viewers or the listeners are on their phone. If you can't read it on your phone, they cannot read it on their phone. And again, read through your text and graphics before transitioning away if you're the one hitting the button. And that's a minimum of 3 to 5 seconds. And I think that that will go a long way to kind of give you some markers there to figure out how to do that. But no more really thin little lower thirds where there's 4 lines trapped in an inch. That's not going to work for anybody, and you're wasting that opportunity. It's not something that's going to come through. And the next one here, as we're going to wrap up here in 4 minutes here, is really only thinking in terms of the tech. And this is what I kind of alluded to here just, for a few minutes, in that, we tend to think of ourselves as being on a list. I got my text today for when I'm supposed to be doing it. And you think of it like, okay, I know what I'm doing. I got to go in, I'm going to set this up, fly pack, set up the cables, HDMI. But again, we are stewards of something that's incredible. And there is just an immense amount of power in media. It is one of the things, whether you like where we are today in the world or not, good or bad, media is what has driven us to where we are today. By and large, that is the single biggest thing. And I would just propose to you that where there is no streaming vision in your church, no champion of the cause of this is something we need to invest in, that people perish and your volunteers don't even know their why. And if that sounds a little strange to say it in the terms of they don't know their why, there is a gentleman named Simon Sinek who is one of the few people that I actually really get a lot out of. I'm not a big fan of motivational speakers or futurists or things like that, but this gentleman has really written a great book called Start With Why. And when people understand why they're in a volunteer situation, why they're there to give to the greater good and to find their own meaning and purpose, they're going to give in ways you never thought possible. And the people that seem like the scragglers that you can't grab hold of, all of a sudden become engaged and they want to be part of this big thing that's happening. And I think it really kind of leads in to this last point here as we wrap up here. Looks like I got about a minute here. And that is, The biggest mistake I see that churches are making and people are making, and it's not an intentional thing, but fear of change that leads to an irreversible decline. And that is something that I think is incredibly scary. And I'm going to just throw a graphic up here. I'm kind of cutting through this to cut down a little bit here. But as the church adapt and grow where we are, we a lot of times like to expect people to come by like we're a McDonald's with a drive-through window. They need to come to us. Where the world now is where they are, whether it's on their mobile device, whether it's through culture, whether it's through conversations in bookstores, whether it's there's a million different outlets there. But the technology can reach every one of them in those places. But if we allow fear to keep us where we've been, only because that's the only place we've ever been, my acronym for that is you can forget evangelism and revival. And it's a situation that is really scary because churches are closing in some ways. Other ones are just thriving. And why is that? Take a closer look. The last thing I'll say, guys, there is a podcast by a guy named Casey Newhoff who had Simon Sinek on just a couple days ago talking about why churches are declining. And if you can find that podcast, I would encourage you to listen to the last 10 minutes of it. It's incredibly revealing because he talks about how technology is the answer in many ways, but we're not using it in the right way. And with that, I will turn it back over to you two, and I'm more than happy to answer questions with anyone, and certainly happy to connect with everybody. So thanks for the opportunity as always.
Jeff, it's been such a pleasure to have you. Always great. It's so inspirational. And we're doing something new this year, Jeff. I don't know if you've nominated someone, but we're doing the Volunteer of the Year Awards this year. Did you hear about that?
I did not. Tell more.
So Tess is actually going to introduce two volunteers who have been nominated and selected as winners. And it really goes along with kind of that your ending there of, really getting people involved. So Tess, tell us about these winners.
I'm happy to. And thank you for a great presentation, Jeff.
Oh, thanks.
So we have two winners that we're going to highlight first. The first is right now is Shanae Pritchard from Friendship Baptist Church in Riverhead. She's a phenomenal person. She is sort of kind of a tech junkie to the bone. And somebody donated a complete video installation to their church, which is awesome. And she has gone the extra mile while working as a school psychologist to develop a program for live streaming for their church. So congratulations, Shanae. And the next winner is Tom Starling from Grace Lutheran Church. I've got my handy notes here if you're wondering what I'm looking at. So Tom sort of took over as a retiree after the pandemic to develop a live streaming system. He's devoted to the audio and visual resources for the House of Worship and modernizing their system to produce online worship content. He's also developed a technology committee at his church, which is pretty darn cool. He has facilitated all of the technology development, completing on-site visits, meeting with contractors, developing bids, and so on. So thank you for all of your hard work, Tom and Shanae.
Thank you, Tess. Thank you, Jeff. Wow, we are trucking right along. EasyWorship is going to come on and talk about their software. We can learn a little bit more. 15 minutes with EasyWorship. You guys can take as much time as you want. Let's jump into it.
Hey guys, thanks for having us today. We are excited to be here again to talk about EasyWorship. My name is Dan Willard, and I'm the training specialist here at EasyWorship.
And my name's Jared Warren, and I'm the support and communications manager. What we're here to do today is to let you all in on what's coming up in the very near future at EasyWorship.
Yeah, during the last Worship Summit Live, we had a lot of questions about live streaming while also having in-person services and being able to send a dedicated signal to that stream from EasyWorship that's separate from the main output.
Absolutely. And we took that to heart and decided to add another output to EasyWorship, which we're calling alternate output. We've been working super hard on this and a few other features for our upcoming release. We do have a small beta testing group that's helping us work out as many bugs as possible, but we're also getting great ideas on how to make EasyWorship work better and easier. We wanted to take this opportunity today to give you a preview of these new features before they're released. So, Dan, go ahead and kick us off.
Yeah, we're going to give you a quick preview of 3 new features that will be coming in our next release. I'll talk about contiguous view, then shapes, and finally, I'll end with the highly anticipated alternate output.
Awesome.
Now, first up is contiguous view. When this is enabled, it will show your full schedule in the live window on the right side. Just scroll down or up, if necessary, to see every slide in your schedule. It makes navigation and live operation of EasyWorship so much easier. Whatever slide you click on in the live window is instantly live. There's no need to double-click or click the Go Live button to send it to your live output.
Which is very handy.
Yes. Now, contiguous view will only be available in the preview and live combined view. So if you don't already use that view, you can change to it by going to the View menu and selecting it. Then, to enable contiguous view, click the icon size button at the top of the schedule window and click on Contiguous. I think once you use this feature in a live service, it will quickly become your favorite view in EasyWorship.
Absolutely.
Now, the next feature we want to talk about is shapes. There have been a lot of users over the years that have wanted a way to add shapes or masking to their output. With the new Shapes engine in EasyWorship, you can do just that. When you open the editor, whether you're editing a song, a presentation, or a theme, you can add lots of different types of shapes to your slides. The shapes can then be resized, reshaped, rotated, filled with text, color, gradient, or even a media item, then placed anywhere you want on the slide. It's a great way to enhance your backgrounds or use the shapes to mask areas you don't want anything showing on the screen.
So to give you guys an idea of something you can create using this new feature, here's a quick run through of how we created one of the themes in our schedule.
All right, guys, the last feature we're going to highlight for you today is the one that most everyone has been waiting for, alternate output. When you enable it, you can send an output from a separate video port on your computer to other screens, send directly through NDI to your streaming software or another computer, or send a broadcast signal to your mixer using the alpha channel.
Awesome.
This allows you to keep your main in-house projection the way you want. And if you're using foldback, you can keep that displaying for anyone on the stage. The alternate out will have the same content, but it's able to have a different theme set to it. So if you have still or motion backgrounds on your main output, you can have a camera feed or a different background going to your alternate out. So now I'm going to show you how to enable your alternate output, how to change some of the settings for it, and how to set the default theme. So to enable alternate output, go to the Edit menu and then click on Options. In the Options window that opens, click on Alternate Output on the left. There you'll see a checkbox that says Enable support for display alternate output. Go ahead and check that box. Then under Select Output Monitor, you can change the output monitor to send it to wherever you want, like another monitor, a custom position, an NDI stream, and you can also enable alpha channel if you're using that. Now down below you can set screen margins, and you can also set the default font. In the default font, you can change the font name, size, color, basically the same things that you can change on your main output. You can also change the outline, the shadow, set your screen or your text margins, and under format you can set the auto sizing of your text, and then other formatting like word wrapping and capitalization. Now, there are also some other settings that you can change for the alternate output. If you go to the Song tab, you can change the song font specifically. You can also check to enable show verse and chorus labels and set the label font as well. Go to the Scripture tab and there's some different settings you can change there, like your scripture font, your verse font, reference font, whether you want additional line spacing, or show the verse numbers or not, things like that. Under the Presentation tab, more font settings. You can change the font for your title font, your subtitle slides, your content slides. Under Transitions, you're going to have the same transitions there as you do in your main output. So you'll have your slide, black, clear, and logo transitions. And then under the Alerts tab, if you want to show alerts on your alternate output, you can enable that here for your nursery alert and your message alert. And then you can change the settings for those, like the background color, where you want it positioned, and how long you want it to show on the screen. So once you're finished with all of that, go ahead and click OK. Now to set the theme for your alternate output, we're going to go to the Themes tab. And under the Song Themes, we're going to choose a default alternate output theme here. But before I select the default theme, I want to set up a theme that has the lower thirds text with a camera background so that I can send this to my alternate output for streaming. I'm going to select this theme here and I'm going to right click on it to edit it and click Edit Song Theme. Now this opens up the theme editor. Now here you can see that we've used some of the shapes to create a lower thirds graphic for this theme. And I already have the camera set up as the background. If I go into the inspector and click background, I chose the fill style of media fill and then selected my USB camera under the feeds as the background. Now if I want this text to be on the lower thirds within that graphic, I just need to click on the text box in the editor click on that top adjustment button and drag it down into that lower thirds graphic. So now I have this theme set up the way I want for my alternate output. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK, or I'll click Apply first. You don't have to do that, but you can. And then click OK. And now my theme is saved. Now to set it as my default alternate output theme, I just need to right click on it and choose Set as Default Alt Song Theme. Now my default alternate song theme is set. If I select a slide in my live window, that is going to send that live, and I can change my live output in the top left corner to alternate output. And now you can see my camera is set as the background as I showed, and then our lower thirds text is in front of the graphic that we created. And whatever slide I choose, it changes the text for that. If I go back to my live output, you can see that my main output background is still the same. It's set on the theme we have set for the main output. I can change to a different song, and it's going to change that slide for that song, and then I can go back to the alternate output, and we can see that my alternate output theme is still set to the same lower thirds graphic with the USB camera as the background. If you want to set a scripture or presentation theme, you can do so in the scripture and presentation theme libraries under the Themes tab.
So Dan, why would a church want to have multiple different themes going at the same time with the content that's the same?
Well, as I mentioned before, when churches use or have an online service and an in-person service at the same time, they're going to want to have separate themes. So in their in-house service, their projection will be either a still or motion background, and their text will be on the full slide. And when they're doing their online service, they're going to want to have probably a camera feed with the lower thirds text,
right?
Maybe even a fill behind that text.
Gotcha.
That way they can see what's going on in the church.
That makes perfect sense. Now, this is a total game changer for anyone wanting to do live in-person and online services. Everything can be run from one computer with just one operator. All of these features that Dan's gone over today are going to be readily available on any EasyWorship subscription. And if you want to check those out, you can head over to our website at easyworship.com/pricing. For everyone here at EasyWorship, I'm Jared.
I'm Dan.
Have a blessed day, and thanks for letting us be a part of Worship Summit Live.
Back to you.
Thank you, boys. That was a wonderful presentation. We've got 2 volunteer awards we need to get to right away. So I'll hand it over to Tess. Tess, who are our volunteers that we're acknowledging today?
Thank you, Paul. We're going to do a little bit of a joint announcement for this winners, Rob Yeager and Ryan Stavley of Ark and Dove Presbyterian Church. Before the pandemic, these guys helped the church with the computer system, audio and lights and things like that. But of course, once March hit and the pandemic hit, they were forced to take on an additional role of live streaming. So they started with a smartphone and, like so many other churches, upgraded to a pretty awesome system. They started their YouTube channel. They actually joined our groups, which is pretty cool. And they said some of their favorite bits of advice was sound is probably maybe the most important, and it's okay to show the goofs and the mess ups. So I love that they shared that with us. And they also learned vMix, got new computers, and with their live show, they were able to develop the best budget that their church has ever seen. So they grew their community, were able to upgrade their equipment, and they did it all themselves. So their house of worship is really appreciative of their work. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys. There's a total of 10 volunteers who we're acknowledging today. So we're going to quickly do another. Aren't we going to do another? We're going to split 2 in here, Tess, or not?
Well, the last award was honoring 2 gentlemen from the same
church.
I
see. Did we do Shawnee Pritchard? I thought we might have forgot one.
Yes, I did Shanae. I blended Shanae
Okay.
and Tom in the last announcement. So we're
Got
on
it.
track.
Perfect. All right. Well, it's time to hear from Bill Tenney. He is the author of From Dinosaurs to Rabbits, how churches can, and I'm going to mess this up, but essentially go from, our modern ways. Oh, how churches can go like the dinosaur or multiply like rabbits. That's kind of the thesis of his book. I asked Bill after all of this, after the past year, to say, hey, we got a great keynote, and you guys can watch his keynote last session, but in Worship Summit 5. But I said, hey, can you just show us what you're doing technically to create what he calls Church Talk TV? And it's a community-driven online talk show. And I said, why don't you share behind the scenes what you're doing, Bill, and give us some of that more technical view, because that's what you guys have been asking for. And again, we're going to send out a poll to everybody so we can make sure we're asking the experts, the folks who are making these content for you, to get it right on with what you need at your church at this time. Let's hear from Bill.
Good morning, North America. Welcome to Church Talk TV. Lively talk about life, church, and church life. I'm your co-host, Dr. Bill Tenney Britton, and I'm joined, as usual, by my co-host, Dr. Chris Tenney Britton, and we're broadcasting from our studio in Columbia, Missouri, the heartland of America. Say good morning, Chris.
Well, good morning, and welcome to Church Talk TV.
Chris and Bill Tenney Britton. Hi, I'm Bill Tenney Britton. Back in 2009, my wife and I started a podcast. It quickly morphed into a videocast show called Church Talk Live. Back then, we used a tagline that said we had lively conversations on all things church transformation. We're both church geeks and have been pastors and have started churches and transformed churches. And really, church is what we live and breathe and die. It's really all about making disciples of Jesus Christ. And one of the things that we have done is we've been doing a lot of training and teaching and coaching of pastors and working with congregations across the United States to help them become transformational. We say to help them become more effective, more faithful, and more sustainable. That said, the whole concept of Church Talk was to teach church leaders and churches how to do transformation the best possible way. We shot it with a little Panasonic camera that we connected to our computer, and we live streamed to our website. Later, we got more savvy, more tech savvy. We started recording it so that we could edit it. It turns out that we're kind of perfectionists, and so we liked editing it and then doing simulated live. We stopped in 2014 for reasons I have no idea, but we stopped and went on to other things in our lives. Then came COVID, and we were suddenly thrust back into the broadcasting world. I was a lead pastor at a church, and of course we went online, and we decided that we needed to get back into the church talk business. And so we relaunched Church Talk TV in 2021. Our equipment was well past its prime, and we weren't even sure it would connect to our computer. But thankfully, I had discovered Worship Summit Live, and we some time ago, and I just like this, and went to the Worship Summit Live online and got introduced to PTZOptics cameras. And so we got one, and then we got two. And that really changed our whole dynamic of what we were doing with Church Talk. And so Paul called me and asked me if I would talk a little bit about our in-house studio. And I have to say that what you're seeing is nothing at all the reality of our in-house studio. It really isn't much bigger than a closet. I know it looks pretty expansive, doesn't it? But that's a backdrop. We chose to do a backdrop, a real cloth backdrop, as opposed to the green screen, because if you've noticed green screen conversations, you move your hand disappears, and the edges can be kind of fuzzy, and we wanted a high quality program, and so the backdrop worked out perfectly well for us. As usual, the camera setup was a breeze. Paul and Tess have done a great job of providing videos for that. And I actually did one at the last Worship Summit Live on how to set up the one camera. And if you want to know how to set up the second camera, it's just like the first camera, but you plug it into the switcher and there you are, you have two cameras. Reset your IP addresses. There's nothing to it. Really is absolutely the simplest thing. I love their videos and how easy they make it. We added a USB soundboard so that we could have decent sound going into our recordings. And we opted to use OBS for both recording and streaming, except for we actually don't do streaming. I'll talk about that in a minute. So let's take a quick tour of the studio, such as it is. It's a very, very small room, as you can see. We have our two PTZOptics cameras on tripods. They're not very far apart, but that's because, bottom line is, we don't have a very large room, and we do want one straight in at us. There to the right, you'll see a computer that we use for our PowerPoint, and we connect that to a monitor so that we have a teleprompter of sorts. And of course, we could use teleprompter programming. The problem is we find we look like we're reading it, and we don't want to look like we're reading it. Towards the back of the house, you can see the backdrops. We have two different backdrops that we can roll down. They're really rather convenient, and after you get the wrinkles steamed out of them, they look just about as real as you can get. There on the floor, you can see we have some lights that we direct upwards. That keeps the shadows from our shadows from being on the screen, which is really handy. It makes it look like we're actually sitting in that room. We have two chairs, obviously, one for Chris, one for Bill, and we move one or the other out when we need to be able to videotape with just one of us. And you can see that we have a teleprompter of sorts. It's a computer that's hooked to a larger monitor, and we use PowerPoint and switch between the slides so that we can see it. Finally, you can see what it looks like where we're sitting. You can see our Zoom computer for interviews. You can see the monitor we use for our teleprompter of sorts. And of course, we have that big bright light because we found that the overhead light washes everything out almost completely. And finally, there's a USB soundboard that we stream directly into our computer so that we can do this. Recently, we've switched to interview kind of shows. At least about half our shows are interviews. We still do a good bit of just lively conversation between Chris and I, but we do interviews because we've learned how to do the Zoom interview in a highly professional way, at least we think so. And I want to share that with you because it's very different than the way you set up Zoom for a worship service. And so you have to obviously open up Zoom. Keeps opening the wrong monitor. Anyway, you set it up and you open up your settings. And of course, the video is going to be your OBS virtual camera. That's at least how we use it. Audio, the speaker is going to be virtual cable B, but the microphone, we're going to set it up as the USB audio codec, which is the USB soundboard that we use. So we're going to bring our sound in through the soundboard, and that allows us to it'll allow us to record, but it also allows our guests to be able to hear us and we can hear them, because we like having a laptop or a monitor, if you will, in the studio so that we can hear them, see them, interact with them, and since we like to record through the soundboard, they can hear us. So that's how we set that up. Test speaker is video cable B, and the test mic is USB audio codec for us. All right, then you launch a meeting, obviously, and we launch it in the secondary screen, so you can't see that, but that's okay. We'll show you that in a little bit and what it looks like. Then you got to do your OBS. You got to open up your OBS, and we do a couple of things with OBS. First thing is we created a template, which is just like you do for a Zoom meeting, if you will. You create a PNG file, and you cut a couple holes in it, and you drag your caps, your displays into the spaces so that they show up. So let's see. This is the secondary screen, and I'm going to go ahead and make it full screen so it takes up that whole space. And now we're going to go and deal with the audio. So you go to the settings, you go to audio, and so here we go. First thing is video A is what you normally have there, and microphone auxiliary. We just leave that because, who knows, we may use that in some other time. Auxiliary B is B, and then we have our auxiliary 3 as a USB codec, so that's coming in. We also have our monitoring device, a headset that comes through our Yeti microphone. which of course is what I'm talking on. But our studio engineer, so to speak, my grandson, likes to be able to hear us in the other room. So we have the monitor set up for the Yeti stereo microphone. And with that, we turn on the virtual camera. And voila, it jumps into whatever. So now we're able to bring other people in with Zoom, and we can hear them, they can hear us, and when we record it over here, we are ready to rock and roll. When we record, we get really excellent sound quality because, of course, we get directly from the Zoom, from the internet for our guests, but also from the soundboard for us. So we have a really well-balanced and decent audio system, as well, of course, as our video. Just while we're here, real quick, you can see that we have our cameras in there in the studio, and we can switch between full size for the camera. We can do camera 2, and we can do our guest, which is our Zoom. And of course, since we have no other Zoom call on, it just goes into infinity, which is always fun to watch. I don't want to go too deep in setting up OBS. There's all sorts of OBS tutorials out there, but just basically, I want to point out that you set up the scenes and you set up the various cameras and other devices you're going to be streaming through or recording through. And then with the PTZOptics plugin, you can control the cameras, zoom in and zoom out, and set up the settings so that it's really easy for our grandson to run. A couple things I want to point out about being on a show, particularly if you have multiple cameras. The reality is that if you have multiple cameras, you need to look at the camera. We've seen a lot of videos over the last, 3, 4, 5, 6 months where someone's talking to this camera exclusively and the other camera's getting the side of their face kind of like this. And at least in our understanding or our opinion, it just doesn't look very professional. It looks like you're kind of lost and don't know which camera you're supposed to be speaking to. So the PTZOptics cameras have, the little green lights. It'd be nice if they were red because they catch your eye a little easier, but be that as it may, that they're green lights, and when they're steady, the camera is active, and when it's blinking, like that one is, it tells you that it's not active. And we follow the camera. When our grandson does the switch, we call him our program engineer, when he does the switch, we see this will start blinking, we immediately look to the other camera so that we're always looking where we need to look. You don't want to one of the things our grandson has discovered, and we've discovered with him, is that you don't want to go crazy with the transitional shots. You don't want to go back to camera, back to camera, back to camera, back to camera, back to camera. It looks like ping pong. It's one thing if you're shooting a television show and you're shooting for millennials or Gen Z, or hey, even us boomers. The reality is that those screenshots or the scene changes are rapid. But when you're doing interviews, when you're doing conversations, you don't need to change the screen or the scenes or the camera shots that often. And so let me wrap this up by just saying some of the things that we've learned. First, test early. If you're going to do an interview or do something that's out of the norm at all, test early. We've discovered that running Zoom with OBS and doing an interview, it can be a blast of tech issues that just all seem to pile up. Trying to get the audio to be doing the right things at the right times. It can be, virtual cable A, virtual cable B, and all the rest. It can become a little bit complex. So test early. So if you're doing a streaming show or a recording show, especially if you're interviewing, that you can get the interview in and out as you need to. And I guess the last thing is, with OBS, of course, you can stream live. And that would be great. And it would be so much less work if we were just going to stream live our interviews or our show. But it turns out we're kind of perfectionists, and we like to be able to edit up the video because we like it to look good. We want it to be a professional quality product. And so here we go. Edit, edit, edit. But if you're in a hurry or you want to do the easiest way, of course, you can just stream live with OBS. I'm around for questions if you have any, and you can always check us out at churchtalk.tv.
All right. So next we have another volunteer award. Tess, I'll let you take it away. We have a volunteer named Patty Marcotte. Is Tess with us? If Tess stepped away, Patty Marcotte is one of our winners, and I don't have any notes about Patty because Tess was going to handle that. So we'll catch up with Patty and our next winner after we hear from Stephen Ballast. Stephen is an expert in video production. Stephen Ballast is going to tell us about video production tips for OBS. So if your church uses OBS, this is a great one to watch. And then our keynote is going to be Seth Haberman. Don't worry, Worship Volunteers of the Year, you will be recognized. But we're going to go ahead and get Stephen. Plus, there's still time to win a Simple Track 2 auto tracking camera. Someone's going to win this in just an hour or so. So stick around. You must be watching live to claim the prize. If you're not watching, we give it to somebody else. I don't want that to happen to you. Stephen, take it away.
Hello, I'm Stephen Ballast. Welcome to this session where we're going to talk about how to make your live stream better with OBS. If you've been on this planet this past year, you've probably started live streaming. So in this session, I'm going to very quickly go through some of the basics of how to get started with OBS, but then we're going to take a deep dive into maximizing your stream to get the best results for your viewers. And I think just about everyone, whether you use OBS or not, will learn something that you can apply to make your live stream better. Before we get started though, I just wanted to say thank you to PTZOptics for holding this Worship Summit. I'm sure with all the information that's being presented today, it's going to be helpful to a lot of people. So thank you, PTZOptics. So who am I? Why am I talking to you today about live streaming? I've been a full-time technical director in churches for the past 15, 16 or so years. And I started a YouTube channel a while back where I talk about different worship technology solutions, of which live streaming has been the hot topic for the past several years. And I love OBS for people who are starting to live stream, not only because it's free, but also it's really powerful software. It can do a lot of really cool things, and because it's open source, people keep developing plugins that give it even more features. And we're going to take a look at a few of those today. Okay, quick overview of OBS. OBS at its core is an encoder. Any live streaming system, no matter how big or small, is going to be made up of a few elements. You're going to start with some sort of video source. This could be anything from a single camera all the way up to a big multi-camera production with audio mixed separately. But ultimately, all of that will come down to one video signal that you want to send out on your live stream. And that will feed into an encoder. That takes the video and compresses it into a data stream that you can send over the internet to your destination, which usually is some sort of streaming provider that shows your stream to people like Facebook, YouTube, Vimeo, or Resi. So OBS is an encoder, but because it's running on a computer and computers have lots of capabilities, OBS actually starts to pull in some of the capabilities that you would normally have in your video system, like being able to switch between different cameras, overlaying graphics over your video. These are functions that you would traditionally find in a video switcher, so OBS gives you more capabilities beyond just being an encoder. So let's walk you through setting up a stream in OBS real quick, and then we'll move on to talking about some of those extra fun capabilities. You can download OBS from obsproject.com, and when you first open it, this is what you'll see. This black box here is called the canvas, and this is where we'll make our video to be streamed. What you see in the canvas is what your audience watching your stream will see. To put something in the canvas, we create scenes, and a scene is just a collection of sources. Sources are where we actually bring content into OBS. So for example, if I wanted to have two cameras that I could switch between, I'd create two scenes and have a camera as a source in each scene. So I have this PTZOptics ePTZ camera connected to my computer through its SDI output into an AJA UTAP SDI interface. So that takes the SDI output from the camera and gives me a USB input to the computer. I'm going to click the plus button under the scenes panel to create a new scene. I'll call this camera 1. Then in sources, I'll click the plus button and select video capture device. I'll call it UTAP. And then in the dialog, I'll select the UTAP in the device dropdown. And now I have my video from the EPTZ camera on my canvas. And I'll just repeat this process for a second camera, call it camera 2. Now, my second camera isn't a PTZOptics camera. Sorry, PTZOptics. But there is a reason why I chose that as my second camera that we'll get into later. And this time I've got a Canon R800. And the HDMI output from the R800 is running through a Flint 4K Plus. And now I have both my cameras in OBS, and by clicking between these two scenes, I can switch back and forth between my cameras. To live stream this, I'll go to my settings button and to the stream page and select my destination. I'll use YouTube. And then I'm going to copy and paste in my stream key from my YouTube account, and I'm ready to stream. I've got several videos on my YouTube channel that go into detail about a lot of these settings and how you can set that up correctly for streaming. So check that out if you need help with that. But I didn't want to spend too much time on the basics today, so we'll have time to get to more fun stuff. Let's talk about audio in OBS. Probably the second most common issue people contact me about is troubleshooting audio in OBS, and it's usually just the lack of understanding of how the audio mixer in OBS works. There are two ways to get audio into your scene. The first is to add an audio source to the scene, which makes sense. So in the sources of a scene, we'll select audio input capture and select an audio device on our computer. And now that audio device is part of our scene. It's important to note that this audio will only be heard in this scene. If I change out to another scene, it goes away, and your video will lose its audio feed. Also note, your video input capture source has an audio feed in the mixer associated with it as well. So if the camera has an onboard mic, that mic will feed into your video, even if you've got another device that you really want to use as your audio source. So the solution there is to mute all audio sources that you don't want to get audio from. So in this case, let's say I want to bring audio in from an audio mixer. I don't want to use audio from my UTAP. I'll mute that. Now there's another way to get audio into OBS, and that's through the settings. If you go into settings and click on the audio page, you'll see a list of global audio devices. Here you can select an audio device that's on your system, and now that will show up in all my scenes, even if I haven't added it under sources. So just be aware of where your audio is coming from, and if it's a global audio device or if it's a source in one of your scenes. A lot of people are running their audio mix in a DAW, and it is possible to run your DAW on the same computer as OBS. Now, I wouldn't do that with more than maybe 16, 24 channels, depending on the capability of your computer. It's really something you need to test out and make sure that your computer is stable before you rely on this. And the number of plugins that you're using in your DAW will probably have a big impact on how many channels you can actually run. I like to use Reaper to do this, and Reaper comes with something called Reroute. And to get that installed, you actually have to rerun your installation. Even if you've installed Reaper, you need to rerun the installation. And when you do that, there's this optional functionality here, and you need to check Reroute ASIO driver. I've already done that, so it's checked here. I'm not going to run this installation, but if you just rerun the installation, check that, and you'll get this reroute driver. And then what you can do is in Reaper, I'm just going to open a project, so we'll have some audio, but you would be taking this audio in live. What you do in Reaper is here in the output section, we're going to add a new output, and in this case, I'm going to select this new option that shows up since I installed Reroute, the Reroute 1 and 2. So now my main mix is going to go to this ASIO device that it's going to create on my computer. Now to make this work in OBS, we need to get this OBS ASIO plugin. So you need to download and install this additional plugin for OBS. And once you've done that, in your sources, you'll see that ASIO input now shows up. So now what I can do is select the reroute ASIO device and select channel 1 and 2, which is where I routed my master bus output to. And now if I play back in Reaper, that audio is coming into OBS. And you can see as I pull the volume down, volume gets lower. Now I'm sending audio from Reaper through an ASIO driver to OBS. Let's talk about optimizing your image in OBS. One of the features that I've desperately wanted in OBS is a waveform monitor and vector scope. If you don't know what those are, you're in for a treat. And if you do know what they are, you'll be happy to know that there is a way to get them in OBS. A vector scope measures the color information in your video, and a waveform monitor measures the brightness and darkness of the image. So by using the two, it can help us to do several things. First, it can help us check our exposure and understand what's going on in your image exposure-wise, and why it may look a certain way. And second, and most importantly, we can use these tools to help us match cameras. Have you ever seen a live stream, maybe yours, where when you switch between cameras, it has the feeling like you're in a totally different place? The two shots just don't look similar in their color and exposure. Well, I'm going to show you how to fix that, and I think maybe the best way to show you is just to bring you along as I go. First, we need to install and get the scopes up and running. So stick with me a second. This seems really complicated at first, but it's really not. If you follow the steps, it's going to be pretty simple. The first thing we need to do is download the FFmpeg library. So we're going to go to ffmpeg.org and click download. I'm on a Windows machine, and then I'm going to click Windows Builds, and here I'm going to scroll down to the 4.4 release and download this file. You will need the free program 7-zip to unzip this file as well. I'm going to open the archive, and I just need to put these files somewhere on my computer. So I'll create a directory on my C drive called FFmpeg, and I'll copy these files into it. There's a tutorial page on the OBS project website that shows you some files that you need to create in the bin folder. You just copy and paste the contents into them. So I'll right-click and select New Text Document and rename the whole thing, including the extension to .bat. And now I'll copy this text in from the tutorial. Do that for the scope file, which is the waveform monitor, and the colors file, which is the vector scope. Now back in OBS, for this to work, we need to launch the virtual camera. To do that, just click Start Virtual Camera. And now double-click the vectorscope.bat file, and I've got my vector scope, and double-click the waveform monitor.bat, and there's my waveform monitor. So now whatever is in my canvas will show up on the scopes in real time. So now that we've got this set up, what can we do with it? First, let's talk about exposure. On the waveform monitor, this is a graphical representation of the exposure of the image. So if we look at this image, you can see that for a vertical slice of pixels, all the exposure values are represented on the waveform monitor, with the top of the monitor at 100% being overexposed or pure white, and the bottom at 0 being pure black. I'm going to load in a few example images we can use here to take a look at. So you can see with this image right here where the graph reaches the top is overexposed. There are a lot of things we could talk about with exposure, but for the most part, you want to avoid being overexposed. Especially the biggest no-no is to overexpose anything on your subject or person in frame. Don't overexpose anything on people. So that's why this image looks so bad to our eye, is that the person in it is overexposed. While it will vary with different skin tones, in general you want skin in your image to be around 60 to 80% on the waveform monitor. By using the waveform monitor, we can dial in the exposure perfectly on our cameras, and you can use it to adjust your lighting, things like setting the background lighting so you have really good separation with your subject. Let's talk about the vector scope. The vector scope measures the color content of your image. So if, for example, we load up an image of color bars, you'll see that there is a dot in each of the corresponding labeled squares on the vector scope. The R here for red. This red in the color bars is showing up as pure red on the vector scope. The center of the scope is no color, so white, black, or gray will show up in the center, and any colors will push out from there. So if we go to blackout, all we get is a dot in the center. Or if we put in pure white, it's still going to be a dot in the center. When do we need to tell if something is pure white? When we white balance our cameras, right? You point your camera at a white card and press the white balance button. With the vector scope, you can check that all your cameras are registering white the same way. Okay, let me put my white card in front of my cameras a second. And obviously, this isn't ideal. I don't have a well-lit scene, and my white card isn't in the key light. That's how you should actually white balance your cameras. Put a white card in your key light or wash light on your stage, and zoom in and make the white card fill the image from your camera. For all of these adjustments for color and exposure, first and foremost, you want to try and adjust and fix anything in the camera itself. So for the PTZOptics camera, I'm going to go into its web browser interface and bring up the menu and go to Color. And if I change the white balance mode, you can see the effect it has on the vector scope. It pushes it all around. If I go to Variable and select my color temperature, we'll see we can adjust it until the dot is as close to the center as possible. Now, what if you have a camera like the R800 that has really rudimentary controls? You can't do much to adjust its color in camera. So in that case, we can apply an effect here in OBS. To do that, right-click on the source and select Filters. And in the bottom Effect Filters area, we'll click the plus and select Color Correction. And then by using the Hue Shift, we can try and get the vector scope as close to the center as possible. That should get our colors matching pretty closely. But another important part of matching your cameras is matching the black level as well. If we go back to the PTZOptics camera, and I'll take away the white card, And looking at the exposure on the waveform monitor, this obviously isn't a well-lit scene, but you can see generally the black level of the camera around here on the waveform monitor. If we go to the R800, you'll see its black level is a little different. So back in the filter, we're going to adjust the gain and contrast until the black levels and exposure are roughly the same. Now when we switch back and forth between these cameras, they look like they match a lot better. And with that, I think we're out of time. I hope you found this useful. If you have any questions, I hope to see you over in the Q&A time, or you can get in touch with me on my YouTube channel or on my Facebook page as well. Bye.
Wow, Stephen, really hitting the nail on the head there. Color matching is something we hear about all the time. And it's great to know that the most popular live streaming software in the world has color matching tools we can use to get those things done. So Tess is here with us. We've got 2 more volunteers of the year that we have to acknowledge. 3. So let's do it. Is Tess here with us?
I'm here. Sorry I missed out on the last one. I stepped away for a moment and just missed you. Did you go over Patty, or should we cover her now?
All right, let's start with Patty.
Okay, we've got Patty Marcotte from Lions Roar Dharma Center. Patty has gone above and beyond to support her temple's live streaming initiatives, all while learning to teach speech therapy to young children virtually herself. She went from not knowing how to turn this thing on, if you will, to teaching parents and community members how to Zoom over text this year. And next we have Ariel Middleton of Harvest Church International. Ariel became a digital pastor during the pandemic, mastered streaming, and kept the church relevant. So congratulations to you both.
There's one more, Tess.
Services.
Oh, there's one more after Greg. Okay, so our next presenter, his name is Greg Terry, and he's going to be talking about how to adjust the thermostat and keep calm when technology may overwhelm. And Greg came on and did a great keynote at Worship Summit 5. This is what we've been waiting for. Greg, I'm so excited to have you here. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Paul. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is an absolute honor to be able to share with you guys again. We're going to have a great time, and I'm looking forward to the next few minutes. I do want to once again say a big thank you to Paul and the PTZOptics team there. Tess, God bless you. Sitting over to my left, I'm actually in the broadcast engineer's studio here in the state of Ohio. I live in Pennsylvania, but we live close to each other, and came over, and Stephen Haywood and I are in studio together today. He's producing everything, and we're going to let it roll. We're going to be talking today, and I just pray it's going to be a blessing for you about how to deal with burnout, how to adjust the thermostat in ministry, especially when you're dealing with technology, music, finances, budgets, technological systems that we may or may not understand. There's a whole world there. Today, this has been an incredible event. I have listened and watched all day long here from Stephen's studio. The presenters have been fantastic. The information has been fantastic. Even the presentation that went on right before me, I was enjoying it. And that's one of those things you want to go back and rewatch and slow it down and dig into those things that will help you technologically speaking. Also, I think earlier today, a friend of mine that I've started streaming with, Jeff Fitzgerald. Jeff, you knocked it out of the park. And that's Jeff in high def. Great guy. Jeff was talking about not forgetting the ministry aspect of technology, that people ultimately are our destination. so that we can see God make a change in people's lives. And that's why we are afforded the ability to use technology, and it is such a blessing. But what comes with technology many times is burnout. So for the next few minutes, I want to talk to you about adjusting the thermostat. And I believe it's going to be a blessing for you. You can see the graphic there. I threw up on a little chart with me. You have this lady. I think she is the church sound engineer from every church, or the technological director from every church. You see the words around her: Video C, YouTube, Vimeo, Vidler, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, all these things that are going through churches' minds and mindsets right now. And then throw on top of that technology, cameras, of which we love PTZOptics cameras. And I do want to give a quick shout out, Paul. The Simple Track 2 we have installed in our sanctuary, it is a smoker. And guys, if you need tracking cameras, don't look any further than the PTZOptics or the HuddleCam. What's it called? Simple Track 2. It is an awesome, awesome camera. So all the commercials aside, I want to start in Genesis chapter 1. You know what the scripture says. It says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form. It was void. There was nothing going on. And the Bible says that the Spirit of God was brooding over, the face of the deep. If you go back into the Hebrew, that word brooding actually means like prepping for action, getting ready to be launched like out of a slingshot. And you know the scripture, it's famous. It is where God said, let there be light. And then boom, the Holy Spirit in partnership with God acted, and there was light. I like to consider it kind of like a burnout. So for today, there's a good burnout and there's a bad burnout. I'm 48 years old. I'm a preacher. I'm a worship leader. I've now moved into broadcasting, gaming, a whole different world that has come out of the pandemic. I travel all over the world. Now, a lot of that is done virtually. So all these are things that are part of my life. I've got a beautiful wife, but she, many years ago, she wanted a Mustang. And the reason she wanted a Mustang was for one reason. And she says, Greg, I want a Mustang because I want to pull up to a stoplight, put my left foot on the brake and put my right foot on the gas. And I want to mash both to the ground at the same time. My friends, that is a good burnout. That was action getting ready to happen. And yeah, when that light went green, she liked to burn a little rubber. And I think we all do. That's kind of what the Holy Spirit was doing, responding to the word of God the Father in the beginning. Boom, and there was action. Let there be light. Let there be dry ground. Let the oceans appear, etc., etc. This is good burnout. But you and I today in technology ministry, especially in the church, many times we are faced with burnout, especially coming out of a COVID and a pandemic, a global pandemic, where so much pressure has been put on media departments, sound departments, pastors, worshipers, musicians. It has been quite a strain. So for the next few minutes, hopefully I can speak into your hearts and lives words of encouragement that will assist us all in dealing with burnout or adjusting the thermostat, how to stay cool when the heat of ministry, technology, and gear overwhelms you. A couple of the problems that we're faced with here in 2021 and we're going forward is we want to be productive. Of course you want to be productive. You are serving. This is your gift. This is your talent. These are the things you are offering to serve the church and the people of God. You absolutely want to be productive to your maximum level. We want 100% productivity. But my sub-question would be, how can I accomplish the most without sacrificing everything? You see, I believe whether it's in the church world, in ministry world, technology world, broadcasting world, or in your family, there must be a balance to everything that you are doing. We need to be very economical with our time. We need to learn from those who know more than we know. And that is why this worship seminar today is such a blessing. You're learning from people who have paved the way. You do not have to go through all of the pains. You know, God has really blessed me with my relationship now that is growing with PTZOptics and Paul and Tess and all the other guys there. And of course, the guy on my left producing here, Stephen Haywood. We're becoming very, very good friends and broadcast partners. We're learning. But These guys have saved me so much time in a learning curve, and I am forever grateful. I just believe that all of us need to get into circles where we can be influenced with those that are around us. The second thing we deal with many times as a problem is user frustration. Now, I know that everybody watching the program right now is never frustrated. I know that on Sunday, everything works perfectly. Your cameras are perfect. Your streaming software is perfect. Your internet service provider never goes down. Of course, your monitors and your sound is always absolute perfection. So I know I'm probably speaking to a crowd right now that never has frustrations. But for some of us, we have frustrations, and we are expected to operate at a certain level, and we always want to give our best to the Lord. We want to give our best to those that we are serving, but there will be some frustration that comes along with any time you are doing technology, media, camera, or worship ministry. My question for you would be, is there a healthy level of stress needed for maximum effectiveness? I'm going to answer that for you. Absolutely 100%. There is a green zone of stress that will push you to maximum effectiveness for your ministry in your church with technology. How about finances, the problems? I'm so sorry, but it's not in the budget. Maybe in 2091. Well, next year's 2022. Yeah, maybe 2091. That camera is expensive. We understand that is some of the things that we have to deal with. Finances. Therefore, we must learn what it means to be stewards of our budget in technology. If your church is allocating you a certain budget, then you need to learn, study, research, be around those that know more, how to get the maximum value out of your dollars. I'll tell you one thing, PTZOptics, and listen, they're not telling me to give them commercials or nothing, but I've been in relationship with them now for quite a while, and their products are phenomenal, and the value, you're not going to beat it. What a God-fearing, wonderful company that has a desire to help the church world. You can't beat it. So you want, for your financial problems, to understand, A, we have a budget. How can I best maximize that budget? Now, I want to give you two little secrets here. If you will work really hard with the budget and the resources that God and your church or your ministry has given you, and your product, I hate using that word, but for today, I'll use it, your product, because church is not a product or a business. Church is a ministry, and touching people's hearts is our ultimate goal. But for today, I will say, if your product gets to a level that is better, the folks in your church, the ones that are commenting on your streams, your church elders, your board, they're going to come to you and say, hey, John, hey, Jill, what are you doing? It is phenomenal. Well, Pastor, we're doing our best. We're utilizing this camera here. We're changing our lights, our sound, but you know, we could probably make it a little bit better. What do you need to make it better? Because you're really doing something great. And finally, of course, I don't want to bring too much of the Bible into a worship seminar, but the last time I checked, God owns the cattle on 1,000 hills, and he has a provision for the body of Christ. He has a provision for your ministry. He has a provision for your church. And if you will set your goals high but attainable, and you work in excellence, for some reason, God comes alongside you. He partners with you, and he opens up the storehouses of his blessings. And all of a sudden, somebody walks up to you and says, you know what? We need a better camera. How much does it cost? Oh, the sound is struggling. What can we do to make it better? Well, we need a subwoofer. Well, let's go get one. God works in wonderful ways that way. The last two I'd like to tag together as a part of the problems. I call them scatterbrained and process. So scatterbrain for those in technology ministry at the church, worship, music, cameras, streaming, social media. This is kind of what we're faced with if we're honest. How many things can I possibly do at one time? You know, you walk into the church and you're ready to do your ministry, and you go get your badge for Sunday, and it says, John Doe, I am worship leader, I am pianist, I am the streamer, I am the social media director, I am also the janitor, and at the same time, I'm on the prayer team. Come on, folks. We get scatterbrained. We have to have a focus, because being busier and doing more things absolutely does not equal effectiveness or fruitfulness. So what happens is we have to develop a process. And I am a firm believer in technology. The law of repetition will be your best friend. The law of repetition will be your best friend. In our local church, and I also travel all over the country and the world, and I preach and worship and all this jazz that the Lord has blessed me to do. But at my local church in Pennsylvania, God has blessed us with just a phenomenal team. I'm talking phenomenal. Folks, we even have a double-decker sound booth built into a media room with all these different stations, streaming stations, camera stations. And I'm not giving you a tour. I'm speaking into your heart tonight. Maybe sometime in the future, you'd enjoy that, to see all this equipment rolling. But it's amazing. God has put together a team. It takes about 25 people to run our productions, between worship, streaming, social media, interaction, follow-up every Sunday. And everybody on that team has a job. And when they come in on a Sunday morning, we also have a Saturday night service at our second campus. Your job is your job. If you are the one tasked with sound and you're trained in that, even down to how you turn the system on, what scenes you load, everything is always a task and a process. There is a reason I'm going to share with you in just a moment why process is key to success. Now, productivity. How in the church world, how in the ministry that God has assigned us to, can we be more productive? My question would be, how can I accomplish the most without sacrificing my everything? First thing I'd recommend and encourage you tonight, I think it's tonight, close enough for me. I've been up early. It's 4:11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm rolling live with you today, is to define your culture. Who are you and what are you trying to create? If you're called into cameras, if you're called into technology, if you feel a draw and a gifting in that, then do everything you can to create that culture around you and inside of you. It's like you get up in the morning and you're dreaming about, oh, how can I white balance that camera better? We have 3 ProPresenter operators that are on schedule at our ministry and our church, and they all have their own key to the church. Why? Because they have all told me, listen, Pastor Greg, sometimes on a Tuesday, I get inspired and I want to come in and build new backgrounds and build new transitions. I said, you know what you're getting? You're getting a key to the building. So they now come and they're ministering and they feel it is a part of who they are. And when they're ministering in technology, it's not just hitting a switcher or flipping a slide or singing a song, but it's actually who they are. Their culture is coming through the ministry. They may not be the one in front of the camera, they're behind the camera, but they are making it happen. We have to define our culture. And what that releases us to do is exactly what I just stated. It creates an atmosphere of freedom in our technological teams, whether it's one person, a team of 3, or a team of 30. We need an atmosphere of freedom, because when there is freedom for ministry and freedom for expression and freedom for a creative use of the talents that God has given everybody, they move into a place of new energy where they're really ready then to sacrifice anything to make the product, better as to what you are outputting for your ministry and for your church. And then finally, relationships. This one's probably going to blow you away for the Worship Institute, but my priority would be pray together, play together, and finally work together. Oh, what? Yeah. Pray together, play together, work together. Most times we have failure, we have lack of what's the word I'm looking for? We have a lack of Morale, that's the word I want. We have a lack of morale in our team. There's no energy because we have changed ministry. We have changed technology. We have changed worship to where it is just something we do. We stream, we sing songs, we preach messages. Folks, that's not what it's all about. What it's all about is relationship and lives being changed. I'm just double shouting an amen back to what Jeff said a couple of hours ago. It's about seeing people's lives change. It's not always about counting the numbers. It's not always about how many views. It's not always about the analytics, although those are important at times to understand. But what really will move and what will really grow your ministry is when you begin to touch people's hearts through the ministry of technology. And then Jane Doe is going down to her neighbor and she's saying, hey, Ralph, I know you're not going to church, but you need to get on the YouTube and watch this church down the street. I've got joy in my heart. And then those views come and the outreach of your ministry grows. It really works. I just returned from California. I was out there speaking in California and Nevada this weekend. And it's Monday morning. I'm flying out of the Reno International Airport. I'm going through security and a lady comes up to me and she goes, are you Greg Terry? I'm in my hoodie, in my travel outfit. Are you Greg Terry? Yes, ma'am. I watch you on YouTube. I said, well, nice to meet you. Are you enjoying? Yes, I don't miss anything. Folks, you never understand your influence. Plus, you never know when you're going to bump into somebody. We need those wonderful relationships. Pray together, play together, and then finally work together. Now, with user frustration, I think I have reached the end. As soon as I'm learned in one thing, everything changes. Here's what I would drop on you today. Stop. You are not unique. Everyone in the ministry of technology and worship feels behind. Everybody feels behind. You're not lost. Oh, I don't know what a virtual cable is. Oh, I don't want, what is vMix? Oh, a camera? Don't worry about it. One step at a time. You're not unique. Everybody feels behind. Frustration? Frustration changes when we change. Frustration is okay. Change is good. But the first one that needs to change is not our camera, although they're good. The first one that changes in ministry is us. We change. It gives a different outlook, and then we take it to the moon. Innovation. Oh, I got to have the latest and the greatest. Yeah, that's a blessing. But I would recommend you innovate like a turtle and not a hare. It was not the hare that won the race. It was the turtle. Take the technology on the budget you have, grow it, master it, get to the best that you can give God, and God will bring new technology. Master the technology that you have. And stress, healthy and calculated stress is good if you've managed it well. I have a little chart here I'm going to show you talking about low performance to high performance in our teams. It doesn't matter if it's a worship team, tech team, anything. This will work for your job or your workplace. This is good corporate stuff here as well. You have low performance and high performance, and then we have a stress curve. On the left side of the stress curve, you'll see what I call bore out. There's no pressure. There's no stress. You're bored in your ministry. All you got to do is hit this button. That's it. Boredom will come. Innovation will leave. But an ideal zone of feeling a little bit of pressure, you move your team to the place of comfort, and then ultimately and optimally that place of just being stretched a little bit, where there's a little bit of pressure. How do we handle the temperature when it's rising? How do we handle burnout? We learn to operate with just a little bit of pressure in our ministries. And when you're doing that, there comes a comfort that keeps you on your edge, but also allows you to shoot for great things. If you push that too much, you're going to move your team members to a place of strain and burnout. And absolutely, that would be the bad burnout. Financial strain. We want a $1 million production with a $100 budget. We want a $1 million production with a $100 budget. Well, here's my advice and my blessing for you. Be real, have proper expectations, strategize, budget, be accountable. But there's Bible 101, and I'm winding down in the next 90 seconds. God cares for you. God cares for your ministry. God cares for your cameras, your production, your sound, your worship team, all the things that are important to you. God cares for you. And if you're prioritized right, there will always be the available miracle working power of God. Yes, God is the ultimate source. He's sovereign in everything, and he will sustain, he will guide, he will give you wisdom, he will give you knowledge. I think this was said in scripture that you have not because you ask not. Make sure we're asking the Lord. He is faithful. And the last thing, scatterbrained in process, the golden key, the key to turning down the thermostat and working in peace is process. Folks, live in process. You prep for process. You do the same thing. You grow in it. You become comfortable with it. And then you can enjoy the results, not only of feeling good about what you're doing technologically and ministerially, but also in seeing the results of people's lives change. I have a little thing there, and I'm closing to shock you before I throw it back to Paul. But content is not king. Was I allowed to say that? Content's not king. Of course, content is king. It's phenomenal. But folks, if you've got the greatest content in the world, but your technology, your output of it, your audio, your sound, your video is really struggling, your content's going to suffer. Let's work together to make those all happen. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, PTZOptics. We love you guys. Bless you. If you can see there, we're popping up on the screen. This is my YouTube channel. Most of my ministry was done on Facebook, but they're all pushing me to YouTube now. It's Greg Terry Experience. Stevens had it up on the bar. Love you guys. Be blessed. Look forward to ministering with you in the future. God bless you. Have a great day. Back to you, Paul.
Thank you so much, Greg. What an inspirational message. I'm so excited to bring us our next and final presentations before our giveaway. Someone's going to win the Simple Track 2. We're going to bring in Seth Haberman, a good friend of mine, a pastor, a worship leader, an innovator in the space, also known as the Digital Pastor. Seth, how you doing? Oh, sorry, Seth. We have one final worship volunteer of the Year of the War award to acknowledge. Tess, are you here?
I'm here. One final recognition for our volunteer awards this year. Special congratulations to Darian Ramdas from Tabernacle of Prayer, Pennell. Apparently, Darian has actually been live streaming since before the pandemic. So kudos to you for continuing to develop your House of Worship's live streaming system and dedicating your time, your free time to that, as with all of the volunteers today. Big congratulations. And I can't wait to see Seth's presentation and finish up with our Simple Track 2 X Keys and Wirecast giveaway.
Congratulations to all. That was 10 worship volunteers that have helped us. Thank you so much. Seth, how you doing? Hold on. You're lost in the vMix production. Wait, we got you. Here he is. Hey, Seth.
Hey, how's it going, Paul?
I'm doing good. How are you? Nice set, dude. I haven't seen that.
Thank you. We have just been we got a new house about 4 or 5 months ago, so finally got my own space, and it's nice to be able to have everything set up. So
looks beautiful. We'll take it away, Seth. I'll let you go.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Paul and PTZOptics, and man, I don't even know if we need a keynote anymore. I mean, I think was it Gary or Greg just like knocked it out of the park. It's like hard to follow that up. And I also have to say that he did have quite an amazing PowerPoint, and we have such amazing taste together that we have like the same PowerPoint template. It's awesome, like great minds think alike. So that made me chuckle. But like Paul said, my name is Seth. I'm the Digital Pastor. I've got a YouTube channel called The Digital Pastor, and I haven't uploaded some videos in a while. Just everything in the last year and a half has just kind of taken things out. Just a little bit about me. I'm a campus pastor of a church called Covenant Church, and we've got a Christian school as well of about 140 kids. I also do the Digital Pastor on the side. I also do some little bit of real estate video and drone photography. And so it keeps me pretty busy. I've got 3 amazing girls with 1 baby on the way, and my beautiful wife, Judith. And it's just a pleasure to be here today. And so for my keynote, which I'm super honored and humbled to be able to do the keynote for this worship summit, is a little bit different and a little bit more out of the box for at least for me, because I'm very much a technical, kind of a tech nerd junkie type of a person. But today I'm going to be talking about creating a powerful connection during worship. And this is going to take your live stream to the absolute next level. And really want to talk about that connection portion as we get into this keynote. And want to just go through a couple slides here. And really what I want to talk about today is the why of streaming. For me, I'm a very technological person, and sometimes I can get wrapped up in technology as opposed to really the overall big picture. And we have to ask ourselves the question when we are streaming. We have to think, why are we streaming in the first place? Our church has been streaming for probably about 12 years. And originally when I started streaming, I streamed because it just felt like a cool thing to do. It's like, hey, like I can get a camera and we can like broadcast, and like it would just be cool, right? We did it because it was cool. Or at least I did it because it was cool. And throughout the years, one of the things that we've had to come back to, and especially this last year, is to ask ourselves the question of, why do we live stream? Do we live stream because people aren't coming to church? Are we live streaming because there's a pandemic and people are staying at home and we're trying to reach them? Are we, what are we doing? Why are we streaming? And so having a clear vision and understanding of the why of live streaming is way more important than the what or the how. Because I can get really caught up and wrapped up in the how and the what instead of focusing on the why. Having a clear understanding of the why is of utmost importance when we are doing our live streaming for our churches and congregations. So why do we gather the church together? That's a great point to start with. Why do we even get the church together in a building in the first place, right? There's a couple of them, and this is sort of a kind of a breakdown of what we would see in the Bible. Number one is corporate worship, right? We are worshiping God together through music. We're worshiping through our giving. Worship just isn't the music. It's also through our giving, through things like baptism and communion and the reading of God's word, if you're more of a liturgical church. So one of the reasons that we gather is for corporate worship. Another reason that we gather together as the church is for the building up of the church, right? When the church gathers together, it's not simply a God, like a vertical relationship thing. It's also a horizontal. It's a building up of the people of the church, right? Part of the reason we get together is that we can be edified, we can be encouraged, right? Paul talked about the spiritual giftings being used for the purpose of what? Edifying each other, building up the church. So there's building up church through preaching, prayer, spiritual gifts, maybe sharing of testimonies. And then lastly is for growing in relationship, right? The core foundation of the church is us being of one body. I love the way that the Apostle Paul really made the picture of us as the church being one body. And one of the ways that we do that is we grow together in relationship. One of the things that we did for a vision and a mission for our church one year was based on Acts chapter 2. I'm going to read that really quickly. Acts chapter 2, verse 42 says, "And they devoted themselves to the apostles' teaching and to the fellowship, to the breaking of bread and the prayers, and awe came upon every soul, and many signs and wonders were being done through the apostles, and all who believed were together and had all things in common. They were selling their possessions and belongings and distributing the proceeds to all as any had need. And day by day, attending the temple together." Hey, guess what? They actually attended the temple after the resurrection, if you didn't know that. And day by day, attending the temple together and breaking bread in their homes. They met in the temple and in their homes. They received their food with glad and generous hearts, praising God and having favor with all of the people. And the Lord added to their number day by day those who were being saved. So part of the reason that the church body, the ecclesia, they come together is to grow in relationship, right? We're growing in relationship and community through fellowship. Now, if we take that principle and then we move it over to the church, let's ask ourselves the exact same question. But instead of saying, why do we gather the church, we can say, why do we live stream the church? And then you can rewind this live stream and just play it back again. It's exactly the same reason. The reason that we live stream the church is the same reason of corporate worship, building up the church, and growing in relationship. So when we stream, We need to have that mentality that this is the reason that we are coming together and we are streaming. We're not streaming because it's cool. We're not streaming because it's like, you know, what all the hip churches are doing, or we want to bring people into the church, right? A lot of times streaming can be used as a way to get people into the church, which sometimes that can be an auxiliary use of live streaming. People can maybe experience the church before they actually come into the building, and they can see a live stream and kind of get an idea of what is going to happen when they go there for the first time. But the main purpose are these three things, right? And there's going to be a lot of sub reasons under these three, but it's corporate worship, building up the church, and growing in relationship. And this is one of the I would say one of the glaring flaws, or one of the concepts that isn't right thinking technologically and ministry speaking is the connection that the body brings when we come together and worship. I like this sentence: fly on a wall. The purpose of live streaming is not simply allowing people to be a fly on the wall during your gathering. The purpose of streaming is connection, connecting people with God and with each other. And I think a lot of churches have the mentality of like, all right, we're going to allow you to be a fly on the wall while we have our church service here. Now, you might be at your house on your couch, or you might be driving in a car or doing something somewhere, and we're going to allow you to come into what we're doing, instead of having the mentality of, hey, we're going to make this experience and gathering to where everyone is doing the same thing, whether you're remote or whether you're in person. You're experiencing all of those things. Live streaming is not, hey, we're just going to pipe in a video feed of what's going on here so you can enjoy what we're doing. No, it's a connection between those who are online and those who are in person, and then also with God. All of those three things. So I would, if you have this mentality, that's okay. This is a great opportunity to shift your thinking of why we do live stream. It's not simply to just pipe in what we're doing to people's homes. It is actually engagement. So if you look at some of the live streams with really successful live stream churches, you can see that their focus is on connections. Their focus is on relationship. Their focus is on how can we connect the body of Christ together while simultaneously connecting with God. A great example is Elevation Church, right? Elevation Church's live stream is all about connection. When you watch an Elevation Church live stream, you're not simply just watching what's going on in the building. When you watch, you really feel like, hey, I'm a part of what's going on there. I'm not just a fly on the wall. I'm actually being a part of what's going on there at the church, and there's actually connection and relationship happening like right over the internet as I'm watching live. So we're not just flies on the wall, right? So if we go to corporate worship, I want to talk about a couple things that we can really make a connection with. So number one is visual. Obviously, these are going to be typical things for live stream, is having lyrics, right? You want to have, this is our church service here this last Sunday, you want to have lower third lyrics, or however you want to display them. You know, it's nice to be able to have your camera angle along with your lyrics to be able to bring people into that experience. And if you do not have right now, if you do not have lyrics on your live stream, that is an absolute priority to have, right? If you're thinking about upgrading your cameras, upgrading this or that, and you don't have lower third lyrics or lyrics somehow projected on your live stream, you've got to do that. If people are watching and they want to be engaged and they don't know the song, they're just going to be sitting there just, don't know the song. I wish I had the lyrics on the bottom. So make sure you have the lyrics on the bottom or wherever you want to put them to make sure that people can sing along. Right? You also want to think about your camera angles, right? Part of the reason that we have multiple camera angles is to make the person feel engaged. And that's going to be through Zoom, right? One of the things that bugs me is when I see churches live stream and their entire live stream is just like this giant zoomed out shot the whole time. And you're like, man, I feel like I'm like watching from the nosebleeds. Like, I don't feel like a part at all. I feel like I'm like kind of watching through like a telescope. Like, don't just have your camera just zoomed out so they can see everything. It's really boring, and it doesn't make somebody feel like they're right there with all the people there in the church building. That's also motion, right? So you've got Zoom, but you've also got motion. Somebody in a previous thing on this streaming summit talked about motion, right? Motion is a great way to be able to capture just life and vibrancy of your worship service. And one of the things that I really, really like, and I'm going to show you a clip here in just a moment, is Mark Driscoll at Trinity Church in Arizona. We went down there for Real Men. This is actually their men's ministry, Real Men. But they have something I'd never seen before, and I can't believe I hadn't seen it, but it was an awesome idea, and it just really makes you feel immersed, in my opinion. But they have a camera that's on a long slider. I want to say it's probably like maybe 6 to 8 feet, if I were to remember correctly. But literally, this camera is on a motorized slider. and literally all it does is it just moves back and forth, and as it moves, the slider knows where center is, and it will kind of turn it so it's always pointing at the center. And I'm going to show you that, and it makes a really, really neat effect, really making people feel like they're just sitting like right there in the sanctuary or wherever you're meeting. So I'm going to play that really quick. You can see that shot right here.
He is a humble servant king. And so when Paul declares himself to be a servant, he is taking on the same posture of Jesus. To be a servant is requiring three things. Number one, that you allow Jesus to serve you.
Yeah, so literally that camera is just sitting on a slider, and I remember being there in the sanctuary, and I saw that camera, and that camera just for the whole service, it just sits there, and it just goes back and forth and back and forth. And so it's a really, really neat, subtle shot. Instead of just having a tripod that's just like, boom, just looking right at you, it's moving, and it gives it a real subtle camera shot, and that's a really, really neat way to bring people in. Also doing people shots. Right? This is actually having camera shots of people engaged in the service, right? Maybe they're reading a passage of scripture, and you've got maybe a PTZOptics camera that can turn around and they can zoom in on somebody, and it shows them reading their Bible, right? Or maybe it's a touching portion of the sermon, and maybe someone's crying, and it really helps you to kind of feel the atmosphere of the room, even though you're not there. It gets that interaction with people. So doing different people shots is good, and really drawing people in, as well as baptisms and communion. If you have a baptism at your church, at your location, wherever you do your gathering, do whatever you can to get a camera like right on the baptismal. Like whether that's a PTZOptics camera doing a good zoom in, or we used to actually have a GoPro that we would put like right on the baptismal tank. And if you, depending on the one that you get, you might even be able to actually dunk it in the water when they're going down. Makes people feel super connected. And, you know, depending on how you do communion or whatnot, you could also get some different shots of that, really bring people in. Also on audio, obviously audio is a huge, I should say, challenge in live streaming because mixing can be really difficult. You want to make sure that your mixing is right on, having a good volume. One of the things that drives me nuts is that when churches have super low volume on their live streams, which is why you got to be getting some plugins, like some VST plugins like Max Volume or the L3 LL, which is a low latency version, to really crank up your volume. Because sometimes I'll be watching church services or ministries across the nation, and I'll be watching them in somewhat of a louder space. And because the live stream that I'm watching is so quiet, I can't even join in with them because I'm listening to it on my phone, and it's not loud enough for me to even be able to hear it just around the noise that's just around me, and I don't have any headphones. So making sure you're having really good volume. And then also having ambient sound, right? Making sure you've got a couple crowd mics, so if there's some laughter, you know, or some amens, hallelujah, you know, whatever your church does, that can capture it, and you can put that on your live stream. Also in corporate worship is direct speaking to the live stream. One of the things that I try to do at our church is really interact with the people on the live stream. When service starts, I look right at the camera and I say, hey, welcome our live stream audience, and I have everyone give them a round of applause, and I talk directly to the camera just like I am right now, and it makes people feel like they're actually a part when you're looking right at them. And you're in a sense kind of conversing with them. So doing some direct speaking. I'm actually going to show you a clip. This is actually during our announcement portion. We change up our service schedule a little bit from time to time, but when we do our connection portion, encouraging people to fill out, you know, communication cards and such, we actually have almost all of our announcements. We have lower third graphics that we put up on the screen, and you'll see this in a moment, that we'll put that up on the screen, and then I'll talk directly to the live stream audience. And so I'll say, hey, if you're new to Covenant, then go ahead and fill out this connection card. You can do it at such and such a place, and we just want to let you know we're incredibly excited that you're here. But I'm going to play that clip for you here really quickly.
Also want to welcome our online audience. Give our online audience a big round of applause. I love that we have the ability to, through technology, pipe anybody in around the world to be able to partake of this time and of this worship together. And we just want to welcome you. Thank you for joining us. A lot of times I try to see who's watching and say hi here. Let's see, who do we got? We got Tanya. God bless you, Tanya. We got Alicia is watching. God bless you, Alicia.
So that gives you just a little bit of a sense of, I'll actually look and try to see who's watching and say hi to them, because you can't understand the connection that people will have when they are watching a live stream and they hear their own name. So they've literally been watching this live stream, and because of their input, whether they've typed it in the chat or done whatever, they've literally changed the course of the live stream that they're watching. By their own comment that they've made, they've heard their own name, and that makes people feel a part more than we can even understand. Sometimes when I watch Elevation Worship, you'll see Pastor Stephen will mention names. I mean they've got like, gosh, tens of thousands of people watching, so the YouTube comments are just flying, and he'll just say, hey, so-and-so from Zimbabwe, and hey, so-and-so from Cambodia, and people are hearing their own names, and it draws people in when they know that what's happening there at that location pertains to them, and they are becoming a part of that as well. You could also do something like a unique feature, and this could be something like, maybe you've got somebody who is staying at home, maybe you've got an elderly person at home who is maybe not very mobile, but maybe they're a musician, and they could have a recording of maybe them singing a song or doing a special number at their home, and then you could do a recording and you could play that, and then now the people physically at the location of the church can hear and watch this up on the screen going on while the person who recorded that is watching it at home, and now all the people that are watching online as well are partaking of, hey, this person might not physically be here, but hey, they are just as much a part of this group, and here's a special musical number that they're doing for the church service. We also had, we were, when COVID initially hit, we had kind of, we didn't really shut down. We only had we just told people we were going to go online for about 2 or 3 weeks while everyone was figuring out what was going on. But for those couple weeks, we did a vMix call through vMix, which we actually piped people in from their homes. We had about 3 people, or a family of 3, sitting on their couch, and they piped in via vMix call, and we put them up on the projector. And we were going back and forth, talking back and forth, real time, over vMix call, and just having them share a testimony. So we literally had someone who was watching live stream from home, piping in their video and sharing a testimony, and it was just incredibly connecting, not only for the people watching online, the people that were sharing the testimony, but also the people physically there at the church location. Also prayer requests, right? When we do prayer, a lot of times I'll look right at the camera and I'll say, hey, online audience, if there are any prayer requests that you have, please let us know. Type it down below in the chat. And this is why I also encourage pastors to have some sort of an iPad or a monitor of them being able to see the feed of all of the comments coming in, so they can actually be interacting with the people who are commenting, right? Because you might have somebody going through something really crazy who's watching online, and the pastor might not even know about it. And you might, if your church does sort of like a testimony time, or maybe a public prayer time where you can bring your prayer requests, to the whole group, then you can be watching on your iPad or a TV monitor that you can set up with your computers to have a list and show all the comments that are coming in. Sharing that prayer time with the online audience is also very connecting. And then number 4 is obviously online giving. That's one of the things that we do as well. Is when we give, I look right at the camera and I say, online audience, you can give where you're at just as much as the people here can, and you can do such and such, and we'll put a little graphic along the bottom talking about how you can give online. And so those are all very, very connective things that you can do. Now, next slide here. The other 2 things that I mentioned are the building up of the church and growing in relationship. So when it comes to the preaching portion of your gathering, number 1 is you want to make sure that you've got your scriptures, your titles, your points. I'm going to throw up, I think I might have a graphic here, or maybe I don't. Oh yeah, here we go. So like, here's a scripture that I was preaching on marriage and anger, and threw up that scripture right there down below on the lower third. So being able to have scriptures, your points, maybe you do quotes for your sermon, or your pastor does for their sermon, and maybe a sermon title. You want to put as much up on the screen as you can, because that really helps to draw people in. They can see the scripture, they can see the points that are being made, and they're able to see not only the camera angle, but they're also able to see anything that's being put up on the screen simultaneously. So like right now, you can see that my camera is right here, and we've got my presentation right off here to the side. That's actually something that Mark Driscoll's church does as well. When he's talking through his points, they'll actually do this merge, just like ours is, where you have this here and then the presentation on the other side as he's talking about what's up on the screen. And so that's a way that you can feel like you're a part, because as you're watching that camera angle and pastor's talking about something up on the screen, if you don't see anything, you're just like, okay, that's really cool. I wish I could see what was up on the screen. I don't know what he's talking about, right? This way you can see both at the same time, and it makes it really, really nice doing sort of a picture-in-picture, or just doing like a lower third type of a thing. And then as well as pictures and video, right? If you're doing a sermon, a lot of times I like to put photos or maybe a little video clip in my sermon. You want to make sure that you can show that, right? If you don't have a software or an extra input for your live stream to be able to show what's going up on your projector, then it's going to make people feel really disconnected, right? If pastor's telling a story about some hilarious thing that happened and he's like, wow, check out this picture of what happened. And then boom, it's up on there. And then you're just looking at the pastor and he's just looking at the screen. You're like, I wish I could see this picture, but I see nothing right now, right? You want to be able to make sure that who is ever watching it or whoever is watching online can be able to see what's up on the projector. And then number 2 is just direct engagement. So like I said before, welcoming the people who are online, directly talking to them. All right, same thing with prayer requests and praise reports, maybe testimonies, having a time where you can be talking with the congregation via the live stream chat. And actually, just to give you an idea of how that engagement works and how important that is, if you guys are on Twitter, right, I want you guys to, if you have any questions for me or you want to let me know where you're streaming from, send out a tweet with the hashtag #TheDigitalPastor, right? Hashtag #TheDigitalPastor. And I'm actually going to bring some tweets in on this presentation here at the end, just to show you how that connection can work in real time. But also tally lights. Tally lights can be big if you've got multiple different cameras. We've got 3 different cameras plus a drum camera at our church, depending on where you're looking at. Now, luckily, we've got a large TV in the back, so when I'm preaching, I can actually see which camera is live because I can see the video feed. But if you don't have something like that in the back of your sanctuary and your pastor doesn't have anything to look at, having tally lights would be an amazing addition so that the pastor can actually look at the camera and talk right to the people who are watching online. So those tally light systems can be directly integrated with vMix. I'm not sure about OBS. I'm sure there's probably some integration with tally lights and OBS, but tally lights are a great addition for that connection as well. Another thing you could do is text questions, right? Depending on the sermon series you're doing or whatever you're doing on a Sunday morning, you could actually have some sort of a moderator. Maybe you've got like a church phone that can receive texts, and maybe you could even do a text portion of the message to where you can say, hey, if you've got a question about this scripture passage, or you've got, just a question about something, text it to this number or comment in the chat, your live stream chat, then the pastor can actually be saying, hey, we're going to take a question from so-and-so or a person here in the sanctuary, and then he takes the question. Hey, we're going to take a question from online. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on online, and then take a question there. So text questions can also be a great way for people to find a connection as well. Lastly, and I talked about this in my last presentation, was the pre and the post service. This is where, again, some of these larger churches do a phenomenal job at having a great pre and a post service program. Most churches that I watch, when I see them do live stream, they have either like slides rotating of their announcements, or they've got like a 5-minute countdown, maybe with some cool graphics, going up on the screen, and the same for the end. And then when somebody tunes in, they're just twiddling their thumbs, and they're just like, all right, I got 5 minutes. And they're just kind of just sitting there letting this video roll instead of taking that time. This is time that you have people engaged when they log into your worship, whether it's, Facebook or YouTube or your website, you have people's attention for this time before service. Right? And so you can actually do things to where you could have maybe pre-done videos that are talking specifically directly to the people watching online. You could also have somebody that was dedicated to maybe be like an online MC. So this could be someone who, they might even have their own video shot, and they might have a microphone that's connected to vMix or OBS or whatever you stream with, and they can actually be talking directly back and forth before the service to the people watching online without any of that audio going into your sanctuary or wherever you're worshiping, and there can be some back and forth, right? It's a great opportunity to have connection before and after the service, having some host interactions, and then also comments, right? Comments are absolutely huge. If you do not have a person specifically dedicated to like watching the live stream and monitoring comments, you need to get that. Number one, you want people to be able to feel like they can watch your live stream and actually be engaged with somebody who is moderating all of the comments. When you watch a live stream, again, you're not just a fly on the wall. It's not just a video feed that you have access to that allows you to see inside of the church, right? What you are is receiving ministry and receiving pastoral care. You might even have a pastor that's on there, and they might be replying to every single comment. Someone says, hey, this is so-and-so from down the road. And then you like that make sure you like that comment and you reply, hey, so-and-so, great to have you this morning. So glad to hear you're watching, right? Someone else says, hey, pray for my mom. She just got diagnosed with cancer. Boom, have a pastor on there. Hey, sorry to hear about your mom. Let's see if we can pray for her in service today, right? And so now there's actually a back and forth relationship being built with the people that are watching online. Again, they're not just spectators, they're actually involved and being connected with the live stream. So make sure you do, whatever you do, make sure you have somebody to moderate the comments and to be able to engage. And not only does it do an amazing job at connecting people who are watching before and after the service, but it's also really good for making sure that your video can be shown more traffic, right? If you're on Facebook, if you're getting a ton of comments on a video, the Facebook algorithms and everything are more likely to show your live stream in somebody's feed if there's a lot of comments going on, right? Because Facebook is the same way. Facebook algorithms are all about engagement. Facebook is not designed and programmed to be a digital bulletin board. It's a place for interaction. So when you have the mindset of my live stream is done for the interaction of people, then it's going to change the way that your live stream actually shows up on people's live stream feeds. If your live stream videos are getting like no comments, or people are commenting on them but nobody is responding, it's not as likely that your live stream might show up in people's feed when you actually do go live. So comment moderation is also really important. I also want to go back to one thing that I forgot. During the greeting time, right? There's a couple things that you can do. Some people hate greeting time. I love greeting time. I'm a pastor. I love talking with people. But there's a couple things that you can do. Number one is you can have a video that's tailored specifically for the people that are online. So if you are running, say, vMix or OBS or whatever, you can have a video on standby ready to where when pastor dismisses for your greeting time, it can be a video that plays just to the live stream audience and doesn't go onto your projector. And it could be, again, a pastor or an MC saying, hey, we're just greeting right now, but we would love to hear from you. As the people here at the building are greeting one another, why don't you text below or comment below where you're streaming from if you've got any prayer requests or praise reports, and it's something that's directly going to the person who is watching. And because a lot of times people will check out of live streams during the greeting time. Because if you go into the greeting time and you just throw up what's on your projector, which many times might just be some sort of emotion background or something, all they're going to be looking at is just like a blank screen with just a little bit of motion, and they're like, is service done? Like, when are they coming back? I don't know. Where did everybody go? And if you don't even have any crowd mics, they might not even hear people talking or fellowshipping. So you could either do a video that's pre-done you can play during the greeting time, or one of the things that we've been playing around with is at our church, we've actually just thrown up a video shot. That's our PTZOptics camera right there. And we just show everybody greeting each other. So even though you're not there, you can be like, oh, hey, brother so-and-so is there today, or so-and-so is there today. Oh, hey, I saw you on live stream the other day, right? And so it's a great way for people to feel like they're there. They can see all the people there, and even though they may not themselves be at the location, or maybe they're immobile, it makes them feel like they're still connected and a part of the church congregation. Now, that does bring up a potential issue, or something that you can consider doing, is that if you do live streaming, you might consider getting a sign or some sort of a printed material that you put on your doors that says live streaming or live rebroadcast in progress or something, so people know that they are on the live stream. And when they get home and someone says, hey, did you see you on live stream? You'll be like, what? I didn't know I was on live stream. So that gives people the ability to know that they are going to be on the live stream. So, but that is just a couple of encouragements for you for engaging people and rethinking about the purpose of your live stream. Again, I want to really drill this home, that have a clear vision and an understanding of why you live stream. Because if you just have a live stream, it's just because it's what you do and it's what all the other churches are doing, then it's going to be really frustrating, and you'll get stuck like I do sometimes on all the technology, because I'm always about, like, I want the next big camera, right? Instead of like focusing on connecting people and being more pastoral, the techie part of my brain is like, oh man, I got to get that piece of equipment. Oh, I need to get a better lens, and I got to get, that. And I'm not thinking about people at all. The technology side of my brain is just going wild on cameras and cables and plugs and, all sorts of projects, instead of being about people. So have a clear understanding of why you're live streaming. Ask your media team. If you're not the media director, ask your media director, why are we streaming? Let's have a clear vision of what we're doing here, and that will focus, and that will really shift the way that you build your budget in the media department. It'll determine how you purchase equipment and how you run your live stream online. And so I'm just going to go really quick to our vMix social here, and I'm going to see if anybody was on Twitter. And let's see, we're going to take this. We got a tweet in here from...
Nice.
We've got Sandra England. God bless you, Sarah. I have never met you, but now I can see your face and I can see that we've met. She's watching the online presentation from the #Digital Pastor from Australia. I love Australia. Our CFO of our church is from Australia, and I always make fun of him. We love our Aussie mates. So Sandra, God bless you. It's so good to see you. And I'll tell you what, Sandra is going to remember this time. She's seeing her face up on there, and she's seeing her comment, and it's like we've met. We've had like a little encounter, even though I can't see her video. She sent me a message, and she is going to remember. Sandra is going to remember the time that she changed the course of the live stream that she was watching, and now her face and her comment is up on there because of the comment that she put in there. So let's take a look and see if we've got any other comments.
Seth, we actually have to wrap it up because at 5:00 exactly, we're premiering a finale video.
Oh, awesome! Sounds great.
But, dude,
well, that's all I got, Paul.
That was amazing, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Again, thank you guys. Again, the Digital Pastor. Check out my YouTube channel, and I think we might have a chat room or something afterward. And so just keep being excellent in everything that you do, giving all glory to God, connecting people, and spreading the good news of Christ.
Thank you so much, Seth, going overtime to bring us amazing tips, tricks, and I'm just so excited. We did call the giveaway winner for the Simple Track 2. Tess has written all of that down. She's going to look into the fine details because we have two winners that were drawn. One responded faster. One was drawn first. So we'll let Tess figure that out. But congratulations to the winner of the Simple Track 2. And at 5:00 is going to be a brand new show that we're hosting at PTZOptics. It's called Salt Talk, Sound and Light Tech. Stephen Haywood, our broadcast engineer, and Julia Sherwin, our PR manager, putting together this great topic. A great show. It's going to be a monthly show, and we're going to live premiere it in 5 minutes on the PTZOptics channel. So just make sure you hit the subscribe button to PTZOptics, hit the like button if you enjoyed this, and if you want to watch a whole nother show, it's coming up at 5, and we just wanted to let you know about it because it's going to be a monthly interactive show that you guys can join, obviously. That's all the time we have. Thank you so much for watching and joining, everybody. We'll see you next time at Worship Summit Live.